Hey guys, picture this. You're hunched over a flickering candle in a drafty attic, the air thick with dust-laden paper and the faint scent of regret, when a single, trembling envelope slides into your palm like a conspiracy from the past. Yeah, that's the letter that flipped someone's whole world upside down. And trust me, it smells way more dramatic than any Tinder DM. Before we plunge into its tangled ink, smash that like button if you love a good melodramatic reveal, and drop a comment with your most cringy "I should have sent that letter earlier" story, because we're all secretly pen pals with destiny. Dim the lights, grab a coffee that's hotter than the drama about to unfold, and let your imagination crawl over the cracked wood floorboards as you hear the rustle of aged parchment echoing like a secret sigh. You'll feel the cold bite of midnight rain against the window, hear the distant hoot of a night owl acting as the universe's gossip column, and wonder whether a single sentence could really rewrite a life. Spoiler, it can, and it's messier than a reality TV breakup. So, are you ready to untangle the whispers of a heart that dared to scribble rebellion into history? In the heart of Eldermore, where thatched roofs leaned close together, as if sharing secrets beneath the warm sunlight, life bustled with the charming quaintness of another time. Alina, with her wild auburn curls bouncing like a vibrant flame, danced through the village with brush and canvas ever at her side, her laughter ringing out like an enchanting melody. She painted not just the rolling hills and glistening streams, but the very whispers of her heart, a heart that beat fiercely for Rowan, the village blacksmith, whose hammer struck the anvil with a rhythm as steady as a lover's pulse. Their worlds collided like colors on her palette, yet an invisible chasm of class and duty stretched between them, igniting a yearning so fierce it could melt iron. Each glance exchanged was electric, a craving wrapped in a forbidden embrace, and thus began their secret saga, inked not in sky or stone, but in letters hidden away in an ancient oak's hollow embrace. As time slipped by like sand through fingers, the two lovers poured their souls into words, letters that fluttered like butterflies from the edges of their hearts. This old oak tree, gnarled and wise, became their confidant, a leafy sentinel that listened to all the sweet nothings and heart-wrenching confessions they dared to share. With every letter, they painted vivid dreams of a world where class could be shrugged off like an old cloak, where they could frolic freely amid fields and kisses. The tang of freshly forged iron mingled with the sweet scent of wildflowers in the air, while gentle breezes carried their unbreakable bond, a connection deeper than the roots of the ancient oak that housed their love notes. Oh, how they wrote of timeless art and endless passion, plotting a future where love could transcend the petty constraints of societal norms, if only for just a moment. However, life in Eldermore was as unpredictable as a cat on a hot tin roof, and danger loomed like storm clouds on the horizon. Rumors swirled through the village like a mischievous breeze, threatening to unearth their precious letters and the secret they held dear. Whispers danced through the marketplace, tainted with envy and judgment, as friends turned into curious onlookers, eager to pry into what lay behind closed doors, or rather, behind the rough bark of that ancient oak. Yet, instead of despair, Alina and Rowan found humor in their plight, crafting elaborate stories about their letters being a secret recipe for the world's most magnificent pie, or cherished tales of heroic knights. Through wit, they spun a web of laughter that wrapped around them like a warm summer day, momentarily shielding them from the cruel eyes of societal expectations. The evenings cloaked the village in a soft, golden glow, and under the watchful gaze of the stars, the lovers solidified their devotion through the flames of passion that flickered and danced within them. With each crackle of the fire, they declared their dreams in passionate prose, Alina yearning to travel beyond the hills, to capture the colors of sunsets from lands yet unseen, while Rowan's heart swelled with aspirations of building a forge that would create art, not just tools for the villagers. They scribbled visions of launching their own gallery, amid laughter and warmth, complete with wildflower bouquets as centerpieces and music that sang of freedom. Their hearts beat to the tune of defiance, laced with irony, crafting futures that stretched far beyond the inevitable chains of expectation. They believed in the power of dreams as fuel, and with each whispered promise, they stoked the fire of their quiet rebellion. But as any great tale warns, love, especially a secret one, often stands on the precipice of peril. Just when they felt bold enough to dream with open hearts, the inevitable shadows crept closer, an ever-watchful gaze that threatened to shatter their fragile oasis. The weight of their unconfessed love pressed down like the weight of 1,000 anvils, heavy and relentless, reminding them that life was rarely a fairy tale, despite their best efforts to write one. Yet, even as they faced heartbreak lurking behind the next corner, each letter written in the dusky glow of twilight sang of hope, a determination to press on in the face of adversity. They wouldn't just allow whispers of their love to drift away into the past. They would transform them into a symphony, an anthem of defiance ringing through the hollows of Eldermore, a testament that passion could weather any storm. In the village of Alderby, whispers danced through the air like mischievous sprites, tickling the ears of the townsfolk with tales of forbidden love. Alina, the beautiful daughter of a wealthy merchant, found herself embroiled in a romance that soon became the talk of every gossiping tongue. Swift as a summer storm's arrival, the news of her secret meetings with Rowan, a humble blacksmith, had sent ripples through the cobblestone streets. On one hand, the scent of warm bread mingled with blooming wildflowers wafted from the bakery. But on the other, there lingered a thick tension that clawed at the heart of the community, promising a tempest of trouble ahead. Little did the villagers know that this was just the calm before a turbulent gale of drama, betrayal, and heartfelt letters that would soon unfurl their secrets like an ancient scroll under a flickering candlelight. As Alina's father, Lord Mortimer, sat in his grand study, oblivious to the chaos brewing in his daughter's heart, he was making arrangements for her future that smelled of gold and power. He was a man who believed love was a transaction best suited for the highest bidder, and already a powerful lord had been caught in his gaze. Meanwhile, the opulence of the noble's family crest clashed with Rowan's soot-streaked hands, forming a divide wider than the moors between them, a divide only love dared to traverse. Rowan could feel the weight of judgment from his peers, each knotted brow a declaration of war against his quaint affections, and with each taunt or icy glare, it felt like a thunderclap echoing through his chest. It was like challenging a dragon with only a sword made of dreams, and every word from the village felt like dragon fire, scorching his resolve. In the stillness of the night, by the flickering light of lanterns, Alina and Rowan penned letters that shimmered with longing and despair like stars on the darkest of nights. They poured their hearts onto parchment, every inked word a lifeline that tethered them together amidst the mounting obstacles that loomed on the horizon. As they wrote, the scent of the ink combined with the earthy aroma of fresh parchment, creating a bittersweet perfume that lingered in the air, thickening with the weight of their unspoken fears. Each letter became a fragile vessel, carrying fragile secrets through the currents of fate, while outside their windows, storms gathered, both metaphorically and literally, as the sky threatened to unleash its fury. With every stroke of Rowan's quill, he knew they were sailing into uncharted waters where love battled against duty. And oh, how the seas roared in response. Word of Alina's approaching betrothal spread like wildfire on a dry summer's day, igniting frenzy and fear among the villagers. They buzzed about it like bees over a blooming garden, some sweet and some spiteful, pollinating the air with bitter gossip and wild conjecture. It was an irony sharp enough to cut, that a girl of such high status could fall for a simple blacksmith, much less one deemed unworthy by societal standards. Alina's heart was the gold coin tossed into fate's fountain, and with every ripple, she felt the pull of despair deeper than the village's well. How could she surrender herself to the fetters of a loveless marriage when her heart sang of freedom and fruit-laden dreams beneath a canopy of stars with Rowan? Yet, amidst the chaotic thunder of fate, their love began to transform into something more profound, a raw, gritty bond that would withstand the storm of societal expectations and family pressure. Unbeknownst to Alina's father, as his wealth promised comfort, it also built walls thicker than stone, while Rowan's humble abode, lacking in riches, felt warmer due to love's fire. In a world steeped in tradition, where the rules were as hard as the stones underfoot, they stood together on the precipice of their fate, ready to leap into the unknown with laughter as their cloak and love as their armor. Like heroes from an ancient ballad, they prepared for the epic unfolding of their story, knowing well that every love tale must weather a storm before it could bask in the sunlight. The tension in the air crackled, a vivid foreshadowing of the trials ahead, while the first raindrops of change began to splatter against the earth like the heartbeat of destiny, calling them both into the tempest that waited just beyond the horizon. On a bleak, windswept evening, when the sky was a bruised purple, and the air held a chill as biting as a poorly made reception at a family reunion, Alina sat at her small oak writing desk. The flickering candlelight illuminated her delicate features, reflecting the turmoil brewing within her. Her quill, like a trusted confidant, danced over the parchment as she poured out her heart, advocating for a daring elopement with Rowan. "Run away with me," she wrote, her words soaked in longing and rebellion. Each stroke of ink, a plea to seize the chance at love before life snatched it away, like a cruel jester stealing a coin. The pungent aroma of ink mixed with the musty scent of old books enveloped her, only adding to the gravity of her heartfelt missive, a love letter on the brink of changing everything, for better or worse. But then fate, that treacherous twister with a whimsical sense of humor, decided to intervene, as it often does in the dramatic script of life. In a moment of tragic clumsiness worthy of a sitcom's blooper reel, Alina miscalculated the handoff and accidentally passed the letter not to her beloved Rowan, but to her father. The old man, a grizzled figure in a faded waistcoat, his brows knitting together as he read the words she had penned, erupted like a volcano that had been stewing for centuries, his face twisted in rage, a mask of disbelief and fury that could have frightened even the bravest of knights. The stir of the wind outside seemed to echo his booming voice as he demanded to know how his daughter could even entertain such scandalous thoughts. And therein lay the tinder that ignited an inferno of familial confrontation. As the tempest of emotions swirled around them, Alina fought for her love, desperate to not only calm the storm, but to concoct an audacious plan with Rowan that could save them both from her father's wrath. Whispered promises, exchanged beneath the old willow tree, became urgent agreements as they plotted their future like modern-day fugitives drawn together by a singular spark. How about we recreate Bonnie and Clyde? Only, minus the bank robberies and tragic endings. Rowan chuckled nervously, his spirit still resilient despite the chaos around them. Their laughter felt like a brief summer sun breaking through ominous clouds as they conjured visions of clandestine escapes, wild adventures, and a love that soared above the skies they fought so hard to break free from. In the midst of youthful bravado and faint-hearted giggles, the weight of the impending confrontation loomed heavily in the air like an unwanted guest at a party who just wouldn't leave. With every secret rendezvous to plan their escape, the world around Alina seemed dauntingly vast and unforgiving, yet brightened by the flicker of a daring ambition. Their hearts raced in unison as they clasped hands in a silent vow. Love would not be torn asunder without a fight. With the night air already thick with the scent of impending rain, it felt as if the universe was holding its breath, waiting to see how this tale of forbidden love would unfold. And thus the stage was set, not with grand declarations, but with whispers of hope, binding their fate tighter than any letter ever could. The night was thick with tension, like an overcooked stew threatening to boil over. Beneath the sprawling embrace of the oak tree, darkness loomed, wrapping Alina and her beloved in a cocoon of whispered promises and trembling doubt. Lanterns flickered in the distance, casting jittery shadows that danced like anxious spirits, while the scent of damp earth mingled with the faintest whiff of approaching rain, as if nature herself was holding her breath, waiting to see what might transpire. This was the moment they had dreamed of, an illicit elopement. But reality shattered the fantasy, dragging them to a crossroads paved in fear and uncertainty. In the air, the crackle of tension could almost be tasted, bitter and metallic, like biting into an unripe apple. Just as Alina and her love shared a secret glance, the ominous crunch of footsteps pierced the stillness, announcing the arrival of her father, and a cadre of outraged townsfolk, clutching torches like angry villagers from a classic horror flick. Their faces glowed with a mix of fury and disbelief, and they encircled the couple, turning this romantic rendezvous into a scene reminiscent of a Shakespearean tragedy, minus the elegant prose, but with five-star drama. The townsfolk's murmurs swirled through the air, a cacophony of disapproval that could drown out a rock concert. It was as if they had emerged from the pages of a dusty ledger, ready to enforce the shackles of societal norms with the fervor of a first-time zealot at a revival meeting. Alina's heart raced, each beat echoing a desperate plea for freedom, drowning beneath the weight of tradition and expectation. At that critical juncture, with her father's glower as sharp as a blacksmith's hammer, Alina took a breath that shook with purpose. She squared her shoulders, a warrior preparing for a fight, her heart, a petulant child caught between love and obligation. As the murmurs transformed into apprehensive silence, she summoned her courage, letting her voice pierce the night like an arrow. "I have come to reclaim my story," she proclaimed, each word imbued with the fiery echo of independence. The crowd shifted, their disbelief hanging in the air as she poured forth the contents of her heart, prose crafted with unyielding passion, and the scent of wild roses, fragrant and defiant against the drabness of convention. Alina's words were ironclad promises, weaving in and out of the faces before her, as if they could transmute spiteful frowns into hopeful smiles. She spoke of a future colored in vibrant shades of freedom, where love wasn't shackled by the chains of societal approval. As her fervent declaration rose and fell like the tide, she could almost feel the winds shift, a whirlwind of emotion wrapping around her like a warm embrace on a cold morning. Gasps broke free from the crowd, sharp sounds like the popping of popcorn at a summer fair, revealing the tightrope walk between shock and admiration. For that moment, she stood not just as a daughter, but as a voice for all suffocated by expectation. There was a hint of rebellion in the air, a fragrance of hope blooming amidst the fear. And then, as if the universe had called a timeout for reflection, a silence enveloped them, a hush so profound it could have been the soundtrack of a legendary epic, yet to be written. The crowd shifted, unsure whether to rally against her or embrace the newfound possibilities she painted with her words. Alina caught glimpses of softened eyes, better than any pyrotechnic display, a flicker of hope igniting where rigidity once reigned. Little did they know, this was more than an evening beneath an ancient oak. It was a moment poised on a precipice, ready to leap into an uncertain, yet exhilarating future, with laughter and tears simmering like a pot ready to boil. They stood at the crossroads, hearts pounding like the bass line of a favorite tune, waiting for the next chapter to reveal itself. As dawn broke over the sleepy village of Eldermore, an electric tension hummed in the crisp morning air. The confrontation that had unfolded just yesterday still echoed in the villagers' minds. Alina stood at the center of the village square, her fiery auburn hair catching the golden light, as she declared her intentions with the force of a charging bull. "No more fear," she had shouted, her voice cutting through the lingering fog like a knife through butter, rousing the listeners from their complacency. The villagers, their faces a mixture of shock and admiration, began to see her in a new light, transforming their whispered doubts into murmurs of support. Who knew that one steadfast woman could wield such power? It was almost as if she was channeling an ancient warrior spirit. Braveheart meets a rude, yet resplendent, sunrise, ready to challenge the very fabric of their calculated lives. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit corner of the village tavern, Rowan nursed a mug of ale that smelled more of damp rags than divine brew. He had always been an observer, one to watch the tides of change rather than dive into the waves. But witnessing Alina's bravery was like watching a rare comet streak across the sky, breathtaking and transformational. With a half smirk and a raised brow, he wondered if this was the start of something glorious, or just a recipe for disaster. His heart raced as he took a deep breath, the scent of stale beer mixing with the wood smoke from the tavern's flickering hearth. Perhaps it was time for him to stop being just a spectator, and instead embrace the wildness stirred by Alina's words. Cue the dramatic music, please. This was bound to get interesting. That evening, as shadows danced under the old oak tree outside her modest cottage, Alina returned home. The sweet scent of honeysuckle filled the air, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. Her father leaned against the porch railing, a grumble transforming into a reluctant recognition. He had seen the fire in her eyes, and despite his protective instincts, he finally nodded, almost imperceptibly, his blessing laced with both worry and hope. The conversation with him felt like a well-worn script, but this time, Alina was ready to rewrite it. In that moment, she vowed to obliterate the boundaries that had kept her shackled to a life she did not want. Love was her anchor. She would rise up, the dreamer turning into a doer, with her father's subtle approval echoing in her heart. Alina sought out Rowan that very night. Underneath a tapestry of shimmering stars, they met in a secret glade where the air danced with the laughter of unseen creatures and the scent of earth after rain, a heady perfume of possibility. So we really did it, huh? She teased, her eyes glinting like the fireflies buzzing nearby, electric with the thrill of what lay ahead. Rowan chuckled, scratching the back of his neck, the nervousness bubbling up. If you can convince a room full of our villagers to rethink their lives, then I figure anything is possible, including you and me. The irony of his words hung in the air like a tantalizing secret. Two misfits in a world that expected them to conform. Together, they could carve a path as wild and winding as the river that meandered nearby, twisting toward a future cloaked in shared dreams. As the villagers began to embrace the idea of love that shattered conventions, Eldermore slowly transformed before their eyes. The cobblestone streets, once dull and mundane, now pulsed with whispered tales of passion and daring. The laughter of children rang out, mingling with the clanking of pots, as families celebrated newfound connections over hearty meals, smoked meat, and fresh bread, filling the air with tantalizing aromas that tempted even the most stoic of hearts. The village that had once clung to its traditions like a cat clings to a sunbeam was now daring to dance in the unpredictable wind of change, buoyed by the audacity of one girl's dream and the bravery of a boy willing to join her. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of fiery orange and deep indigo, Alina and Rowan stood hand in hand, their hearts beating in rhythm to the magic of a new dawn. A love that not only challenged boundaries, but redefined them altogether. In the quaint and dusty town of Eldridge, where the air smelled faintly of hay, and forgotten stories lingered like cobwebs in corners. Young historian Clara swiped her hand across the surface of her late grandmother's attic. You'd think it smelled like mothballs and regret. But Clara had always loved the scent of old paper and bygone eras. As she rummaged through boxes filled with yellowed newspapers and knickknacks that looked like they dated back to the Stone Age, her fingers finally brushed against something strangely compelling. A diary. This was no ordinary diary. It felt like the kind of book one might find in a professor's secret stash, full of cryptic notes and oddities that made you suspiciously question everyone's motives. With a flick of the wrist, she blew off the dust, and her heart raced with the thrill of discovery, reminiscent of an Indiana Jones movie, minus the whip and dramatic music. As Clara wiped the cover clean, the faded letters Eliza Hawthorne leaped out at her like an unexpected jump scare in a horror flick. She could almost hear the echoes of this revolutionary woman's voice, filled with determination and fiery passion, whispering that secrets lay beyond those fragile pages. Eliza, a name that danced on the edge of history, seemed to hold the weight of an entire nation's struggle against an oppressive regime. Clara's curiosity tingled at the edges of her consciousness, like when you eat too much candy and your fingers start twitching. Little did she know, within those yellowed pages sprawled an unseen world, ripe for exploration and revolutionary upheaval. As Eliza chronicled not only her personal battles, but the pulse of a nation's heartbeat as it rose against tyranny, with curiosity bubbling in her chest, Clara settled herself amidst the relics of the past and cracked open the diary. The musty scent that wafted into her nostrils was an intoxicating mix of ink and dusty memories, and she felt like she had just stepped into a time machine. Page after page, Eliza's words unfurled like a scroll of ancient prophecies, detailing clandestine meetings held under the soundtrack of creaking floorboards and hushed whispers. Each entry painted wild pictures of heroic faces determined not just to survive, but to thrive against all odds. Clara's heart raced faster than her Netflix binging sessions on a lazy Sunday. It was as if Eliza was not only speaking to her, but charging her with a mission, uncovering the truth that had been buried under layers of silence, like buried treasure, waiting for a savvy pirate wannabe to dig it up. As the sunlight danced through the attic window, illuminating motes of dust suspended in the air like tiny stars, Clara found herself not just an observer, but an active participant in Eliza's world. The struggles she penned were visceral scenes of desperation, and hope intermingled like sweet and sour sauce, leaving her heart heavy yet empowered. The diary unfolded secrets of a hidden movement, whispers of rebellion and camaraderie that had been all but forgotten. Until now, Clara felt a rush of irony wash over her. A historian digging through the past only to unravel something that could become the blueprint for the future. It was as if the universe had conspired to drop this treasure right into her unsuspecting lap, like the eccentric relative that shows up for dinner and ends up revealing the family's funniest anecdotes, a true gift wrapped in dusty paper. Realization struck Clara like a bolt of lightning. She wasn't just holding an old diary. She was clutching the key to a revolution, a catalyst for change sparked by Eliza's passionate penmanship. There, in the attic, surrounded by remnants of her grandmother's life, she felt the ghosts of the past whispering encouragement, insisting that her quiet town could rise to the challenge yet again. With the diary as her muse and Eliza as her guide, Clara became a bridge between then and now, ready to charge into the unknown depths of history and light the match of inspiration that would rally her own generation. Who would have thought that sifting through generations of old socks and holiday decorations would be the spark that ignited a fire? In that dusty old attic, a flicker of hope blazed brightly, proving that sometimes treasures are found in the most unexpected places, just waiting for the right hands to unlock their potential. Clara felt like an explorer in a treasure trove as she flipped through the pages of Eliza's diary, her fingertips brushing against the faded ink that whispered secrets from another era. Each scrawled word seemed to leap off the page and dance around her mind like a flock of mischievous fireflies. The sweet, musty scent of old paper enveloped her, reminding her of summer camps and ghost stories told around a flickering campfire. Eliza's tales of courage and rebellion caught Clara's imagination, igniting a spark that seemed too vibrant to be contained within the confines of history's pages. "This is no ordinary diary," she mumbled to herself, her heart racing with the rush of discovery. An Indiana Jones adventure minus the fedora, but just as thrilling, with her ever-enthusiastic sidekick Marcus, who always believed every good story deserved a messy adventure. They embarked on a mission to piece together the remnants of Eliza's revolutionary movement. After a few oversized cups of coffee that smelled like burnt rubber and tasted like hope, they bound together a plan that involved dusty libraries, crumbling archives, and a smattering of gossip from local historians who looked like they belonged in a Mad Max movie. Along the way, Clara's sense of purpose grew stronger than a caffeine high, especially when they discovered a community of descendants who felt the weight of Eliza's legacy on their shoulders. These passionate people, their voices echoing with the collective spirit of their ancestors, held vibrant rallies in dimly lit halls, crafting plans that made Clara's spine tingle. If only they could stop the bureaucratic buzzkills from squashing their enthusiasm like bugs under a boot. Yet, just as they began to brainstorm ways to resurrect Eliza's vision, the local authorities, who were about as welcoming as a bear with a sore tooth, caught wind of their project. Tension crackled in the air like static before a lightning strike, and Clara felt the shadows creeping closer, as though the ghosts of history were whispering warnings in her ear. The authority figures frowned upon whispers of rebellion, as if it were some sort of ancient curse they'd been sworn to guard against. Clara could almost hear their gruff voices sneering, "You kids, and your history lessons." It was ironic that the very people whose power depended on the past had become cultural saboteurs, terrified that change might rustle their neatly painted fences and perfectly manicured lawns. Despite the looming threat of the authorities, Clara and Marcus felt an intoxicating mix of fear and exhilaration swirling in their chests. It was the same feeling that gripped them during their late-night movie marathons, when superheroes triumphed over villains, but with fewer explosions. Except in this case, the stakes were real, and they were the unlikely protagonists, sneaking around like ninjas. If ninjas occasionally tripped over their own feet and laughed unceremoniously, they attended clandestine meetings fueled by pizza and passion. The descendants recounted tales of Eliza as if she were not just a name in a dusty diary, but a fiery spirit still dancing through their lives. Each story felt like a piece of a larger puzzle, and Clara clutched these fragments tightly, ready to assemble them into a battle cry that could echo through the ages. But with discovery came danger, and Clara soon realized that the authorities weren't just watching from a distance. They were sharpening their fangs, poised to strike if the rebellion began to gain momentum. The battle lines were drawn, and the stakes escalated beyond anything they had imagined, swirling around them like the whirlwind of 1,000 history books. Armed with nothing but their youthful idealism and a determination stronger than a double espresso, Clara and Marcus stood at the precipice of a fight that could redefine their community. The weight of Eliza's legacy pressed down on them, thrumming in their veins, daring them to take a stand for the invisible connections tethering the present to the past. As Clara tossed another glance at Eliza's diary, she felt the brush of an unseen hand urging her on. This would be more than a story. It would become their own chapter of rebellion. The air hummed with tension in Clara and Marcus's small town, a place where the echoes of revolutions past lingered like ghostly whispers, curling around cracked corners of old brick buildings. As they stepped into the dusty town hall, a fortress of forbidding authority, they felt as though they were walking straight into a lion's den minus the upbeat Disney soundtrack. Authorities armed with furrowed brows and clenched jaws prowled the halls, intent on shielding the past from the very people it once stirred to life. The warmth of their shared mission flickered under the icy glares aimed their way. Each glance a subtle warning that they were weathering a storm far more menacing than a simple debate over town history. Nobody wants to acknowledge the shadows lurking behind their neatly swept carpets, especially when those shadows carried the secrets of a revolutionary spirit, ready to rise again. And oh, how Clara wished she'd brought snacks. Fighting historical injustice never seemed as appealing on an empty stomach. As if on cue, Clara started receiving anonymous threats that dripped off the page like bad poetry. Stop your digging, or you'll find more than just skeletons, the note warned, scrawled in an erratic hand that could have belonged to an over-caffeinated octopus. The hairs on the back of her neck stood at attention, the apathy of a creaky desk chair replaced by the gnawing sensation of imminent danger. Yet, rather than deterring them, this danger only fueled their determination, like a superhero catching wind of a villainous plot. Clara, fueled by fiery resolve, began piecing together the fragments of Eliza's diary, a weathered artifact that seemed to hum with the energy of those who had fought before her. Turning the brittle pages felt akin to pushing through the underbrush of a forgotten jungle, each word crackling with the weight of history. Amidst the hostility, Clara and Marcus wrangled together a crew of descendant rebels. Muffled laughter filled the dimly lit basement they commandeered, a hidden sanctuary where the walls were adorned with flickering shadows and half-forgotten dreams. They gathered like a motley crew of lost toys from a dusty attic, ready to excavate long-buried truths and spark a new flame of justice. The smell of stale coffee filled the air, mingling with the electric buzz of burgeoning camaraderie, and for a moment the threats melted away like an ice cream cone in the summer sun. They spread Eliza's diary across a rickety table, each page revealing the forgotten voices of their ancestors that clamored to be heard. As the descendants shared stories of love, loss, and resistance not taught in schools, it became painfully clear that they were no longer just sharing a narrative. They were igniting a movement, one page at a time. The gravity of Eliza's words sank into the hearts of the attendees, stitching a collective fabric of resolve that pulsed with an undeniable beat. Like a band of misfit avengers assembling for one epic showdown, they drew strength from one another, knowing they needed to confront those who would rather bury their past than learn from it. "If you think this will scare us into silence," Clara declared, brandishing the diary like a sword in a medieval duel, "you clearly haven't heard our ancestors' battle cries." Each member's voice, steady and unwavering, became an instrument of change, blending together to compose a symphony of revolution, their blend of determination serving as the crescendo. With each passing moment, they shed their fears like autumn leaves, preparing to replant new seeds of hope for the town, and perhaps beyond. That night, they forged an unbreakable bond, echoing across the ages, a pact that whispered, "We will not be silenced." As Clara and Marcus surveyed their ragtag group, they felt as if they were steering the ship of history itself, one unwieldy, rusted vessel inching its way toward uncharted waters. A bittersweet taste filled the air, akin to how one might feel while sipping lukewarm cola. It was a strange mixture of hope and dread. The stakes were rising, and the irony was almost too rich to swallow. They were battling not just for their town, but for the right to resurrect a past that some wanted buried deeper than last week's pizza. But if Eliza's diary could hold the key to awakening their town's spirit, Clara had no doubt that they would labor until the morning sun broke the night, reminding them that shadows do not have to dictate the light. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden hues that dangled like promises in the evening sky, Clara felt the weight of history press against her chest. The town hall stood before her like a sentinel, its wooden boards weathered yet steadfast, a silent witness to countless stories etched into its walls. Tonight was not just another meeting. Tonight, Clara and the descendants were ready to transform whispers of Eliza's past into a roaring shout of truth. With her heart beating like a drum roll of rebellion, she gathered her family, their faces a mosaic of apprehension and determination, each bearing the legacy of a woman who dared to speak when silence was golden. The scent of old paper and musty wood filled the air, blending with the tang of anxiety that shifted from one person to another. A palpable energy buzzing like unsettled bees in a hive. As Clara stepped up to the podium, the murmurs of the townspeople swelled and fell like the tide, anticipation crackling in the air. The room was packed tight, faces peeking from behind wooden pillars, eyes shining with curiosity and skepticism. With a deep breath, Clara began to weave Eliza's story, each word a thread, stitching together the past with the present. She spoke of the injustices her ancestor endured, the sweat and toil of lives skipped like stones across a pond of oppression, each splash resonating through the generations. The collective breath of the crowd caught in their throats as Clara painted a picture not just of wrongs, but of a community tied together by the scar tissue of shared experience, like a tapestry of wounds and healing. With every revelation, emotions surged like a tidal wave ready to crash, sweeping up old grudges and buried pain. Clara could see the flicker of recognition in faces, anger and sorrow alighting like fireflies on a summer's night. The townspeople started shifting in their seats, their whispers merging into a chorus of resolve, voices rising like the battle cry of warriors ready to reclaim their land. It was ironic. The very injustices that had once silenced them became the spark igniting their shared fury, transforming the air, thick with tension, into something electric. Laughter bubbled up unexpectedly, an unexpected release, as one elderly man quipped, "Well, if we can't change the past, at least we can raise a right fuss about it." A light moment that was as refreshing as a breeze on a sweltering day, just when the atmosphere turned celebratory, like confetti tossed into the air. The door swung open violently, and authority marched in, shattering the moment like glass. The town sheriff, resplendent in his crisp uniform and serious demeanor, stood tall with an air of misplaced superiority, like a peacock flaunting feathers that were meant to intimidate. "This meeting is over," he declared, each word a blow intended to deflate the hopeful spirits soaring high. But Clara dug her heels in, fierceness boiling in her veins, ready to protect what was rightfully theirs, the truth, the community, and Eliza's legacy. She could feel the warmth radiating from her supporters. It wasn't just about her anymore. It was about everyone, all united under the banner of justice. In that charged moment, with tempers flaring hotter than a summer sun, Clara faced her adversary, a smirk playing on her lips as if challenging him to a duel. She summoned the strength of the generations before her. The ghost of Eliza stood behind her, a silent force urging her on. Voices rose in defiance, a swelling tide of courage crashing against the walls of complacency, each shout echoing through the hallowed halls. The sheriff, realizing the tide was turning, faltered, and an unexpected sense of unity washed over the crowd, palpable as a warm blanket on a cold night. Together, they stood at the precipice of potential change, their hearts synchronized like a drumbeat, ready to carve out a new path, echoing the past while forging their future. With the sun ascending over the horizon like a golden cue ball, racked up for a high-stakes game of billiards, Clara stood in the town square, her heart pounding like a drum in a marching band. The confrontation from the previous day still hung in the air, a palpable tension crackling among the crowd like static before a thunderstorm. Each face reflected a mix of determination and disbelief, as if they had just stumbled upon a treasure map leading to a better future. Eliza Hawthorne's diary lay open on the makeshift podium, its pages fluttering like the wings of restless doves. The ink whispered secrets of courage and resistance, enticing the townsfolk to cast aside their fears and rally together once more, igniting a fire in their collective soul that had lain dormant for far too long. As Clara surveyed her fellow townspeople, she felt an electric thrill running up her spine. This was no longer just a gathering, but a living testament to hope. Old Mrs. Hendricks, with her wildly permed hair resembling a forgotten poodle, brandished a wooden spoon as if it were a battle flag, shouting, "We're too young to surrender, and too old to care what anyone thinks." Laughter erupted, breaking the tension like a good old-fashioned pie fight. And suddenly, their resolve seemed not only plausible, but inevitable. The scent of freshly baked bread wafted through the air, mingling with the invigorating smell of burning cedar from a nearby campfire. Each inhalation felt like inhaling courage and strength. Clara felt transformed, a bridge from the past to an uncharted future, tied together by shared stories and common dreams. The atmosphere thickened like molasses in mid-July as Clara stepped to the front, her voice trembling but growing stronger with every word. She recounted Eliza's dreams, each tale infused with the kind of unwavering belief that could wake the dead, or at least a few folks from their early morning naps. We are not just a collection of souls muddling through life, she cried, her voice resonating like a rallying horn through the tired streets. We're about to become legends, fighting for a cause larger than ourselves, armed with Eliza's words. The townsfolk cheered, their voices intertwining into a beautiful chorus, each cheer blending together like various colors on an artist's palette, a vibrant tapestry of humanity ready to take a stand. In that moment of unity, Clara couldn't help but reflect on how far they all had come, and the wild frontier spirit they had reignited. The echoes of the past seemed to dance around them, swirling like autumn leaves in a brisk wind. As she looked at the faces surrounding her, she realized they were no longer just neighbors. They were warriors in this fight for justice. A child in the crowd, sporting a cape fashioned from a grocery bag, lifted a fist toward the sky and shouted, "To the future." It was almost comical, yet it underscored the gravity of their mission, each small voice contributing to a roar of hope that built up the walls of their resolve. Brick by brick, the movement that stirred to life that day was more than a fleeting rebellion. It was the beginning of a powerful wave, crashing against the old ways and carving a new shore for future generations. The town came alive with banners, songs, and laughter echoing through the streets like a symphony of chaos, a joyful uprising. As they marched forward, propelled by Eliza's legacy, Clara could feel the bonds of community wrapping around her like a warm blanket, keeping out the chill of doubt and fear. "Well, folks," Clara declared with a grin that could rival the Cheshire Cat, "let's make sure the only thing echoing around here is our laughter as we take a deep dive into the unknown." With that, the townspeople surged ahead, ready for whatever came next, fueled by the promise of a new dawn and the enduring spirit of those who had come before them. In the heart of Elder Grove, where the sun dipped low and painted the sky in shades of burnt orange and deep purple, lived Maylis, a queen of quilts. Her tiny cottage sat like a benevolent watchtower amidst the rustling trees that whispered tales of yore. From the moment the first frost kissed the ground, the air brimmed with the scent of freshly cut fabric mingling with the spiced aroma of cinnamon and wood smoke wafting from her hearth. Each quilt she crafted unfolded like a history book, where every stitch bore witness to the joys, sorrows, and the occasional scandal of the village. Picture this: a quilt with a bold, red square revealing the infamous love triangle of Farmer Rose and her goats. Oh, scandalous indeed. But maybe that's why it was his favorite quilt to snuggle under on cold nights. It kept the drama close to heart. Or maybe it was just the warmth of the wool. As the evening stretched on, Maylis gathered her tools like an artist preparing for a grand reveal. Needles glinted in the fading light, and threads of every color lay across her worktable like a spilled treasure chest. But this latest project was no ordinary quilt. To the untrained eye, it looked like more of the same. Yet it hummed with an electric subtlety that could make grown men weep. No joke. Maylis, with her gnarled fingers deftly flying over the fabric, whispered to her granddaughter Leela about the magic woven into the fibers. "You see, my dear, this quilt has threads of fate, threads that can change the very future of Elder Grove," she said, her voice crackling like the fire that warmed their home. Leela, wide-eyed, more than a little skeptical. Couldn't help but imagine what would happen if she made a quilt with a pocket dimension for snacks. Because, let's face it, future changing is all well and good. But what about a never-ending supply of cookies? Everything in Maylies's world was imbued with purpose, from the vibrant fabrics to the very rhythm of her stitching. As her needle danced across the quilt, it felt like the heartbeat of Elder Grove echoed in each movement. It was as if the quilt absorbed the village's essence, melting the past into something tangible. The colors metamorphosed under her talented hands. Fabric transformed into a canvas that spoke in shades and shapes. Leela leaned in closer. Her curiosity piqued as Maylies explained how each thread in her latest masterpiece was bestowed with a vision, a possibility, a fate waiting to unfold. But she also chuckled at the irony. Here was a legacy wrapped in warmth, holding destinies in its seams, while she contemplated which Netflix series to binge next. To Maylies, life unfolded like a well-worn quilting pattern, while Leela's world buzzed with the urgency for streaming, swiping, and snack runs. Yet as dusk settled outside, a pall of uncertainty loomed over the elderly weaver's heart. Was this quilt really the key to the village's future, or merely an elaborate excuse to avoid her knitting club's latest gossip? A sudden gust rattled the window panes and sent shivers down her spine. Every village had its secrets, and maybe Elder Grove had more than its fair share. Leela, sensing her grandmother's trepidation, leaned closer, feeling the warmth radiate from the quilt and the deeper warmth of familial bonds that stitched them together. No matter how frayed they might seem, Maylies chuckled, wiping hands that smelled of fabric softener and wisdom on her apron. Every quilt has its stories, my girl, and who knows? The next twist might even involve a mischievous raccoon taking a joyride on a bicycle. Because in Elder Grove, anything is possible. The quirkiness of small-town life framed their laughter, reaching out to cushion the weight of fate itself. As the fire crackled softly, sending tiny sparks dancing up the chimney, Maylies's hands continued weaving destiny into fabric, and Leela watched, entranced, like a kid watching their first superhero flick. Every moment packed with magic. With each stitch, the quilt grew into a rich tapestry of dreams and fears, aspirations and hesitations, the very essence of what it meant to be part of the vibrant tapestry of Elder Grove. Finally, the old woman paused, looking at her granddaughter with a loving gaze that danced like the flames in front of them. You will carry on this legacy, Leela. You will weave stories that only you can tell. Just remember, some threads are fragile, some are strong, and a few may even lead to the wildest adventures. So, create boldly, dear, and if you ever get bored, just add some funky dinosaurs. Their laughter echoed into the night, a promise of generations yet to come, as the weaver's legacy transformed into something entirely new, stitched with threads of fate and sealed with love. As Leela sat cross-legged on her grandmother Maylies's worn-out floor, the faint scent of lavender and aged wood wafted through the air. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the quilting frame where colorful fabrics lay in disarray, reminiscent of a chaotic painter's palette gone rogue. Each piece told a story, woven together with threads of history, laughter, and of course, the occasional tear-soaked moment. "You see, Leela," Maylie said, her fingers deftly moving through the threads as if she were conducting a symphony. Each stitch captures a moment, a laugh shared, a storm weathered, a neighbor helped in need. Leela nodded, equally enchanted and overwhelmed, imagining her own clumsy stitches adding to this tapestry. Was this ancient craft really so powerful that it could save Elder Grove from the doom of a drought just outside its borders? Or was it merely a metaphorical needle in a haystack? With each passing day, the air grew thicker, heavy with the weight of uncertainty and the looming threat of parched earth and wilted crops. The villagers, once bustling with life like a scene from a cheerful musical, walked about like extras in a post-apocalyptic film, their faces drawn and grim. Leela's hands quaked as she threaded the needle, feeling the weight of generations pressing down on her. She had always assumed that sewing was a mundane task, akin to making your bed necessary, but not exactly inspiring. Now, as she worked the needle in and out of the fabric, it was as if she were conjuring the very essence of Elder Grove's fate with each swirl and twist of yarn, both a tribute and a burden. Why did it have to be so complicated? Couldn't they just sew a big happy smile over the whole mess? Maylie's, with her silver hair framing her wise face like a wise old owl's feathers, insisted that the quilt was no ordinary blanket. It was a protective charm, a warm hug for the village's soul. You see, Leela, this quilt, once finished, will whisper our stories into the very fibers of the earth. It will remind the skies to shower us with rain when the time comes, she declared, eyes sparkling with a blend of certainty and desperation. Leela couldn't help but think of her favorite superhero, battling against the odds to save the world. Except here, the weapon was a needle and thread, and the fate of Elder Grove hung in the balance like an old rusty sign creaking in the wind. Charging into battle against stubborn fabric was somewhat less exhilarating than wielding superpowers, but it seemed to be all they had. Her heart raced like a runaway stallion, caught between embracing this tradition and the intoxicating whisper of a normal 13-year-old's life. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in fiery reds and purples, Leela found herself tangled not only in thread, but in the sticky web of emotion. Every stitch guided her through the intricacies of her village's tale, revealing eaves and whispers from her grandmother's past, the sweet laughter of neighbors, and the heartache of loss that shared the landscape of their lives. Do you remember the time we almost lost the market to that barnstorming raccoon? Leela exclaimed suddenly, her fingers clumsy as she tried to recall the funny incident that had everyone in stitches. Both metaphorically and literally, the tension broke momentarily, sunlight flooding the room with laughter as Maylis chuckled, her laughter echoing like the sweet chimes of a distant bell. Yet, with every giggle, Leela felt the gnawing anxiety creeping back like a villain, entering the final showdown. Would the very fragments of joy that connected her to her family's history be enough to stave off the impending darkness outside? But as with any grand quest worth taking, Leela knew she had to try. Clenching the needle like a knight gripping his sword, she took a deep breath, exhaling the remnants of doubt alongside the dusty air of tradition. She wouldn't just be sewing. She would be stitching together her dreams, her fears, and the hopes of Eldergrove, one tiny yet mighty stitch at a time. If the villagers could come together under the weight of shared burdens, surely she too could learn to weave both skill and spirit into this quilt. The rhythmic sound of the needle puncturing the fabric lined her thoughts like a drumbeat, urging her onward. Perhaps, just perhaps, completing this quilt was more than a task. It was the lifeline that would save her village from becoming just another faded memory in the annals of time. The sun danced through the window, casting golden rays over the cozy workshop where Leela had bundled herself in bales of colorful fabric. Needle and thread in hand, she felt like a heroine, stitching together not just a quilt, but the hopes and dreams of Eldergrove. The sense of fresh cotton and lavender wafted in the air, a comforting embrace that stirred her imagination. But just as she had begun to feel invincible, like she could unravel the secrets of the universe, her clumsy fingers snagged on a particularly stubborn thread, and before she knew it, a jagged tear marred her masterpiece. The sound was a soft rip, yet it echoed through her mind like a thunderclap, a herald of impending doom that seemed to laugh cruelly at her naive ambitions. As Leela stared at the gaping hole in the quilt, an ominous wind swept through Eldergrove, rattling shutters and carrying with it the whispers of misfortune. Farmers awoke to find their crops wilted, their once vibrant fields now a patchwork of faded despair. The neighbors, accustomed to laughter and camaraderie, began to squabble over petty grievances, their voices rising like the tempest outside. Leela couldn't escape the irony. One small mistake in her little workshop unleashed chaos, as if she had cracked open Pandora's box with the mere flick of her wrist. And the universe, it was laughing. She was just too busy trying to fix the quilt to catch the joke. In the town square, the scent of charred bread wafted through the air as the baker cursed the stubborn oven that had refused to cooperate. With each failed batch, the atmosphere thickened with frustration, making the townsfolk as irritable as hungry bears in springtime. Leela tried to explain her plight to her neighbor, Mrs. Hargrove, the resident knitting queen, who raised a skeptical eyebrow and huffed like a disgruntled pufferfish. You can't just stitch fate back together with a few threads and a prayer, child, she exclaimed, her hands on her hips, donning a scowl that could curdle milk, irony upon irony. Leela felt as if her small tear had turned her vibrant world as gray as the storm clouds gathering overhead. Days passed, each one heavier than the last, weighed down by a sense of impending disaster like a catapult bracing for launch. The laughter that once filled the streets of Elder Grove echoed, now like a ghost. The joy snatched away as the one-site community began to fray at the seams. Leela wandered through the town, the sights of empty stalls and furrowed brows cutting through her heart like sharp scissors, snipping away at her resolve. In the quiet shadows, she could almost hear the quilt whimpering, the bright colors fading to dull grays, as if mirroring her own growing despair. She wondered, had she unwittingly played the role of the world's worst villain in her own story, dooming not just her quilt, but her entire home? As Leela sat alone in her workshop, the weight of her misstep pressing down like an anvil, a spark of defiance flickered within her. Maybe she couldn't weave the fabric of fate back together perfectly, but perhaps, just perhaps, she could attempt to mend the rip in more ways than one. With renewed determination, she picked up her needle and a fresh stack of fabric, this time with threads of bold colors that spoke of resilience. The quilt would become not just a symbol of her mistake, but a testament to her strength, patching together the broken bits of Elder Grove, one frayed edge at a time. Amidst the chaos, Leela realized that sometimes even the torn fabric of fate could lead to a new story waiting to be stitched together. As the clock ticked towards midnight, Leela found herself standing before the quilt like a time traveler confronted by the tapestry of ages past. An aura of both dread and anticipation seeped into her bones. She could almost hear the whispers of her ancestors echoing through the threading, their stories waiting to be stitched back together. Panic bubbled within her. But this was no ordinary quilt. It was woven from the past, and it bore the weight of unfulfilled dreams and lost hopes. With each fraying edge, Leela felt the coil of responsibility tighten around her heart, urging her to face the daunting history of those who came before her. This is no fabric softener commercial, she thought with a wry smile. This is life, and life demands action. Maylis, wielding needles sharper than her witty tongue, appeared like a ghost of creativity personified, and together they occupied the cramped sewing room, the air filled with threads of determination and sweet scents of midnight oil. They worked under the flickering light of a single bulb that hummed a lazy tune, the rhythmic sound punctuated by the occasional soft, reluctant sigh from Leela. Each stitch they made felt like a small rebellion against the chaos outside, and as the needle pierced through the fabric, they exchanged tales of heartache and hope, both tangible and ethereal. The quilt transformed before their eyes, vibrant scenes emerging like mirages, a tapestry of triumphs and tribulations, woven with a passion that spread like wildfire from their fingertips. Who knew stitching could be this cathartic? Leela quipped, furiously concentrating. I'd take this over therapy any day. As dawn broke, painting the room in hues of gold and soft lavender, the last threads began to find their homes, snugging themselves into the quilt alongside Leela's fears and dreams, each knot twisted and turned, stitching together a new destiny. As the morning light flooded in through the tattered shutters, like welcoming arms embracing old friends at the door, the sense of accomplishment hung thick in the air, a heady mix of sweat and the scent of fabric softener, no longer a gentle hint, but an unsung anthem of resilience. Leela and Maylis stood back to admire their handiwork, hearts pounding with a kind of exhilaration usually reserved for cliff diving or last-minute plot twists in a superhero movie. You could almost hear the quilt whispering, "Oh, what adventures await now." But just as they admired their creation, nature decided to throw a dramatic curveball. Suddenly, the storm that had lingered on the horizon surged forward like an overenthusiastic crowd at a concert, fierce and magnificent. The sky darkened, heavy clouds rumbling, as if the universe itself were applauding their efforts, urging them to wrap their destinies tighter. Leela felt the first few drops of rain splatter against the window, bringing the scent of earth and hope, fresh and invigorating. The smell of magic on the breeze. What is this? A Weather Channel special? Maylis joked as they watched nature imitate art, desperately hoping their quilt was the star in this unlikely production, with thunder echoing like the drum roll of a cosmic fortune teller. The heavens opened wide, unleashing a torrent that soaked the parched ground below. Leela felt the vibrations of hope surge through her like a shot of espresso on a Monday morning. The rain poured down as if it were conspiring with the quilt to change the very course of their village's fate. It's not just a quilt, Leela proclaimed with wide eyes, wonder igniting her spirit. It's a freaking time machine. As the droplets danced on the windowpane, She realized that sometimes, just sometimes, a patchwork of fabric stitched with love could lead to a transformation that even destiny could not resist. The storm outside was no mere coincidence. It was a sign, a proof that they had captured the very essence and spirit of their desires. And the world awaited eagerly to see what they would weave next. With the sun peeking over the horizon, casting warm golden rays on the village of Eldergrove, Leela stood before the newly completed quilt, her heart pounding like a drum at a festival. The vibrant colors, crimson reds, ocean blues, and sunset oranges, danced like flames in the early morning light, each square whispering tales of love, hardship, and triumph. She could almost hear the quilt hum a soft tune, resonating with the laughter and tears woven into its very fabric. This wasn't just a blanket. It was an entire saga stitched together, ready to be unfurled like a scroll of ancient wisdom. And right then, Leela fully understood that she was now a part of something bigger, a tapestry of lives, intertwining in rhythm, just like those comedic duos in buddy cop movies, where chaos often morphs into camaraderie, but with far more sequins and fewer explosions. As the villagers gathered around the quilt in the square, their faces glowed with a renewed spirit, each one radiating pride not seen in years. They crammed together like sardines in a can, all eager to take in the vivid stories told in fabric. Old Maylies, with her hair as wild as a thunderstorm, stood tall beside Leela, beaming with a fierce maternal pride. She gently placed a hand on Leela's shoulder with a weight that was somehow both comforting and immensely powerful. The quilt wasn't merely a symbol for the villagers. It was a beacon, a lighthouse guiding lost souls back to shore, where the tide of community could embrace them, even if they smelled a bit like last week's catch from the lake. Leela felt a flutter of recognition blooming in her chest as Maylies spoke about the art of weaving stories. The older woman was entrusting her with a legacy that had been passed down like an heirloom. But the weight of that promise was lighter than Leela imagined. Every thread tells a tale, my dear, and even a single knot can change the course of fate, Maylies chuckled, her voice reminiscent of gravel crunching underfoot as she gestured enthusiastically to the quilt. Leela couldn't help but laugh, picturing a thread as a conscientious life coach, coaxing stubborn dreams into action. Suddenly, each stitch seemed less like a task and more like a spirited dance, an invitation to shape destiny with colorful creativity. In the stirring kingdom of Eldoria, the air crackled with an intensity that could rival an overcooked thunderstorm. Majestic castles loomed over the cobbled streets like grumpy old men, frowning down upon the whispers that danced through the marketplace. Merchants hawked their wares, the aroma of spiced meats and freshly baked bread mingling tantalizingly. Yet a chill crept along the edges. Just beyond the horizon, the realms of Nyland and Arvenia bristled with quiet hostility, like two cats eyeing each other through a glass door, trying to decide who would make the first move. Unbeknownst to the cheerful townsfolk, their beloved Prince Alaric of Nyland had found shelter in the budding friendship with Lady Alara of Arvenia, a beacon of light amidst the impending storm clouds of war that loomed just out of sight. Prince Alaric, his chestnut hair tousled and charm radiating like 1,000-watt bulb, sauntered through the fields where wildflowers waved back in greetings. Oh, how delightful it was to share laughter with Lady Alara. Their banter echoed through the meadows, sweeter than any love song sung by the bards at the tavern. Yet, as the sun set in hues of fire and blood, the echoes of their laughter masked the anxious murmurs of courtiers, displeased with diplomatic discussions, faltering like a rookie Jenga player. But Alaric, unaware of the brewing rivalries, remained blissfully ignorant, entranced in that moment, which felt like a scene ripped straight from a tale spun by the old storytellers of Eldoria, full of hope and innocence, perhaps too good to last. One fateful evening, as a restless wind whipped through the ancient trees like a nervous waiter at a fancy restaurant, the unexpected arrival of a telegram shattered the fragile calm. It arrived on the wings of a raven, a feathered messenger with a marked air of foreboding, as if it, too, understood the gravity of its task. With a flourish that would impress even the most talented butlers, the scroll unfurled, revealing cryptic words that coiled around the heart like the tendrils of dark smoke. Betrayal and shifting alliances danced ominously in the shadows, whispering secrets that hung heavy in the perfumed air. If gossip were a currency, the kingdom was rich, and the telegram was the catalyst that could turn allies into enemies faster than you could say, Game of Thrones. As Alaric read those weighty words, his heart plummeted like an unfortunate boulder tossed off a cliff. The mystery embedded within the telegram felt like a treacherous movie twist that none of the castle's residents could have anticipated. He looked at Alara, her golden hair shimmering in the dying light, and he realized that joy and dread now wrestled within him, as if they were two gladiators in a Roman arena. How ironic that the only solace he'd managed to find would now be the thorn in his side, and the growing rift loomed larger than a dragon's shadow. Their laughter, that once blended with the songs of joyous birds, transformed into a haunting melody, echoing in his mind as he searched for answers that slipped away like grains of sand through fingers. Thus began the tumultuous unraveling of bonds once thought unbreakable. tethered by mere human folly and the unpredictable nature of allegiances. As night cloaked the kingdom in a thick velvet fabric, Alaric's thoughts churned like a storm-tossed sea, surging with questions and fears now that trust lay shattered on the ground like fragile glass. Beyond their fledgling friendship, the heart of Eldoria thumped with the drumbeats of a war orchestra, threatening to drown out the sweet notes of laughter and camaraderie. Prophecies whispered of a turbulent future, where the choices made in the warmth of the sun would soon clash with the cold shadows of betrayal. And so, on that fateful night, the calm before the storm whispered secrets, just waiting to be discovered, each word laden with the weight of impending chaos and heart-wrenching decisions. In the dim light of the castle's stone corridor, Alaric felt an uneasy anticipation simmering just below the surface. He had taken to wandering these halls, searching for Alara, whose laughter now danced like music in his ears, a welcome melody in the heavy air of impending betrayal. Their friendship had blossomed akin to spring flowers breaking through winter's grasp. Yet a shadow loomed, cast by the telegram that weighed heavily in the royal pockets of Eldoria. The scent of candle wax mixed with the faint, metallic tang of cold stone, serving as a reminder that even the brightest bonds could be ensnared by murky motives. With each step, Alaric sensed a stir, like the electric crackle before a summer storm, hinting that trouble was lurking just outside the narrow beam of warmth they shared. Meanwhile, Alara stood before the grand fireplace in the throne room, where flames flickered like the nervous thoughts racing through her mind. Her father, King Emeric, was reading the telegram, a gilded proposal from their rival kingdom, ripe with promises of dominance, wealth, and a heart-stopping invitation to wage war against Nyland. She could hear the rustling of parchment, each crackle echoing louder than a death knell, as she tried to breathe in the mingled scents of burnt cedar and the damp earth wafting through the arched windows. The irony of it all sent chills down her spine. How could power be so seductive when it was wrapped in deceit? With duty pulling at her heartstrings like a puppet master, Alara grappled with the knowledge that this telegram could shatter not just alliances, but her very own sense of morality. Alaric, a watcher with a heart all but bursting from the seams, sensed the growing fissures in their world, but lacked the key to pry open the truth. He had always appreciated the beauty of a well-turned phrase, of stories that unspooled truth and deception alike. Yet nothing prepared him for the narrative unfolding before him. It was almost comical how swiftly the stakes rose. One moment they were sharing confidences and dreams under the stars, and the next he was knee-deep in a treacherous tale that rivaled any blockbuster drama from Eldoran cinema. With every passing moment, He felt like the hero in a tragicomedy, destined to uncover a plot that could lead to a sort of Shakespearean chaos. The tension simmered. He could almost taste the remnants of burnt offerings on the air, the last vestiges of candor, consumed by the fire of ambition. Alara, torn between her heart's desire and the chilling weight of her father's expectations, wished to escape this web of political thorns that threatened to ensnare her. The throne room felt like a gilded cage, its opulence now a cruel reminder of the darker sacrifices expected of her. She envisioned a life away from the cold facade of duty, where love was not overshadowed by the looming shadows of alliance and war. In those moments, she fleetingly wondered if Alaric would want to run away with her, concocting ridiculous schemes like the protagonists from their favorite stories, escaping under the cover of night, perhaps even with a stolen horse or two, with a wink to fate. But alas, this was no fairy tale. She was ensnared in the cruel grip of loyalty, as unyielding as the stone walls surrounding her. As the evening crept into twilight, a dreary apprehension settled like the cool mist, permeating the air. The world outside was changing, and within, the threat of chaos loomed closer with every heartbeat. Alaric vowed silently to decipher the message's true freight, like a determined detective finding clues in the most unlikely of places, switching between admiration for Alara and suspicion of her father's intentions. The stakes soared, power and loyalty hanging precariously in the balance, unraveling what had once seemed like a straightforward yarn. Each new piece of the puzzle hinted at truths more sinister than he could have imagined. And suddenly, they were not just characters in a whimsical tale, but athletes in a high-stakes game of thrones. With the murky waters ahead and a glimmer of hope, Alaric plunged ahead, ready to confront whatever diabolical plot awaited them under the veil of deceit. In the candlelit war room of the kingdom of Eldoria, tension hung thick in the air like the smell of burnt offerings at a forgotten festival. Alaric, a man of broad shoulders and a mind sharper than his sword, paced back and forth, tracing the familiar grooves in the cold stone floor. His helmet rested on the table next to him, gleaming ominously, reflecting the flickering flames as if mocking his every move. Outside, the distant clang of swords being sharpened blended with the anxious murmurs of soldiers readying themselves for a battle that felt as inevitable as Monday morning. The air crackled with unspent energy, a symphony of apprehension and courage, building like a storm waiting for its moment to strike. Amidst this brewing tempest, Alaric unrolled a parchment with a flourish that could rival a bard revealing his greatest ballad. It was a counterproposal aimed at King Emeric of the neighboring kingdom, a move crafted to protect his realm, but which, unbeknownst to him, resembled setting off fireworks in a crowded tavern. Words dripped from his quill like honey on a warm loaf, persuasive yet ominous, as he penned promises and threats that wove a tangled web of diplomacy. Little did he know, his well-intentioned ink would only serve to fan the flames of discord, pushing his kingdoms closer to the brink of war, like two cocky roosters squawking for dominance in a barnyard showdown. With each stroke of his quill, Alaric felt the weight of history upon him. Yet part of him still clung to the naive hope that drums of war could be silenced by a well-timed letter. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows of the castle, Alara donned her investigative cloak, determined to unwrap the mysteries of a telegram that had appeared as out of place as a cat at a dog show. The air here was cooler, the musty smell of ancient stone mingling with the faint sweetness of herbs from the healer's apothecary. This telegram, which held secrets more explosive than the last season finale of a popular drama series, had sent ripples of anxiety through the royal court. She could feel the prickling electricity of her own resolve as she pieced together clues, each moment tightening a noose around her heart and their fragile relationship. As she uncovered whispers of deceit, Alara's mind filled with visions of blood-soaked fields, each letter a portent of doom for both her kingdom and the man she loved. The deeper she delved into the conspiracy, the more she stumbled upon treacherous ground, slippery with betrayal and sinister designs. It became increasingly clear that the telegram was not merely a call to arms. It was a cleverly disguised signal, summoning allies and enemies alike to dance upon the shards of their crumbling peace. Each word seemed to mock her, taunting her with the irony of an impending war born from misunderstanding. She could almost hear the whispers of long-dead warriors echoing through the stone walls, reminding her that history often rhymed rather than reasoned, in this case, leading them back to the mistakes of yesteryear. With a heart heavier than a knight's armor, she faced the fact that not only her love, but the lives of countless innocents hung in the balance, swinging precariously in the winds of intrigue. As tensions reached their zenith, Alara knew she had to act. Time was as fleeting as a shadow at dusk, and she could almost taste the iron tang of fear mingling with her desperation. If she didn't reveal the truth before the ink on Alaric's proposal dried, it could spell doom, igniting a war that would echo through the ages like poorly placed echoes in an empty hall. And so, with determination etched across her face, she steeled herself for the confrontation ahead, ready to tackle Alaric and his noble absurdity with armed words. Hopefully, before the castle doors swung open to the sound of clashing blades, the weight of the nation rested on her shoulders. But that day, it seemed, she would be the one to whisper the truth into the impending storm, hoping against hope that she'd find a way to calm the brewing tempest. The thunder of hooves and the clash of metal filled the air over the war-torn fields of Nyland, a gruesome symphony sung by men and beasts alike. Dust swirled like ghosts around the soldiers as swords met shields, turning what once was fertile ground into a muddy canvas painted with desperation and blood. Alaric, a captain clad in the colors of Arvenia, felt the weight of impending doom settle on his shoulders like a leaden cloak. His eyes darted across the battlefield, searching for a glimpse of his destiny, only for them to land on a figure he never presumed to see amid the chaos, Alara, the fierce warrior of Nyland, her face streaked with dirt and determination. It was as if the universe had slammed two fragile pieces of glass together, both poised to shatter under pressure, yet somehow still able to gleam dangerously in the sunlight of the whirling carnage around them. In that fleeting instant, everything froze, as if the gods themselves paused the bloody ballet of war to let Alaric and Alara confront the twisted fates that had orchestrated their paths. The memories of laughter shared over shared meals now felt like a distant echo, drowned out by the rising tide of betrayal in their hearts. The telegram that had set their nations ablaze suddenly became a knife, stabbing deeper than any sword could, cutting through armor, through honor, through their very souls. How did it come to this? Alaric gasped, his voice cracking under the weight of revelations that had been whispered behind closed doors. Alara, her eyes sparkling with anger and sorrow, replied, "We're mere pieces on someone else's chessboard, Alaric, and we might just be on the verge of checkmate." Around them, soldiers fought like demons, their bellows and cries merging into a cacophony of war, a visceral reminder that they were all shackled by the same grim fate. Alaric could taste the iron tang of blood on the wind, mingling reprehensibly with the acrid stench of sweat and fear. He remembered that old saying, "War is hell," which seemed almost ridiculous at that moment, as it was more of a dark, twisted comedy, a tragic farce where the puppeteers were never on stage. With each clash of swords, each scream of the fallen, the truth began to resonate, swelling against the tide of their despair. Uniting their forces, they realized, could rip down the curtain hiding the powerful puppet masters who had twisted their destinies into a macabre dance of warfare. "So, what now?" Alara shouted, the sound almost lost in the chaos as she gripped Alaric's arm, urgency flashing like lightning in her eyes. "Do we go back to the shadows, plotting against kings and conniving nobles?" Alaric chuckled darkly, wise enough to know that plotting was a game best suited for back alley drunks and conniving courtiers. a shameful game where friends morphed into enemies faster than a rabbit caught in a dragon's maw. Instead, they plotted a more daring course. "Let's stand together, right here, right now," he declared, his voice rising like a phoenix from the ashes. His spirit flared with an intensity that rivaled the rancid flames of their current battlefield, igniting in Alara a flicker of hope that had all but been extinguished by the war's madness. With a shared nod, Alaric and Alara vowed to unveil the conspiracy that had ensnared their nations. Yet there was no time for grand speeches or heroic proclamations. The battle raged on. Blood still spilled across the fields, but they stood united against the tide. Two warriors against a backdrop of chaos. The scent of smoke hung heavy in the air. It choked them anew, a bitter reminder of the stakes involved. They would have to dig deep, using their hearts instead of weapons to confront the unseen forces that had pitted them against each other. The battle would indeed decide their fates, but in the wreckage, perhaps, they could carve a new path, not just for themselves, but for their people, and break free from this darkness born from deceit. As dawn broke over the war-torn valleys, the air crackled with an electric tension, a mixture of smoke and hope hanging like fog. Alaric stood atop a rugged cliff, his cloak billowing in the morning wind, a lion awaiting the day to roar. Below him, Alara's forces gathered, their faces painted with exhaustion and disbelief. Just a week ago, they had been on the brink of slaughter, swords drawn and arrows nocked, but now, following the telegram's incendiary revelations, their eyes glinted with a hint of redemption, as if the gods themselves had thrown them a lifeline amid the chaos of battle. "Is this really happening?" he murmured, half to himself, half to the crows circling overhead, who seemed as skeptical as he felt. In the heart of the encampment, warriors shuffled awkwardly, exchanging helmets and shields for handshakes and wary smiles. Alaric stepped forward, voice booming like a thunderclap. "Let's lower our weapons and lift our spirits." His declaration hung in the crisp air, rich with the scent of burnt timber and the faintest hint of wildflowers fighting through the ashes. Alara joined him, her presence fierce yet graceful, like a phoenix emerging from the flames. Together, they stood as beacons against the backdrop of a sky turning from charcoal gray to brilliant azure. An unlikely pair forged in the fires of enmity, and just like that, the first whisper of laughter rippled through the ranks, as if a spell of restraint had been lifted. The telegram, once a bearer of doom, had transformed into a ticket for rebirth. It spoke of treachery that ran deeper than a bard's tale, and now it united king and queen, soldier and farmer, under a common mantra. Never again. As discussions sparked like wildfire, plans for shared markets and joint defenses materialized amid the rubble of old hostilities. Picture it. Farmers trading grain under banners, not of conquest, but of friendship, while merchants haggled over textiles, mixing dyes from both kingdoms to craft a tapestry vibrant enough to cause envy from the gods themselves. Ah, sweet irony, two former foes, now sharing trade routes, and humor like old mates at the tavern, trying to keep the peace without spilling any ale. With every passing hour, the laughter grew louder, and the war cries dimmed, replaced by stories being shared over flickering campfires that now danced merrily, as if they too understood the significance of this new dawn. They sang songs of heroes, of battles hard fought, but now they added verses about understanding and unity, their melodies rising to the heavens, drowning out the memories of bloodshed. The scent of roasted meats filled the air, mingling with the aromatic herbs of both kingdoms, a tantalizing feast to symbolize their newfound harmony. Even the horses seemed to neigh with contentment, swaying side by side as if they, too, had agreed upon an unspoken truce. Here, amid laughter and camaraderie, the flicker of hope ignited into a full-blown flame of collaboration, burning brighter than any previous grievance. As twilight drew its thick purple veil over the landscape, Alaric and Alara stood side by side, overlooking the hills that had known so much strife. In that moment, it became clear. Their journey had only just begun, with laughter echoing behind them and dreams of a united future ahead. They pondered the weight of their decisions. Had they just whipped out the proverbial band-aid, or had they crafted a lasting scar that would remind future generations that peace is no mere fairy tale? They couldn't help but chuckle, thinking of the tales that would be told, not of battles won, but of alliances forged over an epic roast. Two warriors who unleashed swords, now rearmed with friendship, and as the first stars blinked into existence, they realized that dark times could indeed usher in the dawn of something spectacularly bright. In the shadowy corners of her father's musty library, a treasure lay hidden, wrapped in cobwebs and age. Alara, a curious young scholar with more ambition than common sense, stumbled upon an old, dust-covered manuscript while searching for something more exciting than endless scrolls about tax laws. As she peeled away the layers of dust, the leather binding cracked, releasing a musty aroma of ancient parchment that tickled her nose like a sneeze waiting to happen. The moment she laid eyes on the intricate script, her heart raced like a caffeinated hamster on a wheel. For this was no ordinary text. It whispered of secrets that could reshape the meaning of friendship, loyalty, and maybe even her academic future. She was about to plunge into a world where loyalty didn't just mean sticking by your best friend during a particularly nasty game of wills. It could mean the difference between life and death in the politically charged city of Sargoth. Alara's fingers danced across the pages, tracing the elegant calligraphy that twisted and turned like the alleys of Sargoth itself. The manuscript spoke of a time when bonds were forged in the fires of battle and lit by betrayal's cruel torch. The ambient noise of the library faded away, replaced by the distant clash of swords and the heated whispers of nobles conspiring in candlelit corners. She could almost feel the heat of the flames licking at the edges of a loyalty untested, as she imagined brave souls thrust into dilemmas that would make even the Avengers rethink their alliances. Oh, if only Thor had held this manuscript. Maybe he would have thought twice before bickering with Tony Stark over loyalty. As Alara feverishly deciphered the text, she stumbled upon an unsettling myth that sent shivers down her spine. Reminiscent of a ghost story told around a winter fire, it spoke of a power nestled within the very pages she held, a power so compelling that it could warp one's sense of loyalty into a dangerous plaything. She could almost hear the ancient echoes of those who had wielded this knowledge, their voices a cacophony of pride and anguish. Is it better to be loyal to a friend or to the truth? The air around her thickened with electric tension. It felt less like the library she knew, and more like a portal to a feudal drama that could put even the most scandalous reality shows to shame. The comedic irony was hard to ignore. Here was Alara, a steadfast bookworm, caught up in a tale that threatened to redefine every notion she held dear about loyalty and friendship. Transfixed, Alara's mind wove a tapestry of possibilities, each thread more vibrant and complex than the last. She imagined herself diving headfirst into the civil strife of Sargoth, surrounded by ambitious nobles who would sell their grandmother for a chance at power, all while flashing bright, toothy smiles. What would happen when secrets unraveled, loyalties crumbled like stale bread, and those she trusted most turned out to be bluffing worse than a poker-playing raccoon? Every page turned sent her heart racing. Visions of political machinations danced before her like fireflies on a summer night, each promise of danger sweeter than the last. With every secret she uncovered, Alara felt as though she was not just reading history, but stepping into it, where loyalty didn't just bind people, it ensnared them. But with great power comes great responsibility, or so said a wise man named Uncle Ben, who was definitely not from Sargoth. For Alara, the weight of the manuscript pressed against her like a leaden cloak, reminding her that loyalty is often a double-edged sword, and blood might stain those edges. She knew she had a choice to make. embrace this newfound knowledge and plunge headfirst into the chaos, or slam the book shut and cling to the simplicity of her well-ordered life, books and all, but deep down, among the feast of logic banning the chaos, a tiny spark of adventure beckoned, urging her to light that metaphorical torch of loyalty and see where it would lead her. With a resolute heart and the ancient manuscript pulsing with promise, Alara set out with the spirit of a true adventurer, ready to rewrite the pages of history, one nail-biting chapter at a time. In the flickering candlelight of her dimly lit chamber, Alara leaned over the ancient manuscript, its brittle pages whispering secrets of loyalty and betrayal. The scent of ink and parchment mingled with the musty aroma of age, creating an intoxicating atmosphere, one that wrapped around her like a familiar cloak. Yet, as she traced her fingers across the worn script, she felt a shiver snake down her spine, as if the shadows in the corners of the room were alive, inching closer with every word she read. Outside, the night roared, wind howling like a banshee, rattling the shutters and creeping underneath her skin. Little did she know, the specters weren't just of the past. They were lurking in her present, ready to pounce at the first sign of weakness. Malik, her devoted friend and erstwhile sidekick, had grown colder than the meat left out too long in the summer sun. No longer did their laughter echo through the halls. The light-hearted jabs had faded into tense silences, accompanied by sidelong glances. The realization struck Alara like a bolt of lightning. Ambition can turn even the truest allies into potential foes. Malik had dreams of his own, whispered behind closed doors, ambitions that could easily color his loyalty a deep shade of envy. As he sharpened his sword while staring into the distance, Alara couldn't shake the feeling that one day it might not just be her enemies he would be battling, but her as well. Then came the dreadful news. A rival faction of power-hungry zealots had caught wind of the manuscript's existence. They thirsted for control, seeking to use its mystical teachings to fuel their nefarious schemes and burn the world down in the process. Alara's heart raced like a wild stallion. Betrayal lurked like a hungry wolf at the fringe of her sanctuary. She could almost smell the smoke, hear the crackling fire of ambition in the distance, and it tasted bitter in her mouth. With every tick of the clock, the tension thickened like an overcooked stew, and the air hung heavy with danger that wrapped around her like a noose. Caught in this whirlwind of uncertainty, Alara wrestled with her fears, haunted by whispers of mistrust that echoed in her mind. What if Malik was the traitor? Or worse yet, what if she wasn't worthy of loyalty at all? The doubt gnawed at her insides, a putrid feeling that clung to her like damp clothing after a downpour. she found herself staring into the well of her own reflection, thinking, am I even the hero of this story, or just a hapless side character in a grand adventure gone wrong? The irony of her self-doubt struck her as both darkly comedic and terribly tragic, as if she were the star of a Shakespearean play, blundering her way through the script of life with little more than a half-baked plan and a dash of misplaced faith. But even in the depths of her despair, Alara felt the flicker of determination rise within her, like a phoenix daring to break free from the ashes of betrayal. She knew she couldn't stand alone. Allies might be fewer than she hoped for, yet she would forge a path through the shadows. With a quirk of her mouth, she reminded herself that even in a world where trust twisted like a vine, strength could still be found in the darkest places. Summoning her courage, she stepped forth into the unknown, ready to confront the fragile threads of loyalty that bound her to Malik, and the sinister forces lingering at the edges of her fate. The next chapter of her journey would not just redefine loyalty, but reshape it into something more powerful. For in the face of betrayal, loyalty could become a weapon more formidable than any sword. As the sun dipped low over the crumbling spires of Sargoth, the air crackled with tension, buzzing like a beehive disturbed by a clumsy intruder. Whispers of war danced through the narrow, cobbled streets, where shadows twisted like the minds of those who prowled them. Alara, her heart pounding like a battle drum, flipped through the fragile pages of the manuscript with trembling fingers. The scent of aged parchment mingling with the sour stench of unease that hung heavy in the air. If she could just decipher its secrets before the factions tore each other apart like hungry wolves, maybe, just maybe, Sargoth could be saved from the gathering storm. But time, it was as scarce as a warm hug in a medieval tavern, and the urgency gnawed at her like an irritating gnat that wouldn't quite go away. Meanwhile, Malik stood at a crossroads within himself, as conflicted as a cat caught between a sunny windowsill and a looming monsoon. Torn between loyalty to Alara, the only beacon of hope amidst the brewing chaos, and the siren call of his own ambition, he felt the weight of 1,000 futures pressing down upon him like a leaden cloak. The rivalry among the factions blazed hotter than a blacksmith's forge, igniting skirmishes throughout the city with the crack of fists and clashing steel. In alleyways where shadows lurked, echoes of shouts mixed with the sharp tang of blood, a grim symphony that reminded Malik just how quickly loyalty could turn into betrayal. Oh, how he yearned for the simplicity of tossing a coin. Now, the stakes felt akin to betting on dragon fights. Only one wrong move, and everything could go up in flames. Alara felt the walls closing in around her, the chill of betrayal nipping at her heels like a feral dog. With each flicker of a candle, secrets whispered in her ears, stories of allies who had worn masks no more convincing than those at a dreadful masquerade ball. Chaos was a seductive mistress, twirling her dance of intrigue, luring in the unsuspecting with promises of power and glory. The intricate web of alliances shifted beneath her as swiftly as a tide, leaving her feeling more like a mere pawn than the grand queen she aspired to be. Here she stood, an unwilling protagonist in a story that seemed to write itself, unearthing the manuscript's truths, while her heart thudded warnings about the inevitable betrayals awaiting her at every turn. The city of Sargoth, with its winding streets and lofty towers, had never felt more alive. The air was thick with the heady scent of burning torches, and the acrid tang of sweat and fear. From her cramped little hideaway, Alara could hear the distant clash of steel, the sound reminiscent of a raucous sports match, where the referee had long since thrown in the towel. Groans mingled with battle cries, creating a grotesque melody that filled the atmosphere, heralding the storm brewing on the horizon. The factions were no longer simply groups of disgruntled citizens squabbling over petty disputes. They had become tempestuous forces, windswept and fierce, ready to hurl themselves at each other like angry gods. In this tempest of divided loyalties, Alara knew one thing for certain: every choice, every revelation could tip the fragile balance, sending Sargoth spiraling into an abyss from which it might never return. As the sun finally succumbed to the night, draping Sargoth in shadows, Alara made her choice, a decision heavy enough to render the strongest knight wobbling on his steed. With the manuscript clutched in her hands and her heart a battlefield of emotions, she prepared to step into the fray. Might as well jump into the deep end. That shark isn't going to bite itself, she muttered to herself, trying to bring a spark of humor to the palpable dread. Malik, sensing the shift in the air, could no longer stand idly by. Together, they would either unravel the tangled threads of treachery or send Sargoth hurtling into an era of darkness, where loyalty meant nothing more than a punch line in a grim joke, one that no one would be left to tell. The skies above Sargoth churned ominously as two armies clashed like titans, their battle cries weaving a tapestry of desperation and fury. Alara stood at the forefront, the ancient manuscript clutched tightly in her hand, its leather cover warm against her palm. The air crackled with the scent of sweat, iron, and the unmistakable tang of impending conflict, mixing with a hint of something burnt. Perhaps that charred bread Malik's campfire had failed to extinguish yet again. With every heartbeat, the weight of her choices pressed down on her shoulders, a leaden cloak that threatened to suffocate her resolve. And then there was Malik, her once dearest friend, now charging toward her like a rogue storm, his eyes stormy and fierce. A poignant reminder of the bond they were about to shatter or solidify forever as they faced each other across the splintered ground. Alara could see Malik's breath forming ragged clouds in the chilled air, like ephemeral ghosts whispering of their shared past. The battlefield around them fell away, transformed into a grim theater where only they existed, ready for a duel of words as sharp as any sword. "You wanted loyalty, Alara," Malik growled, his voice rough like gravel, the burden of their shared history clawing at them both. "But what you cling to is a mere fairy tale, a manuscript that can't protect you when push comes to shove." The irony was thick in the charged atmosphere. Here they were, two warriors once united in friendship, now standing as opposing factions in this grand, sorrowful drama of loyalty versus betrayal. Drawing from the pages of that fateful manuscript, Alara countered with fervor, her words a fierce wind against Malik's storm. "You think loyalty is blind obedience. It's not just armor for the weak, but a shield forged in truth and sacrifice." She felt the weight of the truth settle in her gut, a fiery spark igniting her resolve, even as the echoes of doubt whispered through her mind. Around them, the clash of swords and the cries of men were muffled by the tension between them. An entire world of war reduced to this defining moment of honesty and passion. Alara's heart raced, teetering on the edge of the abyss, ready to fall into the darkness of betrayal that beckoned like a siren's call, enticing her to abandon all she had ever known. In that instant, she saw not just Malik, but the boy who had shared every secret with her under the stars, laughter echoing under the friendly darkness of the night. Yet here stood a man forged by ambition, with eyes that had been polished by ambition and tarnished by pain. "You think you can change things with pretty words, but a revolution demands more than the turn of a page," Malik shot back, anger sparking in the depths of his soulful gaze. Suddenly, the air was thick with the bitter scent of ash and regret, a signal of the battlefield's reality crashing down upon them. They were on opposite sides of a chasm now, the chaotic sounds of war pulling their hearts like a noose around their throats. Each heated word a reminder of what they risked losing. As the final charge echoed around them, Alara made a choice, one as ancient as the earth itself, to fight not just for the kingdoms at stake, but for the essence of their bond. "Look beyond the pages, Malik. We have always been stronger together than apart," she yelled, the fire of loyalty igniting in her chest, spreading warmth against the chilling winds of betrayal. But would he see it? Could he set aside the bitterness bred by war-torn dreams in a poignant moment bathed in the twilight of their shared history? Alara knew they stood not just as foes, but as reflections of what could be, a grim reminder that true loyalty could sometimes rise from the ashes of betrayal, but never without sacrifice. As the smoke of battle faded like the last notes of a tragic ballad, Sargoth stood weary but resolute. The scars of conflict, etched deep into its stone facades, whispered stories of loss and valor, as if the ancient city itself had seen the fabric of loyalty frayed and mended before. Alara, with her hair billowing like a banner in the crisp morning air, wandered through the streets, her heart a wildfire of hope. She grasped the ancient manuscript tightly, its pages crinkling between her fingers like the very history of their people, ready to share new interpretations of loyalty that would resonate with the souls of the fractured city. The scent of freshly baked bread wafted through the air, mingling with the lingering metallic taste of battle, a reminder that life was both a feast and a fight, often intertwined like lovers on the battlefield of existence. Meanwhile, Malik trudged through the remnants of his shattered reputation, much like a knight searching for his lost honor. Redemption was a fickle friend, he discovered, but every brick he laid in the cities Rhysland felt like a step towards rebuilding the bridge of trust he had burned. The sun shone on him like a reluctant ally, casting long shadows that seemed to laugh at his efforts. I used to think loyalty was just a pretty word you throw around in nice speeches, he mused, Riley noting the irony of life casting him as the fool. But as he painted fences and mended roofs, the laughter in the streets echoed a promise. Perhaps even a fool could become a hero in the eyes of those he sought to win back. With Alara's inspiring narratives spreading like wildfire among the citizens, the air in Sargoth buzzed with renewed energy. Her words, infused with the wisdom of that ancient manuscript, began to shift the very essence of loyalty from mere allegiance to something deeper, rich and resonant. She spoke to crowds gathered beneath the sprawling branches of the great willow, its bark rough against her palm, and recounted tales of loyalty that transcended bloodlines. A dog, lost and scruffy, wandered through the gathering, sniffing out scraps of discarded apples as Alara mused. Even the most ragged can teach us about loyalty. Didn't you see how he stuck around for the leftovers? Laughter broke out, and the crowd, once unsure, began to see loyalty as a tapestry woven from shared experiences rather than knotted by ambition or lineage. As days turned into weeks, Sargoth blossomed under this new understanding, like wildflowers daring to grow from cracks in the cobblestones. The old grievances faded into distant whispers, and in their place bloomed an infectious camaraderie. Malik and Alara, standing side by side, embodied this transformation, as they rallied the citizens around a grand festival of unity. They invited everyone, yes, even those who had once plotted in dark corners, to join in the celebration under the vibrant banners fluttering in the autumn breeze, the air filled with the sweet smell of roasted meats and Illyrian spices, promising a feast that would bind the hearts of all present in a single rhythm of loyalty, laughter, and merriment, like a grand pop anthem echoing through the streets. And so Sargoth ventured forth into a new era, now thrumming with the vibrant pulse of collective loyalty, each heartbeat a testament to lessons learned the hard way. Alara and Malik had not only redeemed themselves, but had sparked a movement that illuminated the path to genuine allegiance. They understood that true loyalty wasn't about a bind of blood, but rather a bond of trust, forged in shared struggles and collective triumphs. As the stars twinkled above, casting a silver glow over the once fractured streets, Alara marveled. Who knew a city could be rebuilt stronger from the ashes of its own charred remains? The night resonated with joy and hope, an anthem for the ages, declaring that sometimes all it takes to redefine loyalty is a little laughter, a splash of courage, and a whole lot of heart. In the oppressive tension that filled the room like a dense fog, the air crackled with disbelief and anger. Alina's heart raced, pounding violently against her ribs, as if trying to escape a certain doom. The very life she envisioned with Rowan hung in the balance. She could almost taste the acrid flavor of fear on her tongue, mixed with a hint of desperation. Like burnt toast left unattended on a chaotic morning, you think you can just run away like a couple of star-crossed fools. Her father bellowed, his voice shaking the dusty rafters of their old home and rattling the framed family portraits as if they were judging her for her folly. The walls seemed to lean in, eavesdropping on this dramatic showdown between parental authority and youthful passion, each heartbeat echoing the shaky hope for escape. As villagers reached out to touch the quilt, their fingers traced the intricate patterns, leaving trails of wonder in their wake. Leela watched as children giggled, running their small hands across the fabric like it was the surface of the ocean, casting their wishes onto the waves of fate woven within. The scent of fresh bread wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of the village, a delightful reminder of the bounty they had built together. Leela's heart burst with happiness, knowing that this quilt, this steadfast promise, would not only warm their homes, but would also continue to spark the imaginations of generations to come. It felt like a scene from a movie where the heroes gather around a campfire, ready to share their stories and fortify their bonds to face whatever calamities may come next. Armed only with threads of memory and a dash of whimsy. In that moment, Leela vowed to continue the tradition, weaving not just fabric, but the very essence of the village into tales that would outlive them all. She envisioned herself sitting by the fire, threads in hand, sharing stories with wide-eyed listeners, each fabric square a portal to their wildest dreams and greatest fears. With a mischievous grin, she quipped, "Watch out, future generations. I'll be stitching up epic adventures that would make even Indiana Jones jealous." Leela chuckled at the thought of the quilt evolving through time. Maybe one day, including a space explorer in a bright silver jumpsuit, or a disco dancer with sequins swirling like stars. Whatever the future held, she now understood. Every thread in that quilt was a vivid brushstroke on the grand canvas of eternity, ready to capture whatever story fate had in store. In the heart of Eldenwood, tucked away like a secret about to be revealed, stood Alara's family home. A creaky old house that smelled of dust and the faint hint of lavender left over from her grandmother's gardening days. As Alara climbed into the attic, the wooden stairs groaned like an old man getting out of bed, echoing the promise of adventure. Sunlight poured through a small window, casting a golden glow on forgotten treasures, trunks filled with moth-eaten clothes, a broken toy soldier that had seen better battles, and hidden beneath the cobwebs, a letter that seemed to pulsate with stories waiting to be told. With a flick of her wrist, she brushed aside the dust and carefully unfolded the weathered paper, revealing elegant cursive that danced across the page like a waltz on a summer night. It pulled her in with the same charm as a long-lost friend suddenly showing up at your door, picnic basket in hand, promising a delightful afternoon of storytelling and laughter. The words on the page dripped with the richness of emotion, recounting a love as forbidden as a Netflix binge watch on a school night. Alara's great-grandmother had penned this letter to Aiden, a name that felt as foreign as a superhero in a Shakespearean play. Her heart raced as she envisioned their secret rendezvous, moonlit walks by the river, whispered promises as sweet as cotton candy, and stolen kisses that made the leaves blush. But the weight of societal norms hung over them like a looming dark cloud, a constant reminder that love, in its purest form, was a game often played with rigged rules. Each line revealed the struggle, the yearning, and the brave defiance of a love that dared to stand up against the stale conventions of the day. Much like an underdog sports team going for the championship against all odds, with each word, Alara could almost hear the echoes of laughter and the soft rustle of skirts brushing against gravel paths, inviting her to join this bittersweet tale. Picture it, a bustling village square, where gossip roamed as freely as the children tugging on their mother's skirts, clutching freshly baked bread that smelled divine. The very air crackled with the tension between love and duty, a tightrope walk that felt all too familiar. Alara's heart thumped loudly in her chest as she grappled with both excitement and dread, because uncovering the truth behind her grandmother's love story felt like venturing into a labyrinth with the occasional minotaur lurking in the corners. Each twist and turn promised discoveries, both beautiful and tragic, that could change not just her understanding of love, but perhaps her own destiny too. The attic began to feel like a time machine, swirling her into the past as she recalled her grandmother's wise, yet cryptic aphorisms about love sprinkled throughout her childhood. Love isn't all roses. It often comes with thorns, dear, she could almost hear her say, voice steeped in the wisdom of experience. But this love, it seemed, transcended thorns, growing wild and free, cracking the concrete expectations like a rebellious weed breaking through the pavement. Alara chuckled softly at the irony. It was as if her unearthed journey could flip the script on her own life, challenging her own perceptions about romance and risk. Who knew a simple letter could pack such a punch, transforming her quiet village life into a vibrant tapestry of longing and heartbreak, with resolve hardening like the crust of an old loaf of bread. Alara envisioned herself on a quest, a modern-day Indiana Jones dawning. Hopefully, better fashion choices, and a real sense of purpose. She wasn't just a girl in Eldenwood. She was a thread in the fabric of a grander narrative, a narrative that wove together past and present like a masterful quilt. As she tucked the letter safely into her pocket, a tiny spark flickered deep within her, a call to adventure, to uncover the hidden threads of love that stitched her family's history together. This was more than just a search for answers. It was an initiation into the tangled, messy, beautiful world of love that had once flourished here. And in that moment, Alara whispered to herself, determined and maybe a bit sassy, let the hunt for Aiden begin. Alara stepped into the dimly lit archives of Windmere, a town steeped in legends and whispers, where dusty tomes lined the walls like ancient sentinels. The air was thick with the scent of musty paper and the faint hint of mildew, making her feel as if she had stumbled into a forgotten time capsule. As she embraced the coolness of the room, her heart raced, not just from the chill, but from the prospect of unearthing the buried secrets of her grandmother's life. Who knew what dusty pages held the key to a past she had always yearned to understand? With the clock ticking like a suspenseful film score, she felt both dread and excitement as she joined forces with the enigmatic Rowan, a local historian caught in the web of Windmere's intriguing past, like a character straight out of a quaint indie flick. Rowan was a creature of habit, sporting a tweed jacket that had surely survived the fashion trends of the last 50 years, paired with spectacles that perched on the edge of his nose like a persistent bird. His passion for history radiated from him in waves, making Alara both amused and slightly wary as he spoke with fervor about the town's history. As they combed through yellowed documents and brittle town records, Alara could almost hear the echoes of Aiden's laughter and her grandmother's wistful sighs drifting through the pages. The intensity of societal pressures and expectations painted in the texts felt palpable, like a dense fog that clung to her skin. Each revelation tore at her heart, threading her closer to the past, and she wondered if she was destined to repeat the mistakes made generations ago. It was like a soap opera minus the dramatic music, but with just as much emotional baggage. The deeper they delved, the more Alara began to experience peculiar feelings, an inexplicable connection to Aiden, her grandmother's lover, who had faced the world with more courage than Alara had ever mustered. It was as if a ghostly heartbeat pulsed within her chest, whispering sweet nothings across the decades. The irony wasn't lost on her that she was essentially playing the role of romantic detective as she pieced together the fragments of a life that had been shattered by the cruel hands of fate and society. The musty smell of the archive mingled with the sharpness of ink, igniting a fire in her soul, a quest to not just uncover, but to understand, to perhaps mend the rift that had caused so much heartache. She imagined herself as Nancy Drew, only armed with a vintage magnifying glass instead of a smartphone, navigating the myriad pathways of history with wide-eyed wonder and a touch of sass. Their late afternoon research sessions transformed into adventures of their own, scattered with bouts of laughter as Rowan regaled her with tales of local legends and mishaps, like the time a beloved statue of a town hero had mysteriously arrived at the mayor's door wearing a tutu. Despite the serious nature of their discoveries, Alara found herself unwinding in Rowan's presence as he became a steadfast ally in her pursuit. Each time they uncovered a new detail about Aiden and her grandmother, it felt both like a victory and a deepening wound, a sense that she was not just uncovering long-hidden truths, but reliving the emotional storms that had swept through their lives. She could almost hear the distant echoes of their laughter mingling with the light-hearted banter of her and Rowan, a delicate balance between joy and melancholy that mirrored the very essence of love itself. For those moments of bittersweet discovery, Alara felt like she was both an outsider looking in and an integral part of her family's long-lost saga. As the glow of the setting sun spilled through the creaky windows, casting elongated shadows across their work. Alara made a silent vow to bring the histories of Aidan and her grandmother to light, to allow their voices, intertwined like vines in a forgotten garden, to bloom once more. It was more than a research project. It had morphed into something far deeper and more personal. Alara could feel every emotion coursing through her veins, as if their stories were intertwined with her very being, a heart's whisper that refused to be silenced. With each revelation, the layers of her own identity peeled away, leaving her raw and exposed, yet undeniably alive. Perhaps, in this dance with the past, she would also unearth pieces of her own heart that had been buried under familial expectations and societal norms, like a forgotten treasure waiting to be discovered. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue that danced through the leaves of the ancient oak outside Alara's window. It was as if nature herself whispered secrets of the past, beckoning her closer to Aidan's history. Mysterious signs began appearing in her life. Postcards turned up in odd places, each one a tantalizing breadcrumb from the past that tugged at her curiosity. The distant scent of old books and faded ink drifted through her thoughts, pulling her into an almost dreamlike quest to piece together Aidan's elusive story, a narrative that hinted at shadows lurking just outside her reach. There was something intoxicating about the unknown, like freshly brewed coffee on a dreary morning, inviting her to delve deeper into his world, even if it meant stirring the ghostly remains of a love long lost. As she navigated these mysterious pathways, Alara found herself drawn inexorably closer to Rowan, a loyal companion whose laughter filled the gaps left by Aidan's haunting memories. Rowan's touch, warm and familiar, hummed like a favorite song on a Sunday morning, grounding her in the present, while the echoes of the past twisted like a vine around her heart. He was the kind of friend who understood when silence spoke louder than words. Yet there was an electric charge between them, an unexplored territory ripe for discovery. Ironically, as she unraveled Aidan's story, her feelings for Rowan sparked like fireworks against the night sky, beautiful, chaotic, and lighting up paths hitherto unseen. Would she risk igniting a romance with him to pursue a shadow of what once was? Or did she owe it to herself to prioritize the here and now? The deeper Alara delved into Aidan's past, the more complex the threads of fate seemed to weave around her. Each revelation about Aidan's life hinted at heavy burdens, unfulfilled dreams, and heartaches that weighed on his shoulders like a well-worn backpack filled with regrets. She read of stormy nights punctuated by silence, a love that fizzled out under the pressure of expectation and time. And all the while, the clock seemed to tick louder in her mind, reminding her that each choice pressed against her with undeniable urgency. Just when Alara thought she had reached the core of Aiden's struggles, a revelation hit her like a splash of cold water. The fateful circumstances surrounding his departure were intricately linked to a choice she now had to grapple with: stay or go, love lost or love found. The cacophony of emotions, a longing for the romance of yesterday clashing with the thrill of today, sent her spiraling into a labyrinth of doubts. As exhilarating and disorienting as a whirlwind romance in a trashy novel, on a particularly gusty evening, Alara sat cross-legged on her bed, journals sprawled out like the aftermath of a brainstorm gone wild, the smell of ink and half-melted candles filling the air. The flickering flames danced shadows across the walls, bearing witness to her tangled emotions. Each stray thought floated back to Rowan, whose easy smile and gentle persistence enveloped her like a warm blanket on a cold winter night. To him, she was a book filled with mysteries, enchanting and complex, while the murky depths of Aiden's past loomed like an unfinished chapter. It was a cruel twist of fate. The more she uncovered about Aiden, the more Rowan seemed like the solid ground she desperately needed. What irony! Here she was, caught in a whirlwind of feelings, stuck between the comforting embrace of the present and the intoxicating allure of a love that was never hers. As the hour grew late and the world outside fell silent, a weight settled heavily on Alara's heart, echoing with the bittersweet notes of her dilemma. In that quiet moment, she realized choices could feel like having the universe resting on your shoulders. Allah Atlas, if he favored a romantic comedy twist over a classic tragedy. The air felt electric, thick with the ghosts of yesterday, and every whisper seemed to shout that a decision lingered just out of reach. Alara closed her eyes, bathing in the swell of uncertainty. To pursue Aiden's remnants was like chasing mist, intangible and fleeting, while forging ahead with Rowan seemed like grasping at treasure secure but untested. The dance between the past and present unfurled before her like a majestic tapestry, and with each breath she took, fleeting but resolute, she knew she had to choose the path that sang to her spirit the loudest: love lost or love found, the echoes of the past or the wave of the present. Compelled by that fiery determination, Alara clutched her handwritten letter, a letter filled with unfiltered emotions, swirling dreams, and secrets that danced like fireflies at twilight. Standing at the very spot where her grandmother and Aiden had once poured their hearts into promises, she felt the ground beneath her pulse with history. The night held its breath, as if nature itself was an audience to her intimate performance. With each word she read aloud, her voice wavered like a candle flickering against the darkness. illuminating the beauty and pain of love that had once been. Dear Aidan, I dare to love as fiercely as you did, even with the threats that loom like storm clouds over my head, she declared, her breath mingling with the chilly air as her words echoed into the abyss. Alara could almost hear the whispers of her grandmother and Aidan intertwining in a ghostly duet. A bittersweet melody, full of missed chances and burning passion, and just when the weight of vulnerability threatened to crush her spirit, a familiar scent wafted through the air, a sweet perfume mixed with the musty odor of old letters and love letters long lost. It wrapped around her like a cozy blanket, filling her heart with warmth and fierce resolve. I may stumble like a character in a rom-com, but I will not let fear corner me, she chuckled half-heartedly, easing the tumult in her chest, likening her situation to a scene straight out of a tear-jerking movie, where love somehow prevails against all odds. With the final heartfelt words escaping her lips, Alara felt a shiver of release, as if she had cast off a heavy cloak of sorrow. The air around her seemed to pulse with an ancient energy, the spirits of the past taking note of her fierce declaration. Though tragedy had defined Aidan's story, Alara vowed that it would not dictate her future. If love was a battlefield, she was ready to wield her pen like a sword, forging connections strong enough to transcend time itself. As the rain mingled with her tears, a profound sense of hope blossomed within her, a reminder that love, in all its messy glory, is worth every risk it demands. In the quaint village of Eldenwood, the dawn broke with the kind of light that painted the cobblestone streets in hues of gold, as if the universe itself had decided to dust the world with hope. Alara stood at the center of the town square, clutching the frayed edges of her letter, the scent of parchment and ink mingling with the earthy aroma of damp earth after last night's storm. The townsfolk gathered, their faces a mix of curiosity and apprehension, like they were expecting a surprise party where the guest of honor might just decide to leave early. Their whispers, hushed yet eager, filled the air, a soundtrack of anticipation, punctuated by the occasional clink of a milk pail, or the soft cooing of inquisitive doves perched nearby. But it was Alara's voice, steady and clear, that ultimately broke the spell, ringing through the square like a bell, announcing a new beginning, a resurrection of buried dreams and forgotten loves. As the words spilled from Alara's lips, they were infused with the echoes of time, as if the spirit of every brave villager who had come before her lent her strength. She spoke of courage, that often elusive companion that dances just beyond our reach, much like the sweet smell of fresh-baked bread, right when you pop in to grab lunch. But realize they've just run out. Her recognition of those who fought through heartbreak and despair resonated deeply within the hearts of her neighbors, stirring old wounds that had lingered like stubborn ghosts, refusing to depart. A few strong souls wept quietly, like real-life versions of those melodramatic characters from the movies who just can't catch a break, while others simply nodded knowingly, their spirits lifting like kite strings caught in a spring breeze. Alara wasn't just delivering a letter. She was stitching together memories and dreams with her words, threading love through the open wounds of the past. Alara looked to Rowan, his dark hair tousled as if it had emerged from a wind tunnel of tousled love. The way he stood there, rooted like the ancient trees in Eldenwood's lush outskirts, sparked something deep inside her, the knowledge that love, true love, is a blend of sweet chaos and grounding solace. With each line of her letter, she found clarity in the chaos. Each word pulled at the tendrils of her heart, wrapping them tightly around her newfound resolve. She realized that while the past had its grip on her, it wouldn't dictate her future. Not anymore. Just like that scene in every romantic comedy where the nerdy girl takes off her glasses, revealing she's been a knockout all along. Alara felt the veil of uncertainty lift, revealing the boldness she never knew she possessed. Eldenwood itself seemed to come alive as Alara embraced this transformation, the air buzzing with renewed energy like the first whispers of spring thawing. A long, bitter winter. The villagers exchanged glances that spoke louder than mere words, rekindling a sense of unity long overshadowed by grief and loss. A couple of kids, spattered in mud from a vigorous game of tag, paused to catch snippets of the moment. The laughter intermingled with awe, painting a picture of innocence, untouched by the heaviness of life's burdens. The vibrant colors of flowers blooming just outside the square were as jubilant as a party crashing the party. It was a reminder that life goes on, and it often flourishes in the unlikeliest of circumstances. A wondrous feeling wrapped around Alara, a warm embrace from her community, echoing the whispers of hearts long lost, now intertwined in this beautiful tapestry of shared experiences. With a heart full of promises, Alara turned to Rowan, her voice ringing with determination as she vowed to honor the memories of those left behind while forging a path of her own. The world may throw challenges like overripe tomatoes at a food fight, but she was ready to catch them and make sauce instead of dodging them like a contestant on a game show. She envisioned a future where love wasn't a shadowy figure lurking in the corners of her life, but a bright co-pilot on her journey. The promise she made echoed through the village, an unbreakable bond between past and present that stirred excitement and anticipation in every corner of Eldenwood. With each pulse of hope ignited, the village began to shine anew, revealing the vibrant community not just of the living, but also of the love that would forever whisper through their hearts. A heartbeat transcending time itself in the quaint town of Eldery, where cobblestone streets kissed the feet of passers-by, and gnarled trees whispered secrets on the breeze. Young Alara found herself navigating the treacherous waters of love and destiny. Picture her a wild-haired girl, ink-stained fingers, and a heart as untamed as the winds sweeping the hills. Imagine her discovery, hidden beneath a loose floorboard in her modest attic, a stack of delicate love letters, each one bearing the elegant script of a stranger named Thorn. As she breathed in the musty aroma of aged parchment, her heart danced to the rhythm of a distant melody, unaware that this would be the spark igniting a lifelong journey cloaked in shadows and dilemmas. And here lies the irony. A love story unfolding in a town where divisions ran deeper than the roots of the oldest oaks, and the very air was thick with societal expectations and family feuds. Oh, the audacity of yearning for something forbidden, much like trying to sneak a kiss during a family dinner, right? Just ask Uncle Ned how that went for him. Thorn, on the other hand, waltzed through the corridors of privilege, sheltered by the towering walls of his family's estate. Cloaked in fine silks, he was the unfathomable enigma, the forbidden fruit that dangled just out of reach for the likes of Alara. He had no inkling that somewhere in the dusty corners of town, a dreamer was poring over his letters, her imagination conjuring images of wistful glances and stolen moments. You see, each letter was a pulse of his heart, littered with the musings of a young man trapped in a gilded cage, alive with thoughts of freedom, but shackled by the weight of his lineage. It was as if he had folded his very soul into those notes, like one would with a delicate origami crane, each crease representing the tension of a love that was both yearned for and cursed to remain unfulfilled. Alas, the sweet irony, as those fancy ink strokes found their way into the hands of a girl meant to be worlds away from him, yet closer than the stars they both gazed upon. As Alara lost herself in the flow of Thorn's prose, his words spilled forth like a heady wine, intoxicating her senses and warming her spirit. She imagined his laughter ringing in the air, a sound more musical than the chiming of distant church bells, or perhaps more like a quirky indie band strumming away at an open mic night. The kind of sound that could make you swoon and cringe all at once. Each letter peeled back layers of her own longing, coiling around her heart and squeezing like a particularly affectionate boa constrictor on a hot summer day. And yet, with every flourish of ink, she met with the bitter sting of reality, the harsh reminder that their disparate worlds collided like oil and water, destined to keep them apart. It was a conundrum worthy of a Shakespearean tragedy, where one faux pas could unleash a tempest of familial wrath, and one cryptic moment could leave her standing alone on the precipice of shattered dreams. The futility was nearly laughable, like trying to convince a cat to take a bath, exasperating yet inevitable. Eldery buzzed with the whispers of disapproving glances and solemn whispers, as Alara's burgeoning obsession with those letters sparked hushed conversations. She felt the weight of judgment pressing down on her shoulders, akin to carrying a sack of potatoes on a summer's day, hot, sweaty, and decidedly unwanted. Yet what could she do? Was she to ignore the magnetic pull of a connection that felt as visceral and vital as the ink she dabbed on her fingertips? Oh no, dear listener. Instead, she sought solace in the hidden corners of the town abandoned gardens, crumbling walls, all while her heart hummed a tune that could rival anything on a 90s teen movie soundtrack, reveling in its simplicity, but fraught with the fear of what lay ahead. Each rendezvous with those letters spun a tight web of hope and trepidation, thrusting her deeper into the labyrinth of forbidden desire, where even the figure of a solitary candle flickering against the night seemed to dance with anticipation. Yet, as Alara nestled deeper into her literary obsession, the stark reality began to rear its ugly head. Unbeknownst to her, the very fabric of her dreams began to unravel, exposing the jagged edges of family rivalry and class distinction that would stop even the bravest knight from charging forth. The whispers grew louder, transforming into a cacophony that threatened to drown out the sweet sonnets of love that filled her mind. Irony dripped from the letters like honey from a beeswax jar, sweet, yet painfully sticky, as it trapped her in a web of longing that seemed more like a bad rom-com than a destined romance. Little did she know that the pursuit of connection would be fraught with folly, echoing like a miscalculated plot twist in a not-so-fairy-tale ending, and leaving her to ponder, was love really worth the price of heartache in a world so determined to keep them apart? As twilight draped the world in a velvety cloak, Alara transformed her once innocent diary into a parchment of intrigue. With every stroke of her quill, she penned secret messages to Thorn, slipping them into the cacophony of letters that had long nestled among the dusty tomes of the hidden cache. The faint scent of ink mixed with the musty aroma of old paper, whispering forbidden dreams and unfulfilled desires. Each message crackled with anticipation, blending hope with the thrill of a clandestine romance, a touch of Shakespearean drama, minus the tragic ending. Or so she hoped. Like experts in the art of stealth, they wove their words together, crafting a tapestry of longing that dared to defy their family's expectations. a love story worthy of a Netflix binge. If only it weren't so perilous in real life. But as Alara and Thorn exchanged more than just ink-stained letters, a brew of tension simmered beneath the surface, stoked by the watchful eyes of their families. It was as if family loyalty had morphed into a malevolent spy network, each relative sporting a top hat and monocle, lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce on any sign of treachery. The taste of danger soured on Alara's tongue, a harsh contrast to the sweetness of their stolen words. In secret meetings by the moonlight, she felt the adrenaline thrumming through her veins, each rustle of leaves sounding like the cries of eager onlookers at a medieval joust. The thrill of their correspondence became a high-stakes game, where every interaction was soaked in the scent of danger, both intoxicating and terrifying, like dating a vampire, with the added risk of familial backlash. Moonlit rendezvous beneath the great oak held a magic that felt as fleeting as a shooting star, where whispers traveled farther than the cool breeze, wrapping around them like invisible chains. With starlight shimmering on their skin, Alara and Thorn discovered depths of connection they had never imagined possible. Oh, to sit together, hearts aflame with shared secrets and gazes that spoke louder than words, a moment stolen from time itself. Their laughter danced in the air, mingling with the sounds of crickets chirping, creating a heady symphony that threatened to drown out their worries. Yet, even the sweetest laughter could not mask the growing anxiety, the constant fear that perhaps their love was written in the stars, only to be extinguished by their well-meaning families, intent on crafting their destinies in firm molds of societal expectation. And so, amidst the backdrop of stolen joy, the harsh reality of family expectations loomed larger than life, leaving a bitter aftertaste. Conversations teetered on the edge of what was acceptable, probing at their hearts with the relentlessness of a game show buzzer signaling a wrong answer. Their families, ever so concerned with propriety, threatened to unravel the delicate threads that wove Alara and Thorn together. The irony. Here they were, two headstrong souls trapped in a world of duty, while outside, the winds of change whispered of rebellion, boiling over with every moment they spent apart. Suspicion flared like a village bonfire, casting shadows long enough to make anyone doubt the consequences of love beyond duty, turning their sweet midnight whispers into the stuff of scandalous legends. At last, the simmering tension reached a boiling point, and Alara's heart quickened at the thought that love's grand adventure might end in betrayal, not of the heart, but of familial allegiance. Every letter sent carried the weight of a delicate breaking point, like a tightrope walker balancing above a pit of snapping jaws. The open air, once filled only with moonbeams and hope, now felt thick with impending doom as she tucked yet another note into the cache, praying that it wouldn't be the last. How ridiculous, she thought, that the very construct meant to protect them should conspire to tear them apart like a poorly written soap opera twist. Yet, amidst the chaos, one thing rested clear in her mind. Love, even when wrapped in shadows, carried its own light. A truth she would fight for against all odds, even if it meant dodging family spies, armed with gossip sharper than any blade. The once innocent letters fluttered through Thorne's life like butterflies, a beautiful distraction that quickly morphed into a chaotic swarm of misunderstanding. Each penned word, originally filled with sweet whispers, somehow shifted to a clashing cacophony of doubt and turmoil. Thorne could almost hear the paper crinkle under the pressure of his father's wrath, a sound as sharp as a crack of thunder on an otherwise clear day. With each failed attempt to explain himself, Thorne felt like a castaway on a deserted island of confusion, the tide of accusations pulling him under. His father's face, flush with fury and disappointment, mirrored the storm brewing in Thorne's heart, charged with betrayal and lost chances, as dramatic as an over-the-top period drama on the silver screen, bound by invisible chains of family honor and expectations. Thorne found himself confined within the sprawling walls of their estate, a gilded cage masquerading as home, sweet home. The air grew thick with tension, a suffocating haze that carried the scent of varnished furniture and the ghostly echoes of laughter long past. Days bled into nights, the only escape being the creeping shadows along the corridors, taunting him with the freedom he longed to grasp. Outside, the world was alive with color, the vibrant flowers dancing in the breeze, children's laughter ringing like sweet bells. Inside, however, the silence buzzed with the weight of secrets waiting to be uncovered, like hidden treasure begging to be found. Alara, her heart, an intricate tapestry of hope and longing, roamed the familiar gardens once touched by Thorne's laughter. Each petal brushing against her fingers felt like a gentle reminder of their stolen moments, now hanging by a thread, much like the last episode of a suspenseful Netflix show, determined to unravel the family secret that entwined their fates. She walked with purpose, fear, and yearning battling for dominance in her chest. The wah-wah of a nearby lawnmower echoed, a reminder that life continued its relentless march, even as her emotional world tilted dangerously off-kilter. With each step on the gravel path, the crunch beneath her feet felt oddly comforting, grounding her as she whispered promises into the breeze, pleading for the truth to surface. Yet, as she followed the trail of hidden letters, each piece of parchment became much more than mere words. They history, woven with the scent of ink, mixed with the sweetness of nostalgia. The letters unfurled secrets like layers of a well-worn onion, each layer revealing a new depth of love, regret, and heartache. With every revelation, the shadows of her ancestors seemed to gather, looming larger and more foreboding, as if saying, "Are you sure you want to know what lies beneath?" Alara chuckled bitterly, imagining them like ominous figures in a spooky ghost story, while she, the brave protagonist, tried to confront the mysteries of centuries before she even knew her own heart's fate. Danger crept closer with every revealing sentence, as if the very words laid a trap, ready to ensnare her in their tangled web. In this chaotic dance of letters and secrets, Thorn and Alara were like marionettes, pulled in every direction by unseen hands. They stood on the precipice of a love that could either liberate or destroy them, with their fate as unpredictable as a plot twist in a summer blockbuster. Heartrending nostalgia washed over them, as each letter became a thread stitching their hearts together, even as it threatened to unravel at a moment's notice. With the looming presence of danger and misunderstanding, the stakes were impossibly high, like acrobats on a tightrope, balancing precariously between sorrow and joy. In this rich tapestry of emotion, they were bound to discover that love often resides on the very edge of chaos, waiting, just waiting for a brave soul to leap into the unknown. Under the vast expanse of shimmering stars, Alara stood in the clearing, the gentle night breeze stirring her raven hair like fingers entwined in a lover's embrace. This was the moment she and Thorn had been waiting for, a climactic confrontation that felt more like a setup for a rom-com gone horribly wrong. The scent of wild jasmine clung in the air, sweet yet tinged with the sour notes of impending chaos. With each tick of her heartbeat, her hope spiraled into trepidation, for she knew not what the night would bring, but sensed the threads of fate tangling tighter by the minute. As the stars winked down at her, they were not merely witnesses, but conspirators in this tangled web of love and family feud, the kind that would make even Shakespeare raise an eyebrow and mutter, "Get a grip, folks." Meanwhile, Thorn was a tempest wrapped in shadows, his defiance crackling like electricity in the air. Ignoring his father's thunderous command to stay put, a typically jovial father-son bonding moment transformed into a near-unfunny farce, he bolted through the night like a rogue superhero sprinting to save the day, armed only with a heart full of reckless love and a crudely drawn map on the back of a pizza box. He raced through the tangled underbrush, each step echoing with the weight of his decisions. But as he neared the designated spot, foreboding chills crept down his spine like his mother's disapproving gaze when he forgot to clean his room. The moonlight illuminated the ground ahead, revealing not the joyous reunion he anticipated, but a chilling sight that froze his blood. Alara was nowhere to be found, and the forest floor was stained with desperation. Just great, he thought. I should have brought snacks instead of a map. At least pizza never disappoints. As panic surged through his veins like a turbocharged car on a reckless joyride, Thorn's instincts kicked in. With a primal roar that even his baritone voice would envy, he launched himself into the shadows, desperate to seek Alara's warmth, her laughter, anything to tether him to reality. He barreled through the darkness, his heart pounding a chaotic rhythm, all the while imagining the triumphant film score that would accompany his heroic rescue, only to trip over a root and land spectacularly face first into a dew-soaked patch of grass. Mud-covered and wildly undignified, he floundered to his feet like a clumsy penguin, shaking off the leafy debris. But no time for embarrassment. He had a girl to save. Just beyond the next thicket, Thorn heard muffled voices, the familiar tones rippling with anger and plotting. Oh no, the family feud was about to take center stage, and he had a front row seat to a drama of epic proportions, one that would make any soap opera look like a gentle chat over coffee. Bursting into the clearing, Thorn's heart sank as he spotted them, Alara surrounded by her vengeful kin, faces twisted with grim resolve. The sight struck him like a punch to the gut, shooting daggers of betrayal. Their eyes darted between him and her, a literal metaphor for the standoff that had plagued their families for generations. Is this a family gathering or a Shakespearean tragedy? Thorn quipped, trying to lighten the mood, though the gravity of the situation hung heavy like an anchor. As Alara looked up, disbelief and a flicker of hope danced in her eyes, igniting a fire within Thorn that made him feel invincible, albeit still mud-caked and slightly ridiculous. There, under the cosmic tapestry of twinkling lights, he confronted not only his family's foes, but the very essence of their past grievances, ready to slice through the tension with the same fervor he'd reserve for tackling a familial Thanksgiving dinner. They were here to rewrite their family's narratives, and perhaps, just perhaps, find a way to break the cycle of blood feuds. Like a truly epic movie sequel searching for redemption and a smidge of comedy, the air crackled with tension as the hidden truths poured forth. Words darted like arrows, each swift revelation striking at the core of their animosities. Thorn and Alara stood united, each revelation a new stitch in the fabric of understanding, crafting truth from the destructive patterns of generations. Reality hit harder than an unexpected plot twist, igniting grudges and misunderstanding like dry kindling in a campfire. Laughter mixed bitterly with tears as the families reluctantly began to see the folly of their ways. And in that explosive moment of vulnerability, Thorne's quip about calling for takeout for the family dinner suddenly felt like a beacon of hope. With shadows fading into the vestiges of the night, they stood not as adversaries, but as a patchwork of reconciled hearts ready to forge a future unchained by past grievances, illuminated by the stars above like the ultimate cosmic blessing. It's funny how the stars seemed to giggle among themselves, whispering, "Finally, someone got it right." As dawn broke over Eldery, the sky donned a fiery cloak of oranges and yellows, casting long shadows across the land. The air, crisp like a freshly opened bag of potato chips, crackled with the tension of truths yet to be spoken. Elara stood at the window of her family's estate, absorbing the view as though it were a long-lost friend. All around her, the scent of blooming wildflowers mixed with the faint aroma of morning dew, a stark contrast to the bitterness that had brewed between their families. It seemed impossible yet palpable that love could flourish in such a fractured garden, ripe with resentment and fiery tempers fueled by years of rivalry. But here it was, dawning on her, that no matter what had been or what might come, this morning felt different. Meanwhile, in the shadow of her family's fortress-like manor, Thorne could feel the weight of generations bearing down on him like an overpacked backpack. He had spent many nights staring into the starlit sky, dreaming of a future where love reigned supreme over petty grudges. Today, however, the fragile peace that lingered in the air felt as delicate as a spider's web, glistening with dew in the early light. A single wrong move could unravel it all. Despite the fear clenching at his throat like an iron vice, he pondered the irony of it all. Their families were at war, yet he found salvation wrapped in the arms of the enemy's daughter. And as he stepped outside into the warmth of the day, the birds chirped a melody of hope, promising that even the most intricate disputes could bend, if only they dared to rewrite the script. With hearts pounding like drumbeats, Elara and Thorne seized the moment to meet, right in the hidden woods that whispered secrets of their love affair. They exchanged letters that were no longer written in sorrow, but infused with optimism and dreams like the new green shoots pushing through the earth. The feeling of their fingers brushing under the canopy of leaves was electrifying, igniting something deep inside them that had long been dormant. Gone were the days when each hidden note spoke of longing. Now they brimmed with laughter, shared ambitions, and wild plans that defied tradition. It was all rather cinematic, like they were the lead characters in a rom-com, chased not by their families, but scriptwriters desperately hoping for the next big twist. Yet, as sweet as this love story had turned, the taste of resistance still lingered in the air. The echoes of their family's arguments rang like clanging pots and pans in the background, a reminder that love does not always guarantee acceptance. Each letter they penned, with its swirling script of promises, spoke of a rebellion, an audacious challenge to a legacy that sought to dictate their lives. With each ink stroke, they were defying the norms, scoffing at the old ways like diners pushing their kale salads aside for a double cheeseburger. The smell of freedom mingled with the fragrant blooms around them, scenting the air with the zest of a new chapter preparing to unfold. As the sun continued to rise, casting glowing rays that danced on their cheeks, Alara and Thorn shared a knowing look, a silent pact forged in the fires of determination. They embarked on a journey, hand in hand, with their new letters paving the way forward, each written word a fearless testament to their union. No longer were they prisoners of family pride or age-old feuds. Together, they envisioned a future where laughter echoed louder than the past's resentments. With every page they turned, they wrote not just of their love, but of a shared dream, a world where their families stood united instead of divided. And so, against the backdrop of a breaking dawn, they stepped into the unknown territory of what could be, daring to navigate the winds of change with courage in their hearts. In the heart of a quaint village, flanked by rolling hills that looked like nature's own velvet curtains, young Alara ambled into her late grandmother's attic, a realm where dust danced in beams of sunlight. The air smelled like old books and memories, a heady mix that would tickle a historian's nose. Climbing over a few forgettable relics, she stumbled upon a tattered leather-bound diary, its cover as worn as a beloved pair of shoes. The spine creaked like an old man sporting a bad hip, but there was a hint of magic about it, promising whispers of long-buried family secrets that made Alara's heart beat like a drum at a rock concert. Intrigued, she brushed off the dust, unknowingly embarking on a journey that would turn her world upside down like a magician pulling a rabbit from a hat. The moment she cracked open the diary, Alara was greeted by an avalanche of yellowed pages, filled with elegant, looping script that danced across the paper like sugar-plum fairies. Each entry was a window into an era long gone, with the scent of ink and time mingling like a fine wine aging in the cellar. Her grandmother's words, rich with emotion and hints of mischief, came alive, filling the attic with echoes of laughter and longing. Alara couldn't help but chuckle at her grandmother's youthful antics as she recalled her penchant for sneaking snacks from the pantry like a ninja in a serial heist. However, the tone shifted dramatically when Alara stumbled upon mentions of an enigmatic ancestor named Isolde, an exciting name that sounded like something straight out of a fantasy novel, and her mysterious disappearance, leaving more unanswered questions than a poorly written cliffhanger in a soap opera. As Alara dove deeper into the diary, the words began to paint a portrait of Isolde as a vibrant soul, spirited and rebellious, with a penchant for adventure that could rival Indiana Jones. The diary revealed snippets of Isolde's life that made Alara's heart race. Secret rendezvous under the moonlight, whispered promises, and a family feud that felt like something out of a dramatic reality show. It was clear that Isolde had been no ordinary ancestor. She was a woman of fierce intellect and unquenchable curiosity, qualities that Alara felt bubbling to the surface within herself. Each passage drew Alara closer to Isolde's world, a world filled with both enchantment and peril. As the words hinted at betrayal and the looming shadows of secrets that could rival a blockbuster movie plot twist. How could someone so full of life simply vanish without a trace, like a magician's grand finale gone rogue? Night fell over the village, wrapping it in a blanket of darkness, pierced only by the flickering light from a nearby street lamp, casting shadows that danced ominously. The attic, alive with the whispers of bygone eras, was now Alara's sanctuary and her battleground. She felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation, like a kid on a roller coaster, unsure whether to scream or laugh. Clutching the diary tightly against her chest, Alara vowed to unravel the tangled web of Isolde's past, even if it meant facing family ghost stories that were better left in the grave. As if on cue, the creaking floorboards echoed her determination, giving her the sensation of every ancestor in the lineage holding their breath, waiting for her to turn the next page. As she read deeper, it became clear that Alara was not just uncovering family history. She was thrusting herself into a mystery that called to her, making her a reluctant detective in a family drama that felt like an epic saga worthy of Netflix. The more she uncovered, the more she realized that Isolde's disappearance may have been the catalyst for an unspoken family rift, a narrative that had been hidden under layers of time and cobwebs. With a mix of apprehension and giddy excitement, Alara wondered how her own life might have been shaped by the echoes of Isolde's choices. Little did she know, the quest to uncover these secrets would lead her to question not only her family's past, but also her own identity, like a plot twist that leaves your jaw on the floor. In that tiny attic, under the weight of generations, Alara felt as though she was being called to not just read Isolde's story, but to live it. With determination glimmering in her green eyes, Alara stepped into the embrace of her quaint village, a place where history clung to the cobblestones like stubborn weeds. She armed herself with a notepad and a stubborn curiosity that would put even the most nosy gossip to shame. Elders, those reputed keepers of secrets and tellers of tales, were her first port of call. Each crackled voice told a story that echoed through the ancient streets, recounting the haunting lore of Isolde, a name whispered among the generations, like a spell born of both reverence and fear. Alara could almost taste the dusty air, thick with the scent of forgotten tales and the unmistakable musk of time itself. As she probed deeper into the enigma that had somehow tangled her own bloodline in its spiraling web of mystery, as she delved into the stories woven around Isolde, a particularly juicy tidbit stirred beneath the surface, an intriguing hint of a forbidden love affair. The villagers shot her knowing glances, their eyebrows arching higher than a hopeful contestant on The Bachelor. Whispers danced around like mischievous fireflies, illuminating fragments of a romance that fluttered between joy and tragedy, mingling like sweet and sour in a metaphorical pot. With each interview, Alara could feel the resistance thrumming in the air, a dissonant chord that warned her curiosity could see her become that girl who poked around in the past and got burned. The laughter of children playing just beyond earshot punctuated her efforts, as if the innocent joy of youth reminded her that truth often wears a comedic disguise. Yet the more she unearthed, the rougher it became. Fellow villagers seemed less inclined to share, their eyes narrowing to slits while they guarded their precious stories with the ferocity of a mother hen defending her chicks. Some offered half-hearted smiles like crumbling masks, while others outright dismissed her inquiries with fake coughs and sudden headaches. Alara felt the sharp sting of their skepticism as she imagined her own family's reaction. Her mother would likely roll her eyes and mutter something about digging up old bones, at which point Alara would remind herself that she wasn't the only one with a penchant for dramatic irony. Into this brewing storm of resistance, she found herself sliding further into the shadows of the village's untold past, an exhilarating mix of dread and intrigue coursing through her veins. Then came the bombshell. Rumors of Isolde's love sparked an undercurrent of unease. Alara discovered a tangled mess, with bloodlines knotting together like competing spider webs under the silvery moonlight. Every revelation escalated her obsession, deepening the simmering conflict within her family. The thought of a long-buried secret threatening to shift her familial dynamic was like a new reality show on its first episode, drama written all over it. She could picture sit-downs over burnt toast and heated arguments cloaked in a veneer of care. Where the past should stay buried would echo, a battle cry against her relentless curiosity. It was, however, a challenge she relished. Every scoff, every scorned glance only fueled her belief that uncovering Isolde's history might unlock a treasure far more precious than any dusty attic trinket. At the heart of it all, an archaeological dig into her own lineage unfolded, layers upon layers peeled back like the skin of an onion. Elara braced herself, knowing she was digging deep into the bedrock of whispered secrets, the sort of truths you'd expect in a telenovela or a particularly spicy fantasy novel. With each piece of history she unraveled, she felt the weight of Isolde's story pressing against her, a force pulling her through the heart of a village that had long accepted silence as its refuge. Yet there was a spark of defiance within her, a voice capable of saying, "I refuse to let the tales of old become mere echoes." And as she sat among time-worn relics of the past, she wondered how far she could go before those echoes turned into a full-fledged symphony of revelations. As Elara thumbed through the yellowed pages of the diary, a faint smell of aged parchment enveloped her like an old friend's embrace. The scrawled ink seemed to pulse with secrets, whispering from the past, but it was the brittle sheet that fluttered out like a wounded bird that made her heart race. It bore a sketch of a map, mysterious and cryptic, leading her to an ancient chapel where echoes of long-lost souls lingered like ghosts at a family reunion. With fire in her belly and curiosity guiding her feet, she set off, unknowingly stepping into a spider's web of her family's history, waiting to ensnare her in its tangled truths. The chapel stood at the forest's edge, a crumbling sentinel of a bygone era, draped in ivy like a witch's shawl. The air was thick with the earthy scent of damp moss and wood rot, a heady mix that made her nose tingle. As she pushed open the creaking door, the sound echoed like a horror movie sound effect, warning her of what might lie within. Light streamed through broken, stained glass windows, painting the dust motes in a kaleidoscope of colors that danced in the musty gloom. With each step, the floorboards groaned beneath her weight, protesting like an old man being asked to do one more chore. In the chapel's shadowy corners, Elara stumbled upon hidden letters, their ink as dark as the truths they unveiled. Each note was steeped in Isolde's sorrowful tale, a tapestry of love thwarted by the prickly thorns of societal expectations, creating a drama more intense than any reality show on TV. In the pages, she felt Isolde's emotions. The joy of fleeting love mingled with the bitterness of unfulfilled dreams, and it felt achingly familiar. Trapped in a whirlwind of romance and regret, Elara couldn't help but chuckle at how love always seemed to come with a complicated side dish called family drama. Who knew that asking for a little romance could resurface dark family secrets worthy of a juicy soap opera plot. But as Alara unraveled Isolde's story, the past didn't just whisper, it howled. Back at home, her family was simmering like a pot of water left on the stove too long, and all she could do was at least hope they didn't boil over like a bad soup. Old grudges and family rifts, long buried under years of polite smiles, emerged, each voice sharper than the last. Oh, the irony. What started as a quest for understanding morphed into a battle of wills, with accusations flying like confetti at a wedding gone wrong. It was both a heartbreaking and laughable sight. The realization that while they share the same blood, their perspectives were remarkably far apart, like a sitcom with an overdone laugh track playing in the background, with tensions mounting like the finale of a dramatic stage play. Alara stood at the crossroads of isolation and unity. Each family member gripped their grievances tightly, as if they were prized possessions worthy of a featured spot at an art exhibit. She took a deep breath, the air thick with anxiety, mixed with the scent of old wood and fresher wounds. Determined to weave through the chaos, she knew that confronting Isolde's past meant facing her family's buried truths. That cryptic map had unwittingly become more than a treasure hunt. It was a beacon illuminating the dark corners of their souls, urging them to reconcile, not just with each other, but with the fragments of their shared history that had finally come to light. The air in the chapel felt thick, almost like a damp woolen blanket clinging to Alara's skin as she stood before her family. A constellation of nervous faces flickering in the flickering candlelight. Shadows danced on the walls, twisting into strange shapes that mimicked the tension in the room. This was it, the moment she had envisioned and dreaded in equal measure. With the diary in one trembling hand, its pages aged and brown like autumn leaves, Alara could almost hear Isolde's voice whispering to her, urging her to be brave. Time to pull the curtain back on these family secrets, she thought, a flicker of determination igniting within her. It would be more like reading a courtroom drama than a heartwarming family story. She was both judge and jury on this twisted road to truth. As she began to read, her voice echoed off the chapel's high ceilings, mingling with the soft creak of the old wooden pews, each creak a reminder of years gone by, carrying the weight of generations worth of whispers. The words poured forth like a bubbling brook, revealing tales of love stifled and choices made in the shadow of society's judgment. Her family shifted uncomfortably, the younger ones sitting with wide eyes, while the older generation seemed to shrink into their seats, as if trying to disappear entirely. It was as if she were unleashing a horde of ghosts into the room, each revelation sending shivers down spines and raising goosebumps on arms. Alara could not help but chuckle inwardly at the irony. Here they were, an assembly of blood relatives, yet somehow still strangers, caught like ants in a glass jar, scurrying to cope with the chaos around them. The moment tense air met her next passage. It was as if someone had popped a balloon. The unexpected revelation of Isolde's hidden affair sent a ripple through the crowd. Gasps, sharp and collective, hung in the air like the smell of burnt toast, a bitter reminder of what they had long tried to ignore. Faces flushed, eyes darted like pinballs, and suddenly walls that had stood firm for decades began to crack. Old rivalries resurfaced, layered with resentment, as secrets were unwrapped like unwelcome gifts. It was a family gathering that had taken a sharp turn into a Greek tragedy, complete with cries of disbelief and sides forming faster than a high school cafeteria food fight. Everyone's biases and unresolved fears came to light, as if the past had been waiting in the wings for this very moment, ready to take center stage. Aunt Matilda's face turned a shade of crimson, her pearls shimmering ominously in the dim light, as she clashed with Uncle Harold over long-buried grievances that felt fresh and pungent, like week-old fish. "How dare you lift that curtain?" she spat, her voice dripping with venom, while Harold shot back with a laugh that sounded more like a growl. Alara couldn't help but think of reality TV shows where families scream and cry, but here none of it was scripted. It was raw and real, the kind of drama that made the ancient Greeks proud and could win an Emmy for most dysfunctional unit. This was the moment they had dreaded, the moment their hearts would be bared, raw and bleeding, with all the ugly truths laid out for everyone to see. As the final words echoed in the haunted chapel, something shifted among them. A reluctant understanding began to weave through the air like a fragrant incense swirling into existence. Each family member wrestled with their newfound truths, grappling like gladiators in an arena of emotions. The echoes of Isolde's choices reverberated, forcing them to reconsider what it truly meant to love and sacrifice. Alara felt a strange sense of kinship amidst the chaos, as her family unraveled before her, yet united in their shared dilemma. The diary, cradled in her arms, became more than just a collection of ink on fragile pages. It transformed into a bridge, a metaphorical time machine sending them back to the heart of their lineage. Perhaps, she mused as the air lightened just a touch, this was the beginning of a new chapter, not just for them, but for the legacy of Isolde that they would carry forward, however messy that might be. The air crackled with a newfound energy as the weight of secrets drifted away, like autumn leaves caught in a brisk breeze. Alara stood at the center of the old family home, surrounded by her relatives, their faces illuminated by flickering candlelight that danced like ghosts at a masquerade ball. The aroma of freshly baked bread mingled with the distinct mustiness of age-old wood, wrapping them in a nostalgic embrace. With every paragraph read from the diary, they unearthed not just tales of sorrow, but also threads of resilience, each page a portal to their shared past. They laughed and cried, sometimes simultaneously, like a family reunion gone delightfully haywire. As they peeled back layers of misunderstanding that had festered for generations, transforming bitterness into connection and conflict into compassion, Isolde's legacy, once shrouded in shadow, emerged like a phoenix flapping its wings, vibrant and unapologetic. Alara marveled at how the old diary, initially resembling an ominous tome of family drama, began to resemble a treasure map, guiding them toward a brighter horizon. Her heart soared as she watched her mother embrace her estranged brother for the first time in years, their laughter ringing through the house like a familiar tune from a long-lost favorite movie. The room filled with warmth as they gathered around the kitchen table, retelling Isolde's spirit, a grandma who had skills rivaling a TV chef, capable of turning even last night's cold pizza into a gourmet meal. It turned out that family could be more than just a collection of genetic relatives. It could indeed be the epic ensemble cast of a heartwarming sitcom, one where every episode brought hope and healing. Yet it wasn't all sunshine and daisies. Some moments were bittersweet, as uncomfortable as finding a stubborn piece of spinach stuck in your teeth during the first date. Alara felt the sting of unresolved feelings, remnants of hurt that lingered in the corners of the room like dust motes in sunlight. The diary, too, served as a reminder of the pain, but also of the strength required to confront it. They tackled tough subjects like boxing champions in a ring, ready for reparations, but with love as their protective gear. As each story unfolded, Alara realized that vulnerability was not a weakness, but the glue binding their frayed relationships together. A revelation sweeter than the chocolate cake cooling in the oven. As the night stretched on, the house transformed into a canvas of nostalgia, where laughter mingled with the ghostly echoes of the past. Like a well-loved vinyl record spinning on repeat, the family began to share their own memories, weaving a tapestry of tales that captured the essence of who they each were. There was Uncle Marcus recounting his infamous mishap at the family barbecue, a disaster involving flaming ribs and a garden hose that still had them in stitches, and Aunt Clara's stories about Isolde's wild adventures that played out like a playlist of classic road trips. In that The old newspaper clippings and dusty photographs took on new life. No longer relics, but vibrant snapshots of love, laughter, and sometimes hilarity. With every shared laugh, the family grew closer, solidifying bonds that would weather future storms, no matter how turbulent. With dawn creeping up on the horizon, the family gathered to make a vow, their voices intertwining like a melody, pledging to honor Isolde's legacy by preserving their history. The echoes of the past emboldening their hearts. Alara, feeling the weight of her ancestors' love, was determined to keep the diary close, not as a vault of secrets, but as a wellspring of wisdom and guidance for the generations to come. She envisioned sharing these stories with her children, enveloping them in the rich tapestry of their heritage, and ensuring they understood that family was not just about blood, but about love, acceptance, and yes, even the absurdity of spinning pizza crusts. Laughter erupted once more as they joked about future family gatherings, promising to keep the recipes and the stories alive. After all, no one wanted to sign up for another burnt ribs scenario. As the sun rose, casting golden hues over their faces, Alara whispered a silent promise to the past, grateful for the echoes that now resounded in unity, hope, and an undying sense of love. Determined to uncover the story behind that postcard, Alina turned to the village's most spirited historians, its elderly residents. Armed with her notepad and a spark of youthful enthusiasm, she embarked on her quest. Time-worn faces etched with wisdom and laughter greeted her, each one a storyteller ready to weave together the vibrant tapestry of the village's past. Old Man Harris, with his beard that looked like the remnants of a shipwreck, recounted tales of fish, so big they could practically swim away with your grandmother's knitting. Her heart raced as she listened, imagining the bustling docks filled with the salty, tangy scent of the sea, and the camaraderie of fishermen leaning on their nets, swapping stories like trading cards on a playground. As the days passed, Alina wove her way into the old rhythms of the village, soaking up the tales of feasts where fish were pulled straight from the ocean's embrace and served with a side of laughter and love. Each story dripped with nostalgia, a bittersweet reminder of joys lost to time, much like her grandmother's once vibrant paintbrushes gathering dust in a corner. The irony tickled her mind. Here was a village that had fished for hope alongside the bounty of its waters, now mired in quiet despair, as if time had rolled back like a poorly rewound VHS tape. As she painted scenes inspired by the stories shared, Alina felt a spark igniting within her. It wasn't just a canvas she was brightening, but the spirit of the very village that had nurtured her dreams. Would she be the one to orchestrate a renaissance, to paint over the gray with bold colors of hope and revival. Armed with her newfound knowledge and an endless supply of determination, Alina organized a gathering, a hearkening back to the village's glory days, complete with fishing nets, and the scent of grilled seafood wafting through the salty air. While setting up, she humorously compared herself to a captain leading a crew to regain lost treasure. Only this time, the treasure was tradition and community spirit. The villagers chuckled, their faces lighting up like fireflies as they reminiscing about time spent solidifying bonds over shared meals and laughter before the tides changed. The sounds of laughter filled the air, blending with the crashing waves, a chorus that sang of perseverance. Alina sensed an awakening, a shared heartbeat rising, a promise that the waves wouldn't be the only thing to dance with joy again. It was that very night, as lanterns glowed like stars above, that the village buzzed with an energy Alina had only seen in movies, where the heroes unite against all odds. Fishermen old and young joked under the moonlight, telling tall tales and twirling fish about the ones that got away, while the scent of spicy stew curled around the corners of socializing souls. Alina beamed at her work, feeling not just the pulse of the tide, but the warmth of community, rekindled like an old fire that simply needed a bit of fanning. It was as if her brush had stirred the very essence of the village, provoking laughter, chatter, and a renewed sense of belonging, like launching a blockbuster hit after years in development hell. And for the first time in ages, the village was alive with the promise of a future that respected the whispers of its past, ready for waves of change to roll in. But this time, they would ride it together. Alina stood at the edge of the cliff, wind whipping through her hair like a wild stallion galloping across an open plain. The salty sea air filled her lungs with the promise of adventure, a tantalizing blend of seaweed and memories that tugged at her heartstrings. It was here, amidst the gulls' raucous calls and the crashing waves, that she felt the stirrings of change. Her enthusiasm, bright as the sun bouncing off the waves, caught the attention of her childhood friend, Marco, with the rugged lines of worry etched on his sun-kissed face. He looked like he'd been wrestling with a sea monster, rather than merely trying to make a living fishing in these storied waters. But it was that very enthusiasm that sparked a fire in him, a fire that might just shine through the gloom of their village's decline. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in shades of orange and purple, they gathered at the village square. Laughter and raised voices bounced off the cobblestone streets as the aroma of grilled sardines wafted through the air, a scent both inviting and nostalgic. The villagers huddled close, eyes bright with hope and a little bit of trepidation, as Alina and Marco laid out their plans. They weren't just gathering for another boring town hall meeting. They wanted to revive the community spirit, to bring life back to the dilapidated shacks that once bustled with laughter and solidarity. Each new face added to the gathering was a drop in what felt like a rising tide of camaraderie, lifting their spirits higher with every shared story and dream. It was almost like a scene from a feel-good movie, where the underdogs band together, but without the glossy Hollywood finish. But just as the villagers were starting to feel that spark of renewal, a shadow loomed on the horizon, quite literally. Word had spread like wildfire about a powerful corporation eyeing their coastline gold digging in the guise of development. The clinking of heavy machinery in the distance was a race car's roar compared to the gentle lapping of waves they once knew. They weren't just planning to reshape the coast. Oh no, they were pulling a full-on monster truck rally meets eco-disaster on their beloved village. Meetings morphed into strategizing sessions where they passionately discussed tactics and wove plans like an intricate tapestry. Somewhere between brainstorming creative slogans and concocting rally recipes, they birthed their manifesto, "Save Our Shoreline or Else." It had a catchy ring to it. As tensions rose like the tide, the villagers faced battles, both literal and metaphorical. Alina found herself peering through her binoculars at corporate bigwigs strutting around with their tailored suits and obnoxiously shiny briefcases, like peacocks trying to assert dominance. Each slick presentation, they made promised jobs and prosperity. But to the villagers, it felt more like a one-way ticket to a dystopian future, where they would be living amongst stark concrete monoliths, instead of the vibrant, chaotic beauty of their ocean front. The irony was thick enough to cut with a knife as they rallied together, plotting how to disrupt the harmony of these corporate suits with the jangling notes of their own handmade protest banners. "You can't drown our voices," Alina declared one night, a defiant glint in her eye. "We're more than just fish in their barrel, with creativity in their hearts and a stubborn spirit." They marched forward, much like the rebels in one of those classic 90s teen flicks, where the misfits join forces to tackle the establishment. The energy in the village swelled, posters plastered everywhere like a modern art exhibit, gone wild, colorful paint splatters covering the drab walls like vibrant dreams, defying the gray of reality. Their laughter mingled with the clamor of protest, connecting them, each chant a thread, weaving a sturdy fabric of resistance. They knew it wouldn't be a cakewalk, more like a trudge through a muddy swamp. But the whispers of change grew louder with every effort, lifting them above their fears, just like sea foam riding a wave. Together, they began to believe that they could reclaim their coastline, their community, and maybe even their futures. But first, they'd need a plan that was just as gritty as the soil under their feet on a humid afternoon as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the beach. The villagers gathered like a swarm of anxious bees. Armed with makeshift signs painted in vibrant colors and brimming with slogans that echoed their hopes and frustrations, they stood shoulder to shoulder, a patchwork of unity against the looming threat of the corporation. The salty air carried the distant sound of crashing waves. But today, those waves were accompanied by the murmurs of determination and defiance. It felt as if the very spirit of their ancestors danced on the breeze, urging them to stand firm as they prepared to defend their beloved home. Tides of change were indeed upon them, but they weren't about to let the tide sweep them away quietly into the night. No, sir. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the weathered rooftops of the town, villagers flooded the streets with an energy that crackled like electricity on a summer night. Banners flapped in the warm breeze, each one emblazoned with painted pleas and passionate slogans, shouting their intent louder than any megaphone. Save our heritage, read one sign adorned with a hand-painted heart. Another proclaimed, this land is our story. The atmosphere buzzed with the raucous laughter of children and the determined chants of adults, a chorus of voices that mingled with the scent of fresh bread wafting from the nearby bakery, creating a cacophony of hope and desperation. Little did they know, their collective spirit would soon collide head-on with an iron curtain of blue uniforms waiting for them with solemn, unyielding expressions. As the villagers approached the corporation's headquarters, their hopeful hearts raced against the grim reality of police officers forming an impenetrable wall. It was as if the town's pulse had been confronted by an impenetrable fortress, and the officers, standing shoulder to shoulder like a band of stoic robots, seemed ready to enforce the planet's most ridiculous grown-ups only rule. Murmurs swept through the crowd. Was this how far they'd go to protect corporate greed? The air was thick with tension and the tangy scent of sweat. A lone butterfly fluttered past like a tiny rebel, zigzagging between fists, holding tightly to their convictions. Just as the villagers contemplated retreating, feeling more outgunned than a group of toddlers in a game of dodgeball against seasoned pros, they caught a glimpse of something glimmering on the horizon, an unexpected curveball that could change everything. It wasn't just a mirage. A media crew, complete with cameras and bright lights that made it feel like every participant had suddenly been thrust onto a Hollywood red carpet, crashed the scene like a rock band at a library, with a professional swagger and the gleam of opportunity in their eyes. They locked onto the villagers with their lenses, ready to shoot the raw footage of the grassroots uprising that was unfolding before them. The sound of whirring cameras blended with the villagers' raucous chants, creating a symphony that signaled they were no longer alone in this fight. Voices once muted by authority began to amplify. It was as if a magic spell had been cast. And suddenly, these passionate locals were transformed into the heroes of their story. Sounds of hope bubbled to the surface like the very best kind of carbonated drink, fizzy and invigorating, promising a spark on the horizon as the camera crew zoomed in for close-ups, capturing raw emotion etched across faces flushed with passion. The tide of public opinion began to shift more dramatically than a plot twist in a soap opera. Images of the demonstration flashed across screens, capturing eyes and hearts far beyond the dusty streets of their town. The scent of change infused the air, mingling with roasted coffee from the cafe down the block, as those previously ensconced in a bubble of indifference started to lean into their televisions and smartphones, curious about the vibrant fight for a town's identity. A raucous storm of tweets erupted, pundits pontificated, and hashtags like Number Heritage Heroes began a fever that infected the digital world. Who knew the power of a community could be so contagious, challenging the corporate Goliaths with the mere force of voices amplified through pixels and a little bit of luck. With the world watching, the corporation began to sweat under the relentless pressure of public scrutiny, like an ice cream cone left out in the scorching sun. A delightful treat melting away before one's eyes. Tension cracked like a dry twig underfoot as executives scrambled in their glass offices, realizing that a bunch of angry villagers armed with heartfelt conviction could dismantle their carefully laid plans for profit. The irony dripped from the air, thick as honey. A community once silenced by fear had turned into a thunderous choir of resolve, each note reverberating far beyond the narrow streets of their town. And so, amidst laughter, determination, and the odd cry of a rogue seagull, a revolution was brewing. With an audacity as powerful as any blockbuster finale, the tides of change crested, ready to redefine what it meant to fight not just for roots, but for a future that could finally take flight. The sun peeked over the horizon, casting golden rays like a painter's brush across the tiny, resilient village. The air buzzed with a mix of excitement and disbelief as locals gathered, still reveling in the aftershocks of their unexpected victory. You see, just a few sunsets ago, they'd been preparing for a corporate bulldozer invasion, the kind that makes David versus Goliath look like a friendly wrestling match, but with the corporate giants retreating faster than a cat in a bath. The village breathed a collective sigh of relief. As sweet as the scent of homemade pumpkin pie wafting from Grandma Rose's kitchen next door, who knew a simple mural and a stubborn artist could launch such a tidal wave of change. Perhaps it was the artistic equivalent of throwing a rock into a serene pond, complete with ripples galore, and a fish or two freaking out in the process. Much to everyone's delight, Alina's mural now towered like a vibrant fortress, a kaleidoscope of colors swirling together to tell the story of their struggle and triumph. It transformed the drab, gray wall of a forgotten building into a beacon of hope that pulled in curious tourists like a magnet made of artisan cheese. Irresistible, visitors ambled closer, their chatter mingling with the salty sea breeze as the scent of fresh brine filled the air. Kids giggled and pointed at the mermaids and sea creatures swirling within the paint, while adults whispered among themselves about revolution and resilience. Words that sounded way cooler than the latest superhero movie. It was as if Alina had breathed life into the old village, and now it thrived like a newly sprouted flower in the spring sun, ready for whatever came next. Determined to celebrate their newfound freedom, the villagers organized a festival that could make Mardi Gras look like a garden party. Stalls lined the cobblestone streets, bursting with colorful crafts and tantalizing snacks, the kind that could make your stomach rumble louder than a rock concert. The rhythmic beats of traditional music floated through the air, blending with the giggles of children running wild like confetti in the wind. Old and young danced together, grandparents busting out moves you'd more likely see on TikTok, while the teens laughed and tried to keep up. It was a heartwarming parade of joy, a vibrant tapestry woven from threads of shared history, resilience, and laughter, as they remembered what it meant to be a community, kinda like a dysfunctional, loving family reunion, but without the awkward silence over who brought that awful casserole. As the day moved forward, Alina found herself leaning against her mural, allowing the chaos of the festival to wash over her while she reflected on her journey. Who would have thought that her extra doodle, a postcard-sized tribute, would spark such a revolutionary fire? It was like being the unexpected heroine in a coming-of-age flick, dodging corporate villains and finding hidden treasures in the process. Each brushstroke held a feeling, a memory of struggle, passion, and finally, victory, her own cinematic montage playing out against the backdrop of the coastal waves. With every laugh heard and dance shared, she understood that history doesn't just belong to the pages of dusty books. It's alive, vibrant, and very much a part of the lives swirling around her. As nightfall settled like a cozy blanket over the village, the sounds of joy were accompanied by the whisper of waves crashing against the rocky shore. an ancient routine that would never grow old. The festival lights twinkled like stars, and for a moment it felt as if the universe was winking in approval of their victory. The kind of cosmic high five that had everyone buzzing with potential. Alina knew the tides of change would keep rolling forward, carrying their incredible story wherever they went. Maybe, just maybe, this little village would be the setting for many more revolutionary postcards in the years to come. And in a world that often felt out of tune, they'd found harmony on their own terms, a reminder that sometimes the most unexpected moments create the loudest echoes of change. In the quaint town of Eldridge, the atmosphere hummed with a peculiar mix of tension and defiance, as the specter of the Civil War loomed overhead. Merchants shouted their wares from rickety wooden stalls, while mothers clutched their children tightly, casting worried glances toward the horizon. The scent of gunpowder lingered in the air, as though the very earth was holding its breath in anticipation of the storms to come. Among the bustling streets, two brothers, Thomas and James, stood tall yet anxious, their hearts pounding like war drums inside their chests. Loyalty bound them tighter than the thread on a Union soldier's uniform, and their affection for one another felt like the warm summer sun, even on the coldest day of their lives ahead. As their mother packed up makeshift knapsacks filled with hardtack and dried apples, their father could only nod, his expression a tumultuous blend of pride and sorrow. Boys, just remember, no glory without a little grime, he joked, his eyes glistening like dew on grass in the morning light. They might have laughed, but the weight of the moment hung heavy, much like the aroma of freshly baked bread mixed with the earthy scent of churned soil. The brothers exchanged a knowing look, that secret language only siblings understand, as they prepared to step into the unknown. No matter what, I'll write to you every chance I get, Thomas declared, as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows that felt like the fingers of fate reaching for them. Meanwhile, as the garrison drum rolled across town, connecting the past to the uncertain future, thoughts of battle danced ominously in their minds. The anticipation was like waiting for a thunderstorm on a summer's day, foreboding yet electrifying. What awaited them beyond their village was as unfathomable as a plot twist in one of Shakespeare's works. Would they be heroes or mere footnotes in a history book, crumbling like the letters smeared with ink from their quills? These questions buzzed through their brains, taking root like weeds in an unkempt garden, growing ever larger as they prepared to part ways. On the day of their departure, the crowd gathered, their faces a canvas of hope and fear, echoing the chorus of sentiments tangled up like a packet of tangled string. As the brothers clasped hands, their grip was firm yet shaky, a paradox that spoke volumes. The sounds of marching boots and sniffling noses created a symphony of both courage and heartbreak. I'll write you nightly, like a romantic hero from a novel. James promised, trying to mask his unease with a wink, though their journey sent them spiraling into war's clutches. Their correspondence would be the lifeline, binding their shared adventures together like the spine of a well-loved book. And so, the brothers set forth, wounded pride cloaked beneath their soldiers' guise, ready to face cannon fire and the clanging of sabers. As the drumbeat faded, their letters would become a lifeline, a tangible piece of home amidst the chaos and disarray. With every inked word, they would bridge the miles of separation, nourishing their bond with tales of heroism mixed with the mundane. From the chill of winter camps to the hustle of skirmishes, their secrets and fears would spill onto the pages, like blood on the battlefield, leaving indelible marks on history. Little did they know, these ordinary letters would weave a tapestry of an extraordinary tale that would unite a nation in ways they could hardly imagine. The sound of cannon fire was thunderous, shaking the very earth beneath Thomas's feet. In the heat of battle, the acrid scent of gunpowder mixed with the sweat and fear of men was almost unbearable. He penned letters as if each stroke of the pen was a lifeline thrown back to his brother James. Describing the mud-slick trenches and the cacophony of chaos surrounding him, he wrote about the terrifying yet thrilling camaraderie that bound him and his fellow soldiers together. It was their laughter in the face of death that made them feel alive, like the heroes of a Hollywood blockbuster. Even while the grim reality loomed over them like a storm cloud ready to burst. Back home, James sat at the kitchen table, ink-stained fingers trembling as he absorbed every word from Thomas. The house still carried the faint smell of fresh bread and the lingering sadness of empty chairs during dinner since their mother had passed. Each letter was like a time capsule, revealing the heart of war while simultaneously tightening the noose of worry around his chest. He couldn't help but chuckle at Thomas's rants about why a half-eaten can of beans was a great meal in the trenches. The irony of soldiers treating canned food like gourmet dining was a bittersweet escape from their harsh reality. Yet each word also reminded him of the faces of their hometown friends lost to the fight, making his laughter taste a bit like ashes. As the war dragged on, the letters became lifelines, stitching together their disparate experiences into a tapestry of shared sorrow and hope. Thomas could spend hours detailing the absurdity of squirrels stealing rations from their trenches, painting comical pictures of furry little bandits raiding their food supply. Meanwhile, James rallied the townsfolk to knit blankets, even as his heart longed to send something more than just words. What could a woolen blanket say to a brother buried in mud and blood? Yet those small acts of kindness illuminated the path of resilience for them both, a testament to the unyielding spirit of family in times of crisis. But war, as it often does, had a way of seeping into the soul, leaving jagged scars that letters could not always heal. Some nights, Thomas's pen would falter, and his letters would speak of despair, the sound of distant cries haunting him like a bad horror movie he couldn't escape. He wrote of friends falling silently in the night as if they were mere shadows, their lives snuffed out like candles blown by a cruel wind. Back home, James felt that weight pressing against his chest, the reality that every letter could be the last. A cruel joke fate seemed to enjoy playing on them. They were united by blood and ink, yet again pulled apart by the unrelenting distance that war demanded. Through the stories shared in ink, a beautiful irony blossomed. Their words became the very thing that kept their spirits alive amidst the gore and sorrow. Huddled in frigid corners of barracks, or crowded around the hearth fires back home, they found joy and laughter within the confines of those courageous scribbles, each letter filled with tales of hope and camaraderie, spun a thread connecting brother to brother, each word an armor against the dark forces of despair. Thomas and James had become calligraphers of resilience, painting pictures of unwavering brotherhood on the canvas of their lives. It was here, in those unseen fields of battle, that the heart of a nation began to beat in unison, a reminder that even amidst chaos, love flourished and laughter danced like sparks in the night. The air crackled with tension, thick as the smoke curling from cannon fire, as Thomas fought among the chaos of battle. Each explosion resonated like thunder, reverberating through the ground, shaking the very earth beneath his feet. He could feel the grit of mud mixing with blood, a grotesque reminder of the horrors surrounding him. In the midst of this turmoil, Thomas penned what would be his last few letters, his hands trembling, ink splattering like the very chaos he survived. These missives, once lively accounts of camaraderie and courage, now dripped with desperation. Each stroke of his pen, a silent plea echoing through the blood-soaked fields of conflict. Back home in Eldridge, the weight of those letters became a lifeline for James, who stood at the town square, the flickering lamplight casting long shadows on his determined face. As a newfound leader, he embraced Thomas's words like a warm blanket on a winter's night, sharing them with the townsfolk who gathered around, starving for connection and hope. With a voice as steady as the town's clock tower, James recited tales of bravery that stirred their souls, blending them with raucous laughter drew smiles from tear-streaked cheeks. He sprinkled humor, even, often likening the enemy to a band of rogue squirrels, darting around, desperately trying to steal the last morsel from their pantry. For a moment, the grim realities of war faded, and community spirit flickered like the flame in a lantern, casting away shadows with the light of resilience. But life in Eldridge wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. The clatter of horse hooves echoed in the streets as news of casualties trickled in like a slow, dark river. For every letter Thomas sent, a whispered sorrow crept through the town, wrapping around their hearts like a chilling fog. The laughter that once spilled from lively gatherings now mingled with talks of loss, heavy as a stone dropped into silence. James observed every furrowed brow and sorrowful expression, the weight of unspoken grief hanging in the air, thick enough to cut with a knife, but still he pressed on, rallying the townsfolk as if they were soldiers marching toward an invisible front, urging them to not only remember the names of the fallen, but to celebrate their bravery through his brother's tales. In these trying times, the bond between the brothers, though stretched across battlefields, became a beacon for Eldridge. Every letter transformed into a lifeline, a connection as palpable as a hug from a long-lost friend. The scent of pine mingled with hope as the townspeople gathered in the tavern, a local haven where tales of sacrifice shone brighter than the flickering candles that illuminated their confessions. They spoke of shared dreams of peace and the simpler times when the only battles fought were over who could catch the biggest fish at the local lake. Laughter and tears intermingled like colors on a painter's palette, creating a vibrant tapestry of community that mourned together, yet found strength in unity. Yet as Thomas battled in the trenches, each breath he took felt like a borrowed moment, a tick of the clock closer to fate. The distance between the brothers felt like an endless chasm, made only more poignant by the escalating despair surrounding them. On many nights, Thomas laid awake, his heart pounding like a relentless drum, not just from fear, but from the hope that drifted with each letter he sent home. James felt the weight of his brother's spirit with every word he spoke, realizing how fragile life was and how interconnected their tales truly were. Through shadows and light, the correspondence forged a path not just for survival, but for a collective identity that would rally a nation, knitting together their sorrow into a vibrant tapestry of resilience and belonging. The sun dipped low in the sky like a weary soldier after a long march, casting long shadows over the battlefield where gunpowder still lingered in the air. It was a day like no other when James received that fateful letter, carefully tucked within a crumpled yellow envelope, its edges frayed like the morale of the soldiers who fought against the very winds of despair. As he opened it, the scent of ink mingled with the faint metallic tang of blood that haunted the surrounding land. Each word leaped off the page, resounding in his heart like cannon fire, bringing with it both a weight of sorrow and an unexpected warmth from his brother's spirit. Forever alive in ink and sentiment, Thomas's words were an embrace across the miles, filled with love, longing, and a bitter acceptance of the reality that hung over them like a dark cloud ready to burst. It was the final letter, the finale in a tragic symphony that played out in an echo of bravery and heartbreak amid the chaos of war. Thomas laid it all bare in that letter, his acceptance ringing true like a well-worn church bell on a Sunday morning, giving James not just a glimpse of his brother's soul, but a duty wrapped in an ancient rite of brotherhood. Though the distance had spread between them like the rift of a great chasm, Thomas urged James to carry on, to fight not just for survival, but for the very essence of unity and peace. With every flourished line, it was like Thomas reached out to lay a hand on James's shoulder, urging him to brave the storms ahead. If fate keeps us apart, he'd written, his ink-soaked words whispering through the ages like a ghostly mantra. May your strength be the thread that weaves our people together. The fervor roaring within James was nothing short of electric, sending shivers down his spine, igniting a fire that felt both righteous and rebellious in these dire times. Heart pounding like a drum manufactured from the very tension of the age, James sat down and pored over the letter, its every word stitching him closer to a reality he'd always feared, yet now faced with weary determination. Gathering the townsfolk on the rickety old porch of the general store, he waved the letter high above his head, as if it could catch the attention of those who'd long since turned their back on hope. The wind whipped around them, carrying the scent of freshly baked bread from the bakery down the street, mixing with the heavy musk of sweat and labor, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, life went on. As he read aloud, his voice trembled yet surged with fierce conviction, an anthem rising from the ashes of despair, their spirits intertwining in that moment, fueled by the anguish of loss and the glimmering threads of unity. Laughter bubbled up among the tears, a morbid yet necessary lightness in times as heavy as lead, as townsfolk found solace in their shared fight, bonding over the shared knowledge that love and sacrifice were the true currency of that war-torn reality. With each passing minute, the gravity of Thomas's words stirred something deeper within the gathered crowd, uniting them like elements fused into a singular force of nature. They listened, captivated, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of oil lamps that cast dancing dancing shadows upon the weather-beaten walls. In that instant, the smells of gunpowder and despair were replaced by the sweet aroma of determination, which hung in the air like a thick fog. Plans began to form amidst the hushed whispers of rallying cries, igniting the community's passions like a fuse meeting dynamite. Each heartbeat a countdown to action. They laughed and cried, a symphony of emotions reminiscent of the grand scenes in a tragic play, their hearts harmonizing in a multilingual chant of defiance, echoing God knows where indeed they were marching toward, unknown yet destined to be transformative. As the crowd dispersed that night, Thomas's letter became more than just ink on paper. It morphed into a living testament, a rallying cry etched into the very fabric of their existence. James clutched it to his chest, feeling the pulse of his brother's unwavering spirit within its pages, as if Thomas had become the wind beneath their wings. Their small town, once teetering on the brink of despair, now buzzed with a new energy that crackled like static electricity in the air, forging connections across the divisions of their realities. Each person scattered into the night like fireflies, glowing with renewed purpose, the echo of his words drumming in their hearts together, in pain, yet united in hope. Those letters from the battlefield carried more than mere words. They wove an unbreakable tapestry of hope that would one day usher in the dawn of peace, the promise far beyond their wildest dreams, binding a nation together in shared sacrifice and love. As the smoke from the battlefield finally cleared and the echoes of cannon fire faded into distant memory, a different type of thunder began to rumble, one of unity and resilience. The letters, once merely lines scrawled on worn parchment, transformed into sacred relics of hope and brotherhood. Eldridge held these words close, feeling the ink-stained paper pulse with the strength of 1,000 hearts. Each stroke of the pen a testament to endurance against the relentless tide of war. It was as if each letter had shouted, "We are still here," to a nation battered but not broken, much like a sequel nobody expected, the war that strengthened a nation, or something like that. These correspondences sparked conversations in candlelit parlors and raucous taverns, lit up by shared hopes for a brighter tomorrow, drawing on a spirit stronger than coffee brewed for a midnight watch shift. Amidst this rising tide of kinship, a somber gathering emerged, one filled with faces touched by grief, but lit by a shared purpose. At the memorial service for the fallen soldiers, the air thick with a mix of damp earth and blooming wildflowers, James stepped forward, papers trembling in his hands. As he read aloud from Thomas's letters, his voice rang out like the solitary call of a bugle in the quiet of dawn. each word wrapping around the crowd like the softest wool on a winter's night. Laughter mixed with tears as stories of brotherly banter and spirited hopes cascaded down to the gathered souls, punctuating moments of sadness with glimmers of joy, the kind you couldn't bottle, but made you want to dance in your living room in your pajamas, just like in those movies where the world feels a little too perfect. This was the moment of reckoning, where the silence was shattered by memories, bringing the nation back to life in flickers of laughter and resilient tears. What was a memorial service, if not an intimate connection made public? The air buzzed with shared memories as people exchanged knowing glances, the kind that spoke volumes louder than the words themselves. Folks who did not know one another before suddenly found familial bonds etched in the stories of those they lost. This gathering became more than a tribute. It morphed into a conversation across generations, honoring the past while aiming toward a brighter future. Even the scent of gunpowder in the air felt lighter as it mingled with the abundance of flowers, somehow transforming the scent of war into a bouquet of memory and healing, like a bittersweet perfume you just couldn't shake off, but wouldn't want to either. In that hushed moment, as James paused to catch his breath, the crowd hung on every word, creating a palpable wave of emotion that surged through the gathered masses. Families embraced like it was a long-awaited reunion, reveling in the undeniable strength that radiated from shared sorrow. People who had once been miles apart in heart and spirit now found themselves bound together, united in a common understanding that, through the written word, lives intertwine like vines around an old oak tree. Irony draped itself over the assembly like a well-worn jacket. War, with all its destructive chaos, had unwittingly woven the fabric of a nation, each letter a stitch holding the frayed edges together. It was a realization so profound that it felt like a plot twist in the kind of epic saga that could rival the drama of a blockbuster film, complete with a finale that left everyone a little misty-eyed. As the final pages of Thomas's letters were read, a hush fell over the crowd, not one of silence, but one of resonance, a deep, vibrating echo of understanding that transcended the individual pains of loss. For at that moment, the nation was not just a geographical designation. It was a living, breathing entity, formed from voices raised in song, laughter, remembrance, and above all, love. The writing, once intimate whispers from the front lines, had become the bedrock for a healing nation, akin to a phoenix rising from its own ashes, only perhaps with a little more style. The collective hearts beat as one, louder than the thundering drums of war, softening the savage edges of conflict and cultivating a fertile ground for new dreams to bloom. Together, they left the gathering not just as people who came to remember, but as an indomitable legion of unity, ready to pen their next chapter, not of despair, but of hope, resilience, and brotherhood. In the heart of Eldoria, where the cobblestone streets wound like an old tale begging to be told, Clara, the village librarian, stumbled upon a dusty relic in the library's clutches. The air smelled of aged parchment and musty wisdom, a scent that tickled her nose as she reached for a mysterious, engraved box tucked behind forgotten encyclopedias. As she lifted the lid, a wave of frostbitten air sent a shiver down her spine, the kind that makes you feel as if ghosts might leap out at any moment. Instead, what greeted her were the delicate, curling edges of love letters, forgotten whispers between Eliana and Lucius, two souls entwined in a romance that seemed both absurd and outrageously beautiful. As the pale afternoon light streamed through the library windows, Clara unfolded the first letter with trembling fingers, her heart racing as if she were about to crack a top-secret code. The ink was faded, yet the ardent words danced off the page, painting vivid pictures of a world where daisies bloomed like the laughter of children, and moonlit rendezvous filled the air with longing. Clara chuckled to herself, wondering if Eliana and Lucius would have had a blockbuster romance worthy of a Netflix series, complete with dramatic plot twists and maybe, just maybe, a misplaced letter that led to misunderstandings worthy of high-stakes drama. Her mind raced with images of grand escapes and flourished handwriting, each scrawled word carving a deeper hole in her heart, revealing the bittersweet nature of their love story. Determined to uncover the tales woven within those letters, Clara took it upon herself to unearth the secrets of Eliana and Lucius, her very own quest akin to Indiana Jones, but with fewer boulders and snakes and more library dust. With every letter she read, Clara felt an inexplicable bond with these long-lost lovers, like they were old friends sharing their heartaches over steaming cups of coffee instead of musty pages. The village of Eldoria, once just a quaint background in her life, morphed into a vibrant tapestry of stories waiting to be uncovered, filled with tales of betrayal, lost fortunes, and the crippling fear of never getting that second date. And what did Eldoria smell like? Like old books mixed with a hint of scandal and light drizzle, creating a peculiar aroma that spoke of history waiting to be embraced. As Clara delved deeper, the echoes of Eliana and Lucius began to commandeer her thoughts, playing out in her dreams like cinematic magic, where Elizabeth Bennet met Ross and Rachel. With each letter, the mundane clanks of the library faded, replaced by the rustle of leaves and the soft whispers of bygone eras. Clara began to shape her own narrative, half hoping to bump into a dashing stranger who might resemble an angst-ridden poet with a flair for the dramatic, delivering her love letters sealed with an inglorious kiss, sweaty palms, and all. Ironically, this pursuit dug deeper into her own heart, peeling away her misunderstandings of love and friendship, revealing a soft underbelly of longing and connection, hidden beneath layers of librarian resistance. In the end, Clara found herself at a crossroads, standing between the past and the present, as she pieced together the lives of Ileana and Lucius like a jigsaw puzzle, whose image was slowly coming to life, with the town of Eldoria gossiping more than a flock of hens. Clara vowed to breathe life back into these forgotten souls, revealing love letters that demanded much more than quiet contemplation. The smell of burning parchment and ink mingled pleasantly with her newfound resolve, igniting something within her that felt between hope and rebellion. As she now held the key to an untold history, Clara could hear the echoes of Ileana's laughter, ushering her toward a fantastical destination, perhaps a time where love could rewrite even the darkest chapters of the past. Clara stood before the weathered stone cottage, the kind that looked like it could tell stories more thrilling than the latest binge-worthy drama on Netflix. She had whispered sweet nothings to herself about uncovering the hidden romance of Ileana and Lucius, but the air crackled with the village elders' ominous warnings. Tampering with the past, he had grumbled, his gnarled fingers tracing the air as if warding off an invisible curse. She half suspected him of being a supervillain in a poorly written script, guarding secrets in a crow's nest of dusty books and rusting scrolls. But Clara was no ordinary protagonist, not when there's a love story ripe for the picking. She adjusted her glasses and took a determined breath, the scent of damp earth and moss enveloping her like a comforting, albeit musty, embrace as she began to peel back the layers of time. Delving into the tattered letters was like chipping away at an ancient tombstone, each piece of parchment shedding light on a tale more scandalous than a tabloid expose. The ink, faded yet stubborn, spoke of stolen glances in moonlit gardens and whispered secrets under the heavy shadow of family feuds. Ah, family feuds, the great unifier of plot twists throughout history. Almost like the broccoli of the narrative world, nobody really wants it, but it keeps showing up anyway. Clara could practically hear Ileana's laughter twinkling in the air, an echoing reminder that love once dared to dance on the edge of feud and folly. Each letter she read felt like a tiny lightning bolt, crackling with the electric thrill of a romance that dared defy all odds, snatching Clara's heart and not giving it back without a hefty emotional ransom. Just As Clara began to piece together the vibrant tapestry of Ileana and Lucius's forbidden love, the village elder's warnings grew more insistent, each visit punctuated by his sage advice, wrapped in a dusty cloak of nostalgia. Leave the past be, Clara. It's a ghost you don't want in your life, he cautioned with a voice like gravel beneath a shoe. Clara rolled her eyes at the irony of his words, as ghosts, and the trouble they bring seemed to be the whole reason she found herself neck-deep in this mess. She was carving her own path, navigating her twisted family dynamics, much like a character in a dysfunctional family drama, who unexpectedly becomes a hero. The gruff elder was only a chapter in her story, a minor character who didn't quite get that she was auditioning for the leading role. As the pieces of Ileana and Lucius's love story came together, Clara sensed echoes of her own life in their struggles, tensions with relatives that felt heavier than wet wool, and a romance that was as fiercely contested as two rival sports teams. In those moments, she imagined herself as Ileana, the rebellious spirit, just trying to grab hold of a love that the world deemed unacceptable. Clara found herself sitting by the fire, the scent of roasted chestnuts wafting through the room, as memories of her own fierce crush flickered like flames, fueled by daydreams and extinguished by family expectations. It was as if the past was not merely a dusty, sepia-toned photograph, but a living, breathing entity, reminding her that love had always been worth the skirmishes it entailed. Just then, she heard a chuckle, the ghost of Ileana, urging her to write her own script and spoil her family with plot twists. Armed with newfound fervor, Clara resolved to delve deeper, realizing that she wasn't merely a historian unearthing letters, but a storyteller spinning tapestries of emotion. The village felt alive with the thrum of secrets, like a well-tuned harmony just waiting for the right notes to strike. Every corner she turned, every letter she read, sent her heart racing. The thrill of uncovering forbidden love pumping through her veins like a caffeine rush. She knew the journey ahead wouldn't be simple, much like trying to make a souffle in a windstorm. But she had inherited Ileana's fierce spirit and Lucius's steadfast resolve. Clara chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Beneath the layers of history, she was not just uncovering a lost romance, but weaving her destiny, and perhaps, just perhaps, rewriting what love could look like for generations to come. In the quaint village of Eldridge, where the cobblestones whispered tales of old, Clara found herself on a mission far grander than organizing a book club. She had stumbled upon the hushed secrets of Ileana and Lucius, star-crossed lovers, whose tragic fate was all but forgotten. Languishing beneath layers of dust and denial, enter Thomas, the local historian with an enthusiasm reminiscent of a teenager at a summer blockbuster, his excitement palpable as he guided Clara through the labyrinth of dusty archives. Together, they delved into volumes laden with secrets, flipping through the fragile pages like kids unwrapping presents on Christmas morning. The scent of aged paper curling around them like a cozy blanket, and just when disbelief seemed to grip their hearts, they unearthed a hidden journal, its leather cover whispering promises of forgotten revelations that would shake the village's very foundations like a well-placed firecracker in a quiet library. The journal told a story that was as rich as a slice of warm cherry pie, oozing with juicy details of a calculated plot to part Ileana and Lucius. Clara's heart raced, each revelation igniting her curiosity, while simultaneously causing her stomach to churn like a washing machine on the spin cycle. A shadow of irony danced in the air as they uncovered schemes woven by the very people who now inhabited the village. Their undeniable references, drawn from the past, like pop culture notes in a hipster coffee shop. Clara could almost hear the whispers in the wind. Those villagers who had scoffed at her curiosity, now realizing the truth was sprinkled all around them, like confetti from a New Year's Eve party gone awry. This revelation, while thrilling, felt like stepping onto a precarious cliff where the ground beneath could give way at any moment, sending her tumbling into a chasm of public outcry. As Clara shared her findings over steaming cups of chamomile tea, she could almost taste the bitterness of resistance. The village, once a serene tapestry of traditions, buzzed with tension like a pack of feral cats in a dark alley, each resident wrestling with their own version of the story. It was the elderly matriarch, a formidable presence clad in layers of fabric that smelled oddly like a musty attic, who seemed to embody the village's defiance. Clara felt the weight of her gaze as it pierced through her like a bemused emoji on social media. This woman held the keys to the kingdom, or rather, the secrets locked within those letters. The air crackled with the thrill of confrontation. A birthday party surprise turned sour as the villagers clamored to keep the past locked away, unaware that their own histories were about to be rewritten in bold, rebellious strokes. The town hall buzzed with anticipation, a beehive of aged timber and restless souls eager to see how the evening would unfold. Clara, standing at the front beneath a flickering gas lamp, held the faded letters aloft like a pair of ancient scrolls that could alter the course of history. The air crackled with tension as she began to read, each word slicing through the murmurs like a knife through a block of aged cheese. The scent of dust mingled with the sharp tang of old ink, creating a nostalgic aroma that lingered thick and palpable. As the truth spilled forth, the elders shifted in their seats, jaws tightening, their faces pale as they realized the skeletons in the closet were about to dance in the moonlight. This was not just a reading, it was a rebellion against the silence that had cloaked their past for too long. As Clara unveiled the love letters between Eliana and Lucius, gasps echoed around the room like the sound of popcorn exploding in the microwave. The letters dripped with longing and passion, rich as molasses, and filled with the sweet agony of forbidden love, painting a picture that even the most hardened hearts couldn't ignore. While the elders clutched their pearls, some literally, others metaphorically, the younger crowd leaned forward, their eyes gleaming with the spark of revolt. Their whispers ignited excitement and confusion. They had always heard tales of Eliana and Lucius, but here was the raw, unedited version, the secret romance that reeked of adventure and grit. It was a tale steeped in the very essence of humanity, a love that bravely dared to defy the strict boundaries of their oppressive world. Then, like a storm cloud rolling in, the matriarch rose. She was a formidable figure, all iron and pride, a monument to stubbornness, with her steel-gray hair pinned up in a bun that could likely withstand a tornado. With a voice rich in cadence and authority, she spoke of honor and family, weaving her own narrative with the threads of shame and pride. An unsettling mixture of bravado and vulnerability swirled in the air. The scent of her vintage perfume contradicting the metallic taste of confrontation lingering on everyone's lips. The elders exchanged glances, squirming in the uncomfortable spotlight of her righteous indignation. For her, the love story encapsulated in those letters threatened to unravel the very fabric of their long-cherished traditions, a threat that tasted bitterer than burnt coffee. But as the matriarch's words hung in the air, a new, unexpected sound rose from the younger generation, a chorus of laughter, exuberant and defiant. They found camaraderie in the tale of Eliana and Lucius, seeing themselves reflected in the ink-stained passion of those who dared to dream beyond the confines of societal norms. The tension shifted as they began to exchange knowing glances and hints of smiles, as if discovering an alternate universe they yearned to inhabit. The smell of fear began to dissipate, replaced by the invigorating scent of hope, like fresh earth after a summer storm. They felt empowered, inspired to dismantle the prejudices imposed by generations that had long ago grown stagnant. Much like that 2-week-old bread lurking at the back of their pantries. And so, the town found itself at a crossroads, teetering strangely between past and future. The letters and journal had cracked the long-held beliefs wide open, becoming the match that lit the bonfire of truth, igniting souls and spirits alike. The clash of the old guard and the emerging youth resonated like a well-timed bass drop at a music festival, shattering the complacency that wrapped the town in a shroud of dusty nostalgia. As they confronted long-buried wounds, the gravity of Ileana's and Lucius's unyielding love pushed them toward the brink of transformation. A journey filled with thorns and blossoms alike. In that hallowed meeting space, under the watchful gaze of history itself, the villagers began to understand. Love looks a lot like truth, and truth, sometimes, is the messiest part of life. The sun rose over Eldoria like a golden crown, casting a warm glow on the cobblestone streets. After the swirling chaos of doubts and dark histories had settled, the villagers emerged, blinking into the light, their hearts and minds as heavy as the morning mist. They gathered in the square, a tapestry of faces worn by time, yet animated with newfound purpose. Clara, with her bright red hair flowing like a banner of change, stood tall, her heart a drum beating with hope. She held the precious letters, fragments of a love that had slipped through the cracks of time like sacred scrolls, whispering promises of connection that echoed through the ages. The scent of fresh-baked bread filled the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil, a reminder of life's resilience, even in its most fragile moments. As Clara spoke, her voice danced through the crowd, weaving magic from the words penned by Ileana and Lucius. She shared stories of their stolen glances and daring escapades, recounting how their love bloomed just like the wildflowers dotting the hillsides in vibrant hues. The nostalgic tales washed over the villagers like a tide, easing the burdens of long-held grudges and rivalries, reminding them of what truly mattered. Laughter bubbled up, infusing the air with effervescence, an unexpected potion that lifted their spirits as they remembered that love, with all its imperfections, was the glue holding them together. Even old man Jenkins, who once grumbled like a bear with a toothache, found himself chuckling as he recalled his own youthful antics, proving laughter is indeed timeless, much like those age-old letters. When Clara made the bold decision to display the letters in the village library, it was like tossing a pebble into a still pond, sending ripples outward, stretching into the hearts of everyone in Eldoria. The library, with its creaky wooden shelves and the musty scent of page-turning history, became a sanctuary, alive with whispers of the past. Villagers streamed in, inspired to explore the letters and the love story that had been hidden away like a forgotten treasure. Children giggled as they peered over their parents' shoulders, eyes wide with wonder, while teenagers rolled their eyes, feigning indifference, yet secretly captivated by the romantic tales of star-crossed lovers, the yellowed pages, brimming with ink and emotion, seemed to transform the very air they breathed, turning mundane moments into golden memories. As weeks melted into months, the villagers cemented their bond, knitting together a community where laughter and understanding flourished like a well-tended garden. Town meetings turned into lively discussions about love, acceptance, and the audacity to dream, reminiscent of a reality show where everyone rooted for each other. No rose ceremonies required. Clara found herself at the center of this heartwarming revolution, a modern-day Cupid with a quiver full of letters instead of arrows. Life in Eldoria began to mirror a romantic comedy, complete with quirky side characters like Anna, the local baker, who started penning her own love notes to customers with their morning croissants, bringing the term flaky to an entirely new level. The village transformed into a beacon of hope, proving that love, like the cheese on a well-made pizza, could overcome any distance or difference. Ultimately, those letters did more than recount the romance between Eliana and Lucius. They struck a chord deep within the souls of Eldoria's residents, which reverberated through generations like an unforgettable ballad. As the village embraced the beauty of their shared history, whispers of compassion and acceptance rippled outward, altering the future for their children and grandchildren. Time passed, yet the memory of this transcendent love remained, etched in the very fabric of Eldoria, much like the scent of cedar, still lingering long after the fire has gone cold. Clara smiled knowingly, realizing that they had not only preserved a love story from the past, but had unlocked the power to change hearts and minds forever. In that small village, where the ancient and the contemporary collided, a legacy of love was born, echoing through time, because sometimes love truly does transcend it all. In the quaint village of Eldermere, where cobblestone streets wound like ribbons through gentle hills, Alaric, the poet, found himself ensnared by an enchantment so profound it could only be described as lunacy. Each morning, the sun spilled its golden light upon the rooftops, and as Alaric strolled past the vibrant blooms in the village square, his heart thudded in his chest, not just from the brisk walk, but from the very thought of Alara. She was a vision of grace, with laughter that danced like a warm breeze and hair as radiant as the moonlit sky. Yet, beneath that melodic laughter lay the unyielding barrier of social class, an impenetrable wall that left Alaric's heart aching with longing and despair, akin to a cat yearning for a bird just out of reach. True, he was a poet, but in the eyes of the village, he was merely a commoner, and she, a cherished jewel of nobility, destined for a life steeped in privilege. Irony dripped like the sweet nectar from a ripe peach. He could write sonnets to the stars, yet could not bridge the gap to the woman who inspired them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, Alaric found solace in the quiet of his modest room, where the smell of ink and parchment mingled delightfully with the earthy aroma of burning candles. With quill in hand, he poured his very soul into letters that seemed to breathe with longing, each stroke of ink a plea, a promise, and a prayer wrapped in a delicate bow of florid language. My dearest Alara, he would begin, knowing fully well she might never see his musings, as if he were sending his words into a vast, indifferent sea. He described the way the moonlight kissed her cheeks, painting her features with silver, and how her laughter filled the air like the sweetest melody at a tavern feast, pleasing, yet maddeningly unattainable. Ah, to be a nobleman, sipping fine wine, and tossing around witty banter like confetti. But here he was, composing his love in the shadows, like a ghost, haunting a ballroom he would never enter. Would she ever read his notes? Or was he but the jester in a grand court, shouting love's folly into a whirlwind of taunts and echoes? Each letter he wrote became a part of his very being, and with every word, the walls of his heart grew thicker with unrequited yearning. Alaric crafted tales of heroic knights and daring adventures, where his pen became the sword that fought against the armor of class distinction. He imagined himself crossing swords with the suitors that vied for Alara's hand, heart pounding like a tinker's hammer on anvil. But to whom could a mere poet compare? The nobles, with their sprawling estates and thumping carriages, were like Goliaths clad in silk, while Alaric was a David armed only with rhymes and rivers of ink, a battlefield not for the faint-hearted. And there, unfurling his deepest affection like a blooming flower, he considered, what kind of man falls in love with an ideal, a fantasy woven from dreams, only to have the shroud of reality pull him back into darkness? Oh, but the heart knows no reason, nor does it heed the tales of caution spun by wise old men over rum and gruel. The fateful day approached when Alara would be presented to the men of her class, a lavish affair that echoed through the village like a thunderclap, foretelling a storm that would tear Alaric's heart asunder. Distant laughter and the clinking of silverware resonated through the air, as if the very walls of Eldermere conspired against him, shaping all his hopes into mere wisps. He watched from a distance, eyes burning with the weight of forbidden longing, while Alara twirled under the threads of noble destinies spun from wealth and expectations. Even from afar, she was a sunflower amidst weeds, a radiant figure with spirits high and joys unbound, yet unaware of the fraying heart at her feet. With every glance she graciously tossed, Alaric felt like a moth, fluttering impotently against the glass, so near, yet irrevocably separated by the cruel hands of fate. Was this, he pondered, the cruelest jest of the cosmos, to make him fall in love with a star whose light would never guide him home? Alaric sat clutching a crumpled letter, the parchment stained with the bitter salt of tears he wished were ink. Here was unrequited love in its gravest form, a tale as old as time, like Romeo and Juliet, but with fewer lethal poisons and more ink blots. As he reflected on the heartache lurking in his chest, he chuckled bitterly. Who'd have thought that a poet would write ballads of love while buried in the tumult of sorrow? Yet this was the essence of existence, wasn't it? To love fiercely, even when the object of affections danced just beyond reach, flaunting happiness like a mismatched sock at a fashionable affair. Alaric rose from his chair, the sun now caressing the dawn, and in the light he vowed to finish that letter, even if it remained sealed forever, an ode to what could never be, a testament to a heart that dared to hope amid the shadows. In the quiet solitude of his dimly lit chamber, Alaric pored over the parchment, his quill scratching against the surface like the distant howl of a hungry wolf on a moonlit night. With every stroke, he bared his soul, unleashing torrents of affection that had become both a balm for his aching heart and an unyielding chain that bound him to the unreachable. The walls seemed to close in around him as he recalled Ilara's laughter, a sound as sweet as ripe cherries bursting on the tongue, yet so painfully unattainable. Outside, the village buzzed with gossip, with whispers trailing through the streets like wayward embers caught in the wind, ignorant of the fires they stoked in his chest. Meanwhile, he remained trapped in a tempest of longing, crafting letters steeped in hope, oblivious to the storm looming on the horizon of his unrequited love. Ilara, perched on the edge of her opulent but suffocating life, found herself the reluctant recipient of Alaric's passionate missives. As she unfolded each letter, an intoxicating blend of excitement and dread washed over her. The perfume of fresh ink dancing playfully with the scent of lavender from her garden. What should have been mere whispers of romance, transformed into a cacophony of fears, as her family's looming expectations drew ever closer, pressing down like the weight of 100 unworn wedding gowns. She could almost hear the intricate thread of her life weaving itself around the obligations she bore, while her heart still fluttered beneath the surface like a trapped butterfly. It was a classic tale of love versus obligation, with her emotions caught in an ironic waltz, each step dragging her deeper into the rigging of familial duty. Amidst the picturesque landscape of rolling hills and fields drenched in sunlight, Alaric's mind remained a battlefield of dreams and despair. Every morning, he awoke to the sound of chirping birds, their tunes reminiscent of the playful banter he once shared with Alara, reminding him of a life that felt as distant as the stars. Each letter he dispatched became a time capsule, sealed not only with wax, but also with longings that bathed in both passion and sorrow. The laughter of children echoed in the distance, a stark reminder that life marched on, even as his heart remained suspended in this tragic drama. Like a character in a Shakespearean tragedy that somehow hadn't made it to the final act, his words painted grand adventures that would never be. They soared boldly across the expanse of unfulfilled dreams, yet always fell short of reaching her heart. As the village folk gathered at the marketplace, their whispers turned into a relentless tide that rippled through Alara's world. During her strolls, she could hear the pointed giggles as they speculated on every detail of their supposed romance, transforming her moments of fleeting joy into trials of embarrassment. Has Alaric finally gone mad? Or is he simply the bard of lost causes? They tease with a wink, every word dripping with irony, as Alara struggled to act as if she remained unaffected. Meanwhile, the scent of roasted chestnuts filled the air, mingling with heat and laughter, while the tinkling of laughter became a bittersweet symphony underscored by the heavy drum beats of impending nuptials. All the while, she cast furtive glances at Alaric, a tempest of emotions swirling within her breast as she navigated the treacherous waters of societal expectations versus the ache of her heart. In their respective silences, Alaric and Alara became two ships adrift in a vast ocean, shipwrecked by love, yet tethered to the shores of duty. For Alaric, each letter was a lifeline thrown into the swirling waters of despair, his ink-stained fingers praying the tide would change. For Alara, the delicate threads of her family's expectations wrapped tighter around her like a well-tailored corset, stifling her breath just as much as her freedom. The townspeople basked in a delightful drama, perhaps rooting for a twist in the unfolding tale, like the tension before a revelatory plot twist in a beloved story. As the sun set behind the hills, casting golden hues across the horizon, both would continue to endure, their hearts entwined, yet so cruelly apart, listening to the whispers of the past, carried on the winds of what might have been. As dawn broke over the quaint village of Eldreath, the air buzzed with the sounds of preparation for the grand festival, a cacophony of laughter and voices merging with the sweet melody of larks. Alaric stood at his window, gazing at the kaleidoscope of colors flitting below, the vibrant banners fluttering like captured rainbows, the vendors unpacking their wares, and the bakery filling the air with the mouth-watering scent of freshly baked bread. A storm raged, for each person reveling in the joy of the day would soon bear witness to a far darker truth. Alara, the luminous star of his affections, was but hours away from exchanging vows with another. It felt as if a ghostly hand was tightening around his heart, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. How could he stand by, a mere shadow beneath her radiant glow, when all he desired was to capture her heart? Time ticked away like a mischievous cat, slinking lazily as Alaric donned his finest attire. The fabric felt foreign against his skin, suffocating in its elegance, as if the very threads conspired to curb his courage. He couldn't help but envision the festival as a grand stage, an arena filled with gallant knights and delicate maidens, where he would either bring forth his heart or shrink into the background like a forgotten hero from an ancient tale. He rehearsed his words, soft, sweet, perhaps a pinch of Shakespeare to add a flair, but they tasted bitter on his tongue. After all, how does one declare love when the recipient is busy packing her life into someone else's arms? As the sun climbed higher, the village square transformed into a tapestry of laughter, joy, and, of course, the occasional shriek as someone spilled mulled wine on their dress. An unfortunate, yet hilarious fashion statement. Alaric ventured forward, a reluctant gladiator prepared to duel with his own heart. His skin prickled in the late morning warmth, the excitement of the festival blurring with the weight of impending heartache. There stood Alara, a vision in white, radiating joy as she greeted friends and family with an effortless charm that made Alaric's knees weak. Yet, amidst the jubilant throngs, his eyes locked onto hers, and in that gaze, thousands of unspoken words hung heavily between them, tantalizing yet unattainable, like a distant star just out of reach. As the ceremonial hour approached, the villagers busied themselves exchanging love letters, the air rife with the scent of ink and parchment, mingled with the sweet tang of candied fruits. Alaric's chest tightened. The letters, encapsulations of affection and dreams, seemed to mock him, each flourish of a quill resonating with the beat of his heart. He imagined storming the stage, declaring his love in a grand gesture worthy of a Hollywood romance, complete with a dramatic score and fireworks, only to remember that reality offered no such dramatic flair. What if Alara chose duty over desire? What if his declaration only created awkward silences and pitying glances? The irony of such a festival celebrating love, while he felt so utterly alone, pierced him like a dagger. With a mixture of dread and determination, Alaric approached Alara, the sounds of merriment fading into a distant echo filled with uncertainty. He could not decipher whether it was the festival atmosphere or the enormity of his own feelings that made the world spin as he stepped closer. Time slowed as he prepared to lay bare his heart, not knowing if this would be a moment of liberation or the shattering of all his hopes, a chance to either rewrite fate or, at the very least, create a poignant memory for the annals of his suffering. The festival blazed brightly, yet in that moment all he could see was her, the radiant, unattainable muse whose wedding loomed like a spectre along the horizon. Would she see him not just as a humble keeper of her heart's secrets, but as the man who had long adored her, ready to risk everything on the whim of love? The festival was a cacophony of colors and sounds, with banners fluttering like excited birds against the azure sky. Laughter bubbled through the air like sparkling cider, mingling with the scent of roasting meats and sweet pastries enticing the crowd. Beneath the lively facade, however, Alaric felt a tempest brewing within his chest, a fierce storm of longing and despair. As the village gathered for the evening's festivities, he could no longer stifle the burning words penned in secret. Desperation clawed at his insides, demanding expression and reckoning. There, amidst the clamor, he spotted Alara, radiant in her summer gown, her laughter ringing like distant bells. But to Alaric, it was a siren's call that would either save or drown him in his anguish. With heart pounding like a war drum, Alaric seized the moment, standing upon a makeshift platform, crafted from an old cart and a heap of hay. The crowd fell silent, their jovial conversations silenced by an unseen conductor, as Alaric's voice pierced the air, shaky yet resolute. "Alara," he bellowed, the name echoing off the cobblestones, as if the very stones conspired to carry his declaration. He unraveled the letter like a priest revealing a holy scripture, each sentence dripping with raw vulnerability and unrestrained longing. The words danced into the open, fluttering like dandelion seeds, swirling around Alara, catching her in a whirlwind of anticipation and dread. Who knew that love could be so excruciatingly beautiful, yet terrifying? As Alaric's voice overflowed with confessions, the crowd felt the weight of the moment. Every eyebrow arched, every heart raced, and an air of scandal prickled the festive atmosphere. Murmurs rippled through the village like a rapidly spreading fire, sparking gossip and intrigue among onlookers. Alara stood frozen, her cheeks flushed a brilliant rose, the kind of color only seen on the ripest of fruits, vanishing too quickly from the vine. Caught in a tug-of-war between societal expectations, the polite smiles of mothers, the hushed whispers of disapproval, and the chaotic symphony of her own heart, she felt utterly ensnared. It was the kind of dilemma that could rival any Shakespearean tragedy, if only her life were a play. Perhaps she could exit stage left. But now all eyes were set on her, and the weight of their gaze was heavier than any corset she had ever worn. Alara's thoughts spiraled like a flock of startled pigeons, clashing against the walls of her reason. Could she dare to embrace her feelings amidst the expectations that confined her like a tightly laced bodice? The sweet scent of bread wafted through the air, a reminder of home and hearth, but all she could think about was the stark contrast between comfort and passion. As Alaric's words hung in the twilight like a piece of art, both thrilling and slightly absurd, she felt the hum of the crowd like a background track of her own personal rom-com. Should she leave the stage with muted quiet? Or could she allow the script of her life to take a turn she had never dared to dream? The festival had concluded, but the vibrant echoes of laughter and music lingered in the air like the sweet scent of blooming jasmine. Mingling with the wood smoke from evening fires, Alara, her heart racing like a bated breath, navigated through the fading twilight to find Alaric. She was a whirlwind of emotions. Her dress, a cascade of deep emerald silk, rustled softly with every determined step. There was a sense of urgency in her quest, a mix of fear and fervor. Would he be there? Would he still hold that same look of longing in his eyes? Or would the shadows of duty erase their fleeting moments of joy like chalk washed away by rain? The heart is a whimsically stubborn thing, dismissing societal chains for a flicker of hope. In the cool embrace of night, Alara found Alaric leaning against their sacred tree, the ancient oak whose gnarled limbs seemed to cradle their secrets. He looked up, and for a heartbeat, it felt as if the world had stopped, perhaps a sign that even the stars paused to marvel at their unspoken bond. Alara, he murmured, his voice low and rich like a fine port. I've been waiting. She pulled out the stack of letters he had penned, inked in a rush of love and longing, slightly crumpled, yet holding the essence of their stolen moments. Each delicate fold smelled like sandalwood, a fragrant whisper of his feelings wrapped in paper. Now the bridge between their dreams and reality. You'd think our ancient families would have had a sense of humor about love. Alara laughed, a bright, tinkling sound reminiscent of wind chimes on a breezy day. But no, the only things they seem to enjoy are itches, afflictions, and matchmaking. Alaric chuckled, the kind of laughter that vibrates like the strings of an old lute, warming even the coldest hearts. They shared stories amidst the rustling leaves, voices intertwining like the tendrils of ivy climbing the sturdy trunk beside them. Time faded like a distant echo as they exchanged words, both funny and poignant. A beautiful choreography of heartbeats competing with the rhythmic whisper of the wind rife, with the scent of earth's dampness after the festival's revelry. But even as they laughed, A sense of bittersweetness hung heavily between them, like uninvited guests at a joyous feast. The reality of unreciprocated love lurked just out of sight, a specter draped in velvet darkness their families would never understand. Could a single glance, a fleeting smile, withstand the storms of familial duty and social expectations? The future dangled above them like an unripe fruit, tantalizingly close, yet forever out of reach, a testament to their struggle against the pull of ancestral ties, like Han Solo trying to negotiate peace with a squad of stormtroopers, a mission fraught with danger, but ripe with the promise of adventure. As seasons shifted and the leaves began their annual dance into hues of gold and crimson, Alara and Alaric found themselves wrapped not in despair, but in something richer, an echo of hope that mirrored their fervent whispers. They penned letters to each other, as if sculpting monuments of feeling, words rising from the page like melodies composing a symphony in the shadows of history. And so, their unreciprocated affections carved a bittersweet experience, a beautiful tragedy that would echo through time, each letter a note, each laugh a rhythm, crafting a saga born of rebellion and longing. Perhaps someday someone would discover these letters and laugh, shaking their heads at the absurdities of love, unaware that this was more than just a tale of unfulfilled hearts. It was a dance of two souls unwilling to let their dreams fade into oblivion. In the vibrant heart of Verona, where cobblestones cradled the echoes of love stories past, Isabella danced between stalls at the local fair, the air thick with the aromas of roasted chestnuts and sweet candied apples. She laughed, her voice punctuating the lively chatter of festival goers, unaware that her world was about to shift as dramatically as a scene from a Shakespearean play. Minus the tragic ending, hopefully. Just then, fate sprinkled its magic dust, and she bumped into Liam, an Irish lad whose fiery red hair seemed to possess a life of its own. They exchanged shy glances, and in that fleeting moment, the universe aligned, as if the fair itself became a secret backdrop for a romance destined for the ages, albeit one fraught with complications, much like trying to explain tick-tock to your grandparents. Their magnetic connection sparked like firecrackers in the star-sprinkled sky above, hinting at the wild, untamed emotions that would soon bloom into something deeper and more intoxicating than the sweetest wine they could find in Italy's finest vineyards. As summer turned to a golden autumn, the thrill of their initial meeting filled their hearts, yet their lives quickly warped into a tangled web of secrecy and longing. Isabella's heart raced with letter writing, her pen scratching frantically across parchment like a musician strumming a favorite tune, filled with dreams and whispers that could not be spoken aloud. In Liam's wet Irish mornings, the smell of fresh moorland and misty dew filled his lungs as he too penned his thoughts, each word imbued with the essence of his homeland, pulling Isabella closer even as miles stretched between them. They scribbled letters like love-struck schoolchildren, hiding them in hollowed-out books, or tucking them beneath loose floorboards, certain that just like any classic underdog story, love would see them through. Yet lurking in the background were the wary eyes of their families, each one watching, waiting, ready to pounce on this unexpected romance with all the fervor of a Shakespearean villain eager to thwart the blissful couple. The scent of trouble was as palpable as the spices wafting through Verona's busy streets, and it was only a matter of time before the gravity of their clandestine shenanigans bore down upon them. Isabella could practically hear her father's disapproving grumbles as the family gathered around the dinner table, each bite of pasta feeling heavier as they discussed future plans for her, none of which included a charming Irish boy who played fiddle and talked of adventure. Meanwhile, Liam basked in his victory at a local pub, where he clinked glasses with friends, his laughter ringing out. Yet all the while, thoughts of Isabella swirled in his mind like foam atop a freshly poured Guinness. With every passing letter, their love flourished like wildflowers breaking through concrete, their innocence clashing against the iron bars of tradition and expectation, adding a bittersweet layer to their burgeoning romance. Who knew love could be so indulgently reckless, like a slice of cake at a birthday party when you're on a diet? But alas, the heart wants what it wants, and their hearts were singing loud and proud, all while the world scoffed and shook its head at their escapades. Underneath the blooming stars, the duo crafted poetic verses that echoed with hope, weaving tales of their future escapades, as if they were characters in an epic romance, just waiting to unfold. Every folded letter carried the weight of their dreams, Isabella dreaming of shamrocks, and Liam passionately envisioning gondolas gliding over tranquil waters under the warm Italian sun. These secret correspondences became a sanctuary for their hearts, a place where they could hold hands across the divide, sheltered from judgment and disapproval. Even the crickets seemed to sing a unique tune for them, a nod to their rebellious love story straight out of a cheesy romantic comedy or a blockbuster teen drama that made audiences swoon. Oh, how they poured their souls into those letters, their laughter bubbling up like champagne, savoring the joy of loving someone just beyond their grasp, yet fiercely holding onto every written word as though it could bridge the gap of two worlds colliding. But every beautiful symphony must eventually come to an end, and as the leaves fell and the air grew crisp, a storm brewed on the horizon. just as anticipation hovered like the scent of rain, their families began to piece together the puzzle of their secret correspondences, like detectives sniffing out a scandal straight from a scandalous drama series. Each intercepted letter became an emotional grenade, the tension escalating with every word that could ignite their relationships like fireworks before the 4th of July. The lovers could practically feel the weight of their family's expectations resting heavily on their shoulders. Each glare a reminder of the boundaries set before them, reminiscent of every endearing "will they, won't they" storyline ever told. Yet in the depths of their longing, and under the throbbing pulse of 1,000 unseen barriers, hope flickered stubbornly, reminding them that love, with all its wildness, was worth fighting for, even if it meant sending letters wrapped in caution and whispered secrets, forging a path through love's chaotic terrain closer to their dreams than ever before. As the autumn leaves rustled their golden secrets to the ground, Isabella and Liam's letters became a fragile bridge spanning the vast seas that kept them apart. Every ink-splattered missive delivered the kind of yearning that filled the air with the sweet scent of hope. Each stroke of Liam's quill wrapped Isabella in the warmth of his thoughts, like a well-worn blanket on a chilly evening. With every whispered phrase, they crafted a world where the size of their hearts mingled beneath a canopy of stars, far removed from the societal expectations that crushed their spirits like autumn's relentless chill, squeezing the life from the last vibrant leaves. Their words danced in the shadows and flickered like candlelight, illuminating the corners of their otherwise constrained lives, igniting a spark that whispered promises of love's defiance against the winds of fate. Yet in this delicate symphony of stolen moments, the discord of reality threatened to shatter their melody. Isabella's father, ever the hawk eyeing his unsuspecting prize, stumbled upon one of her secret letters. The crack of parchment tore through the peace like a thunderclap on a clear night. The smell of old ink mixed with the bloated stench of authority as he read the sweet words that dripped with longing, transforming his expression from paternal concern into a thunderous storm of outrage. What sorcery is this? He must have thought, as his plans for a secure future for Isabella came crashing down like a poorly built tower in a kid's Lego set. The impending specter of an engagement gnawed at Isabella's heart, annoying much like a raccoon rummaging through trash in the dead of night. She envisioned herself donned in a gown of frilly lace, standing at the altar, marrying a man she barely knew, while her thoughts screamed out for Liam. With every tick-tock of the clock's relentless march, the sound echoed the grim countdown to a life she feared would drown her spirit in a sea of normalcy. Who knew being a woman in the 19th century could feel akin to being trapped in a bad she mused, bitterness causing the corners of her mouth to twist into a wry smile. Only she and Liam had found genuine laughter in their darkened corners. Each letter filled with mischief and moments when their souls brushed together across the void as the sun dipped behind the horizon, casting long shadows on the cobblestone streets. Isabella's resolve began to waver under the weight of destiny's heavy hand. She contemplated using her father's disdain as a makeshift catapult to propel her away from the shackles of convention. Perhaps a daring midnight escapade fueled by romantic rebellion, like characters in a swashbuckling tale. She could imagine herself bursting into Liam's arms, cloaked in moonlight, escaping the grasp of a future draped in the fabric of somber tradition. The irony was not lost on her while the world dictated her path. Her heart beat to the rhythm of a wild adventure that sparkled with promise and trepidation. Still, the whispers of duty hung ominously in the air, like an ever-watchful ghost that refused to be dismissed so easily. For now, however, Isabella clung to their letters, each one brimming with the scent of ink. And as they exchanged whispers in the dark, their words defied the encroaching gloom. She might have felt utterly trapped, yet within the crinkled pages sat the potent alchemy of her dreams. With every hesitant stroke of her pen, she barreled headfirst into a tangled mess of fate, love, and defiance, almost like she was conjuring the magic of a pop song, longing for the chorus to break through. Can't stop the beat, she chanted internally, a rebellious mantra amidst the dreariness of expectation. Isabella knew deep within her soul, even if their paths twisted unfavorably, their whispered secrets were an indelible mark upon her heart. And at that moment, she felt more alive than she had ever dared to imagine. The air in Isabella's room was thick with tension, as thick as the scent of her father's cigar smoke wafting through the house like a dark omen. Her heart, a fluttering bird trapped in a cage, raced with the fear of what had just been decreed. No more letters, no more late-night whispers of hope from across the sea. Her father had declared, his voice as harsh as the grind of gears in a broken clock. How could he? Didn't he know that love was as unstoppable as an Italian espresso truck racing through a Tuesday market? In her mind, she pictured Liam, his tousled hair and playful smile, a sparkle of mischief in his deep green eyes, forever just a letter away. The mere thought of being cut off from him filled her with a rebellion that danced dangerously on the edge of despair. Meanwhile, in the fog-shrouded streets of Dublin, Liam paced like a lion in a gilded cage, his heart pounding a chaotic rhythm against his ribcage. The news of Isabella's predicament hit him like a rogue wave, crashing against the rocks of Moher. Her father, the mighty fortress guarding her heart, had put his foot down like a stubborn mule. With each tick of the clock echoing in his ears, Liam simmered with determination, plodding a way to drown out the silence. If planning a trip to Italy meant donning a disguise and sneaking past a legion of overprotective relatives, then so be it. After all, what's love without a little adventure? Maybe he'd even channel his inner Indiana Jones, minus the bullwhip and fedora. Obviously, little did Liam know, the tides of destiny were already swirling around Isabella like a tumultuous summer storm. Her days were now worn down to a series of perfunctory tasks, being paraded before potential suitors like meat at a butcher shop. Each time she donned the fine gowns painstakingly crafted by the family seamstress, it felt like putting on a suit of armor for a battle she hadn't signed up for. The whispers of her heart echoed against the walls, begging to break free, but each refusal made her chest tighten like a noose. The sound of her mother's giddy laughter as she arranged an extravagant feast for the suitor made Isabella's stomach churn, as if she devoured a bucket of stale pasta. It was all so utterly suffocatingly ironic, being forced into a marriage, while her heart was tangled across the globe. As Liam's resolve solidified, he stood in front of his mirror, that familiar reflection now aware of the stakes. After all, no one showed up dressed for the ball of love without a plan. He packed whatever he could squeeze into his worn leather satchel, some clothes, a pack of letters, and a dubious-looking sandwich that carried the scent of past adventures. With a heart full of dreams and a stomach full of growling protests, he set forth, his footsteps echoing a heartbeat against the cobbled streets. Shadows of doubt lurked in the corners of his mind, whispering tales of the heartbreak that awaited him upon his arrival. But what choice did he have? To risk it all or to lose it forever was a quandary no romantic in a coming-of-age story laid claim to take lightly. Time, that wicked thief, played its cruelest tricks on the lovers. As the clock ticked nearer to Isabella's impending fate, while Liam zoomed through the Irish countryside on trains that rattled like a herd of wild horses, Isabella sat in the shadow of an indomitable family legacy, her vibrant spirit slowly dimming like the evening sun swallowed by the horizon. The air thickened with a sense of urgency, for each passing day pulled them farther apart like two ships slipping from one another's grasp in a turbulent sea. Would love be enough to span the distance, to breach the fractured path that fate had carved? Here they stood, worlds apart yet tethered by a delicate thread of hope, a coarse hope that might unravel at any moment, unless a hero with good intentions, and perhaps a touch of folly, could weave it back together before the final curtain fell. As the golden sunlight dipped below the ancient terracotta rooftops of Verona, casting long shadows on the cobblestone streets. Liam's heart raced. With every hurried step, he took towards the grand villa, where Isabella was preparing to marry another. The very air felt heavy with anticipation, thick as the aroma of rich espresso wafting through the market nearby, sweet, bitter, and slightly intoxicating, just like love itself, dressed in a simple tunic that clung to his muscular frame. Liam made a striking figure against the backdrop of this romantic city, every heartbeat echoing his desperation. Behind him echoed the whispers of fate and folly, as if the stone walls of Verona were gossiping about the secrets of the heart, their surfaces mottled with the stains of every unrequited longing that had ever unfolded in their shadows. At the same time, Isabella stood inside the villa, adorned in a dazzling white gown that glimmered like freshly fallen snow under the flickering candlelight. Yet she felt anything but festive. Her heart thudded against her ribcage like a trapped bird, a prisoner of tradition and expectation. As floral scents of roses and jasmine surrounded her, they only intensified her longing for the fresh air outside, where life thrummed with possibilities. Just at that moment, her closest confidant, Sophia, slipped into the room, her eyes wide like saucers after a horror story, having received word of Liam's arrival. "Listen, Bella," she hissed with urgency. "It's now or never. You know how cheesy this sounds, but you've got to fight for your love like it's a rom-com moment. Underneath the cloak of midnight, with the moon hanging like an overripe peach in the star-studded sky, Liam and Isabella's loyal friends fashioned a clever plan that felt plucked from a thrilling adventure flick. They gathered in the gardens behind the villa, their faces illuminated by ghostly silver light as they whispered like conspirators plotting against a tyrant. The smell of damp earth and blooming night-blooming jasmine filled the air, and there was an intoxicating thrill that surged through them, something akin to the heart-palpitating moments in a heist movie where timing is everything. "Just remember, lovebirds," Simon joked, twirling a pair of fake swords as if they were fencing enthusiasts caught in a raucous duel. "Keep your eyes peeled, and let's make like the caped crusaders against your family's expectations." With hushed breaths and racing hearts, they approached the heavy oak doors of the villa, the crackling hinges seeming to protest the intrusion. As Liam burst into the ethereal glow of chandeliers and silk draperies, the sight of Isabella almost knocked the wind out of him. There she stood, a vision ready for a wedding that wasn't meant to be, and time seemed to slow like a sad ballad choking on its own melodies. As he called her name, the room fell silent, heavy with tension, with family members turning their heads as if a bolt of lightning had struck in their midst. The anticipation crackled like static electricity in the air, a dramatic electricity that only happens when two worlds collide at the most unexpected moments. In that pivotal moment, surrounded by gasps and narrowing gazes, Liam stepped forward, his eyes fierce with determination, and declared his love with a boldness that made even the oldest patriarchs in the room flinch. I may not have your blessing, but I cannot live in a world without Isabella, he proclaimed, his voice echoing with the kind of conviction usually saved for climatic speeches in a superhero movie. Isabella, feeling the warmth surge through her, found her own voice, no longer a whisper, but a resolute proclamation of her heart's desire. The air tingled with possibilities like the first chord of a symphony, both piercing and harmonious at once. With their families stunned into silence, the weight of tradition hung heavy. But within that breathless pause, a spark of rebellion ignited the night, promising a race against time that could change their fates forever. The moon hung like a gleaming pendant in the night sky, casting shimmering silver rays over the cobbled streets of Verona. It was in these quiet hours, cloaked in shadows and whispering secrets, that Isabella and Liam discovered a passion so fierce it could melt stone. Gathered in a hidden alcove behind the old stone church, their hands trembled as they exchanged letters filled with dreams and fervor. Each inked word was a silent battle cry against the weight of familial expectations and the oppressive tide of tradition that threatened to drown their love. We're like Romeo and Juliet, minus the tragic ending, right? Liam chuckled, the sound warm against the cool night air, igniting a fragile hope that perhaps they could defy fate itself. Yet the world around them echoed with the cries of their lineage and the heavy armor of their ancestors' ideals. Their families had crafted lives for them like a tailor, stitching a relentless suit of obligations, each stitch tightening until escape seemed impossible. Isabella's heart raced as she recalled the well-intended warnings embedded in every family gathering, the feasts that turned into battlegrounds of love and loyalty. You can't change destiny just because you fancy someone, they would say, but Isabella was no timid dove. She felt as if she had sprouted wings and was ready to soar straight into the storm. Who knew love could feel like a bull ride at a country fair, exciting and terrifying all at once, with a stolen kiss lingering on their lips and a plan etched upon their hearts? Isabella and Liam made a pact that fateful night. They would elope, draped in moonlight and dreams. As dawn began to steal the dark away, they slipped from the confines of their families, leaving behind a mere echo of their names. The rustling leaves whispered tales of lovers gone rogue, their footsteps light and anticipatory, punctuated only by the crunch of gravel beneath their shoes. In their rush they concocted a future fanciful enough to rival any Netflix romance, living far away from the prying eyes of relatives, in a sun-dappled town where love could unfurl like the petals of a blooming rose. Next stop, adventure. Liam grinned, eyes sparkling like the morning sun breaking through the clouds. The world their canvas, waiting to be painted anew. Through bustling villages and serene countrysides, the two lovers carved a trail of laughter, each moment infused with the intoxicating scent of newfound freedom. And yet, despite the thrill of their escape, doubts drizzled like light rain on a sunshiny day. Would their love withstand the trials ahead? After all, like every great heist movie, the anticipation was half the entertainment. And love, with all its twists and turns, was more unpredictable than a game of whack-a-mole. 1 minute, they were planning a cozy future, and the next, they were navigating the choppy waters of secrecy, hoping beyond hope that the tides would bring them back to Verona someday. We'll return one day, like superheroes resuming our lives after saving the world, Isabella declared, eyes bright with determination, feeling the heartbeat of her dreams sinking with Liam's laughter. Lady Isabel Valerian stood like a fierce wolf among sheep, her glinting emerald eyes piercing the thick air heavy with tension on the estate's sprawling grounds. With every step she took, the soft rustle of her silk gown was a siren's call, seemingly echoing the silent longings of a heart caught in an impossible snare. How absurd it seemed that amidst these ancient disputes over territory and honor, she found her thoughts wandering to Lord Cedric Esther, a man cursed to be the enemy by the very fabric of his surname. A smile flickered on her lips, a beacon of warmth against the chill that trickled down her spine at the thought of betrayal. Like a scene plucked from a Shakespearean tragedy, her heart danced in an unknown rhythm, a dangerous waltz that might lead to ruin, or perhaps something more splendid. Across the meadow, Lord Cedric, garbed in brooding hues that matched the ever-darkening skies, felt the unwelcome tug of longing slither its way into his steely resolve. He'd sworn allegiance to his family, to honor the house crest emblazoned on his breast. Yet there was Lady Isabel's laughter, a melody that echoed like a beloved song in his ears. The war drums of their families hummed ever louder, a soundtrack of impending doom that served only to amplify the reckless yearning in his soul. Could he be the proverbial hero in this saga? Or was he simply a haphazard player in a game rigged by destiny? With the taste of iron and ash looming in the air, Cedric pondered whether they, too, could rewrite their fate, becoming the protagonists of a narrative sung by the bards, rather than cast as mere pawns on a bloody chessboard. As dusk painted the land in shades of violet and blood red, the two two lovers plotted beneath the blanket of night, shadows entwined like their hearts. With every whisper exchanged, every secret shared, they built a tiny fortress of hope amidst the encroaching chaos. The distant clamor of swords and soldiers trained for battle served as a haunting reminder of the world's fragility. The very marrow of life and love threatened to spill onto the ground like ink from a broken quill. They laughed softly at the absurdity of their predicament, both acknowledging the melodrama of their situation, as if chasing after an ill-fated rom-com cliché. Yet, amidst the sorrowful melodies of war, dried tears sparked the will to believe in something greater, an absurd yet genuine connection that defied the bitter boundaries of their warring families. With the specter of war stretching its claws around the edges of their peaceful moments, Cedric and Isabel clung to each other, longing to exist in a realm untainted by bloodshed. The scent of the damp earth mixed with the intoxicating perfume of blooming nightshade surrounded them, layering their stolen moments with urgency and delight. They spoke of dreams that soared higher than the shadows stealing across the fields, weaving tales of peace and union that echoed like laughter through the chaos. But all too soon, they recognized the clock's relentless ticking, a persistent reminder that the ill winds of war would soon sweep away their fleeting joys. As each day dawned with the sun's golden hue, glimmering in mocking contrast to the twilight of their fate, they knew that to hold love close was both a joyous triumph and a wicked gamble, one destined to either shatter their world or ultimately change it forever. In the dead of night, with only the hush of the trees and the distant rumble of conflict to accompany them, Isabel and Cedric slipped into the moonlit grove like shadows, avoiding the light. The air was fragrant with damp earth, and the sweet, elusive scent of wildflowers that dared to bloom even amidst the chaos of war. Every stolen moment felt as precious as a rare gemstone, and their laughter, soft and tentative, danced on the breeze, igniting the darkness around them, just as Enid Blyton's famous five would stumble upon treasure. The two lovers felt the thrill of discovery, a shared secret, hidden from the prying eyes of their feuding families. In the tangled embrace of the woods, they dreamed of a world untouched by hatred, unaware of the lurking danger that threatened to shatter their fragile paradise. Yet, like the ominous clouds that brood overhead, tension hung in the air, palpable and thick. Cedric often glanced over his shoulder, eyes darting like a soldier wary of ambush, while Isabel felt the weight of 1,000 unspoken words pressing on her heart. Their fondness for one another, once a delightful escapade, was throbbing with the anxiety of what might follow. Whispers had swirled through their families like wildfire, stirring distrust and sowing seeds of suspicion that sprouted faster than weeds in a neglected garden. Irony was not lost on Isabel. She wondered how a simple act of love could be the very thing that led to her undoing. As if Cupid himself had aimed his arrow only to accidentally strike at the heart of war. As they shared shy smiles and passionate glances beneath the silver moon, allies appeared more dangerous than foes. News of their clandestine meetings slipped through the cracks of castle walls, carried on the wind like a gossamer spider's web, entangling anyone who dared to listen. Isabel could practically hear the gears of her family's machinations turning, fueled by ambition and the desire to reinforce their already hefty grasp on power. The contrast of their secret love against the backdrop of impending doom felt like a Shakespearean tragedy in the making. They both feared that deep down, their families would react like a sleeping giant suddenly awoken, angry and prepared to crush anything that threatened their supremacy, even if that meant tearing Isabel and Cedric apart before their love could blossom. With each meeting, the woods transformed from a sanctuary into a stage set for destinies intertwined, yet painfully at odds. Dread began to swirl around them like a thick fog, and their safe haven became crowded with the specters of potential spies lurking in the bushes, eavesdropping in on their heartfelt confessions. Cedric couldn't shake the feeling that even a rustle of leaves could betray their secrets, leading to an inquisition sharper than any sword. He likened it to the paranoia of a contestant on a reality show, waiting for someone to vote them off the island of love. In their young hearts, the shadows of betrayal encroached, mixing with every touch and brush of their fingers, lighting a fire, but caging it behind bars made of fear. As the nights grew shorter and the battles raged on, Isabel and Cedric felt themselves caught in a merciless game of cat and mouse. Time, once their ally, now thrummed with urgency. Each stolen moment a ticking clock demanding the next rendezvous before it struck midnight on their dreams. The stakes climbed higher than a daring tightrope walker, balancing love against a backdrop of loyalties threatened and pride bruised. They savored every lingering kiss, as if savoring the last morsel of a feast, unsure if one day they would be forced to starve in separate cages. Yet, even as the shadows closed in, the moonlight bore witness to a love that dared to defy the chaos. A beacon of hope, shining ever brighter against the encroaching darkness. On a crisp autumn evening, with the golden leaves swirling like whispered secrets around them, Isabel and Cedric met in the shadows of a gnarled oak tree, their usual refuge from prying eyes. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and impending rain, filled with the tension of unspoken words and unyielding desires. just as their fingers brushed, a rustle in the underbrush shattered their intimacy, and a loyal knight of the Valyrians, clad in gleaming armor that shone like betrayal itself, emerged from the darkness. His eyes, wide with outrage, were like daggers aimed directly at their hearts. And in that moment, Isabel felt the gravity of her world tipping precariously over the edge. Little did she know that her secret love story was about to become the stuff of other people's punchlines. As this was no fairy tale ending, but a prelude to chaos. With a voice like thunder, the knight stormed to Isabel's father, his armor clanking ominously with each step, echoing the weight of his dishonor. "Your daughter consorts with the enemy," he bellowed, the accusation dripping with venom, igniting a firestorm in the manner that could rival the fiercest battlefield. Isabel stood frozen, heart pounding like a war drum, as the confrontation unfolded like a tragedy penned by some ancient bard. Her father, usually a mountain of calm authority, transformed into an erupting volcano of indignation. His face flushed with rage that could scare even the bravest squire. This wasn't just an angry father. This was a man caught between loyalty to his lineage and the love he had for his only child. A classic tale of betrayal with a sprinkle of Shakespearean flair. Moments later, Isabel found herself facing the storm she never prepared for. Each word her father spat like a bitter arrow aimed at her heart. "You must end this farce with Cedric," he commanded, waves of authority crashing over her like the ocean's fury. Behind him, the walls of her home felt as if they were closing in. The tapestries that once spoke of valor now mocking her with their silent witness to her love. The taste of despair clung to her mouth, bitter as unsweetened ale, as her heart fought against the iron grip of her father's will. How ironic it seemed, demanding her to choose a battle that warred against her very soul, while she longed to slip away into the arms of the only man who ever understood her. Cedric, nowhere to be found, was now a ghost haunting her dreams, and with every passing minute, the distance between them felt like a chasm laden with jagged rocks. The thought of soldiers marching away to war left her feeling like a captive in her own life, her soul trapped in a gilded cage, ornately decorated, but imprisoning nonetheless. Her father's voice echoed in her mind, urgent and commanding, while the pulse of her heart whispered a different song entirely, a melody of love that craved freedom and defiance. With each beat, she felt pulled between two worlds, the sense of duty and loyalty colliding with an all-consuming longing that made her want to scream at the heavens. It was both exhilarating and terrifying, like standing on the edge of a cliff, the abyss calling her name with sweet temptation. As the skies darkened and the first droplets of rain began to fall, mingling with her rising tears, Isabel made her choice. With a heavy heart that felt like it was being crushed by the weight of destiny, she resolved to sever the bond with Cedric, knowing it would send ripples of heartbreak through her very soul in a world draped in loyalty and honor, where love felt as forbidden as a hot dog at a royal banquet. She felt utterly helpless. She envisioned Cedric's face, a portrait of longing and pain, and knew that this was a parting not just from the man who held her heart, but from the love that had given her life, a spark of joy amidst the shadows of war. And so, with a whisper of what could have been dancing on her lips and the taste of salt in her eyes, Isabel stepped away from her dreams, stepping into the battlefield of her father's wishes, the sound of her heart breaking louder than the clash of swords. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a bloody sheen over the battlefield as war drums thumped a sinister rhythm in the distance. Families, once united by bonds of blood and tradition, now stood like jagged shards of broken glass, ready to clash at any moment. Isabel, her heart pounding like a war drum of its own, clutched the hilt of her sword, its blade gleaming in the dying light. With every ounce of her determination, she mounted her steed, a noble stallion named Valor, and galloped into the chaos. The acrid smell of smoke filled the air, mingling with the uneasy scent of approaching violence, and the ground trembled beneath her, as if it too sensed the gravity of the impending conflict. "This is why I didn't sign up for the family feud," she muttered under her breath, an ironic jab at the absurdity of it all as she sped toward love and danger alike. As Isabel surged forward, memories of laughter and whispered secrets with Cedric flooded her mind, bright flashes of happiness amidst the gloom. Cedric, the dashing heir of the rival family, had stolen her heart like a thief in the night, and now fate played cruel games with their destinies. Each hoofbeat echoed with a promise, the promise of defiance against bloodshed, against parental expectations, and against a world that insisted they be enemies. From the distance, she could hear the clash of metal and the anguished cries of those who had lost their way amidst the hatred that brewed between their houses. It felt like a scene ripped straight from a Shakespearean tragedy, minus the tights and tragicomic misunderstandings. But just as Hamlet had a brain crammed with existential dread, Isabel was fueled by something more potent, the burning flame of love. As she neared the front line, the landscape transformed into something like a living nightmare. The ground was painted in shades of despair, mud, and blood mixing into a grotesque palette that made even the bravest soul hesitate. Warriors clad in armor darted about like wild, metallic insects buzzing in a frenzy, their shouts echoing as curses and battle cries wove together, a cacophony of rage and fear. It was here amidst the chaos, that Isabel spotted Cedric. His hair billowed like a banner above the fray, and even in the heart of conflict, he bore the grace of a poet standing tall against the onslaught of war. A bitter smile crept upon her lips. Love was a battlefield in itself, one where her heart had already been laid bare. Cedric, his sword raised above his head, had looked like a warrior drawn from legend. Yet, in that electric moment, their eyes found one another across a sea of hostility. Time seemed to pause, as if even the gods above had lost interest in the slaughter, eager to witness the magic of young, reckless love. Without words, they made their choice, disregarding the long-held grudges that had poisoned their families for generations. With a surge of bravery that could only come from starry-eyed fools, they united, side by side, ready to face the oncoming tide. Irony dripped from their alliance, like the sweat of battle on their brows. The children of feuding houses could become the harbingers of peace, even if it required confronting their own kin. In an explosive clash of steel and will, Isabel and Cedric fought not only for their lives, but for the fragile hope blooming between them. Each swing of their swords was a statement, an emphatic declaration that love could transcend the jagged lines drawn by history. For every strike they made against those who sought to divide them, the fire of unity spread like wildfire, igniting hope in the hearts of others caught in the crossfire. The wind howled like an old wolf, carrying their laughter and rallying shouts into the jaws of an unrelenting storm. As the sounds of battle raged around them, they were engulfed in a fervor that made them feel invincible, if only for a fleeting moment. In that electrifying embrace of chaos and passion, a new story was written, one threaded with the promise of something greater than war, love bearing witness to their journey from rivalry to restoration. In the stillness that followed the devastating clash, the battlefield lay soaked in the silence of remorse, a bizarre contrast to the chaos that had just erupted. Crumpled banners flapped listlessly in the wind, much like the soldiers who now regarded each other with weary eyes, rather than the hatred that had fueled their blades. Isabel, bruised but unbroken, stood beside Cedric, her heart pounding as though it too had survived the skirmish. The scent of blood mixed with earth lingered like a bad cologne nobody asked for. Yet it was their unwavering courage that inspired even the oldest foes to reconsider the loyalty they once cherished. They were not just two star-crossed lovers, but gallant warriors who had flipped the script of history with a single glance. And somehow, their profound courage was infectious, like catching a really bad cold, but one that produced affection instead of sniffles. In the tent where peace was to be brokered, Isabel and Cedric gathered their families, nerves crackling in the air like static electricity before a storm. The sentries set the stage with a nervous shuffle, eyeing each other as if preparing for a dance-off rather than the delicate negotiation that lay ahead. With Cedric's booming voice and Isabel's soft yet determined whispers, they laid out a plan that felt as monumental as filming an epic saga in a single take. The families exchanged glances, their expressions mingling an absurdity of disbelief and reluctant hope, as if they'd stumbled into a cheesy Hallmark film where the town's about to come together over homemade cookies. Beneath all the bravado, something akin to fear tickled the back of their throats. Could love really be the antidote to their long-standing enmity? As the atmosphere shifted, echoes of laughter unexpectedly filled the tent, puncturing the tension and lightening hearts like a fairy tale coda. The bickering kin, long hardened by resentment and rivalry, began to share stories peppered with irony, a tale of time missed and endless grievances. Much like an overcooked sitcom script, Cedric's father, known for his gruffness akin to that of a lumberjack caught in a windstorm, actually cracked a smile, reminiscing about the time he accidentally spilled ale on Isabel's father during a feast that had erupted into chaos. Their laughter rose like freshly baked bread, warm with the aroma of unexpected camaraderie, as they raised a metaphorical toast to their newfound alliance. Who knew that a little shared history, no matter how absurd, could build bridges where swords once clashed? With each new story, the pact they brokered settled in the air like a brilliant tapestry, woven of sorrows and joys, a fabric more resilient than a medieval knight's chainmail. As they tentatively sketched the framework for a new era, the remnants of ancient grudges dissolved like sugar in hot tea. Isabel glanced at Cedric, her heart swelling with pride as they became the unlikely architects of peace, their love intertwining the very foundations of their future. Outside, the sun began its descent. The fiery sky glowed over the horizon like the rebellious rebel of a summer festival. It whispered a promise that spring would follow winter, a vibrant new beginning, where once there had only been scorched earth. Together, Isabel and Cedric transformed their forbidden affair into a symbol of hope and reconciliation that rippled through their world with a clarity reminiscent of a sudden sitcom twist. The merger of their houses, once merely a fantasy akin to a unicorn sighting, began to manifest on parchment before them. Past animosities faded as quickly as a bad haircut gone out of style. The aroma of truce hung sweetly in the air, mingling with resilience and optimism that struck a chord in the hearts of those around them. Strangers exchanged nods, old enemies clasped hands, and children skipped about, their laughter echoing throughout the once barren fields like a joyous symphony. Here, amidst the remnants of their history, came the dawning of not just peace, but an exhilarating love that promised to redefine destinies, securing the members of both houses a place in a new tale, one where love always triumphed over war. In the quaint coastal town of Elysium, where the salty breeze mingled with the scent of freshly baked pastries wafting from the local bakery, our story begins. Alina, a passionate linguist with a nose for the extraordinary, stumbled into her dusty attic one fateful afternoon. It was there, between a stack of National Geographic magazines and an old surfboard, she found a box that smelled of musty paper and forgotten time. Inside lay ancient letters, each one whispering secrets of lost civilizations in a script that danced like an intricate spiderweb. Alina's heart raced at the sight. She felt like Indiana Jones, but without the hat, and an actual fear of spiders creeping up her spine. But deciphering these letters was no walk in a sunflower field. The script was as elusive as a souffle in a heat wave, impossible to handle without collapsing. Alina knew she was out of her depth, so she did what any smart, desperate linguist would do. She called in the big guns. Enter Victor, the reclusive translator who lived on the town's fringe, surrounded by enough books to make even the most seasoned bibliophile feel inadequate. He was a rumpled figure, with wild hair that reminded her of a mad scientist and glasses that magnified his piercing blue eyes, which sparkled with both intellect and skepticism, leaving Alina wondering how anyone could mix charm with an apparent disdain for social interaction. The following day, as the sun peeked over the horizon like a shy child entering a classroom, Alina found herself nervously knocking on Victor's door. The old wood creaked open, revealing a cluttered sanctuary that smelled faintly of old books and the subtle hint of something that should probably be thrown away. Victor eyed her like a hawk, too sharp, too knowing, but curiosity outweighed caution, and soon she found herself invited in, albeit with the warning that his place was not a museum exhibit. Thrilled yet terrified, she laid out the letters on his table, their faded ink glinting like lost treasure, begging for someone bold enough to decode their mysteries. Victor leaned in, his fingers brushing over the strange symbols, and for a moment the world outside faded, leaving just the two of them on the precipice of discovery. As they began to study the letters together, a symphony of clattering mugs and scribbling quills filled the air, punctuated by Victor's exclamations of triumph and frustration, sometimes in the same breath. It became a chaotic dance. Alina would suggest one interpretation, while Victor, with an eyebrow arched like a challenging villain, would counter a staunch denial. The two sparring like intellectual gladiators, the hours melted away like a popsicle in the summer sun. And soon the old, creaky home became a theater of revelation, laughter, and a few near-panicked moments when they deciphered phrases that hinted at ancient rituals involving far too many snakes and slash or gorgonzolas. Who knew deciphering ancient languages could feel like an episode of Survivor, lost in their scholarly adventure. Both Alina and Victor began to bond over their late-night discoveries, and the greenhouse effect of 10 pots of coffee. Anyone would have thought they were digging for gold in their own backyard. Each letter they translated unfurled a new layer of forgotten history, painting vibrant images of cultures long gone, but not forgotten. With each success, the air crackled with a pungent mix of excitement and disbelief, resonating with the sense that they were on the cusp of unveiling something truly monumental. Little did they know, their quest to unlock the past would not only change their lives, but also challenge their grasp on reality. Because translating secret letters was one thing, but deciphering the human heart, now that was a whole different ballgame. Alina and Victor sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by an avalanche of yellowing letters that crackled like dry leaves underfoot. The faint smell of must and ink filled their noses, mingling with the faint echo of distant thunder outside, as if the heavens were debating the wisdom of their task. Do you think Leora ever saw the ocean? Alina mused, squinting at the faded ink. Victor chuckled, running a hand through his tousled hair. Well, unless she was part mermaid, I doubt it. But if she had, I bet she would have hated the salty spray. Too gritty. Little did they know, Leora's tale was about to pull them into an upheaval of emotion that transcended centuries, and perhaps a bit of salt water too. As they read on, Leora's world unfurled before them like a time-traveling postcard, complete with scenes of bustling market squares, and the scent of fresh bread wafting through the air. Her ambitions brimmed in ink as vibrant as the colors of a sunset, filled with dreams that felt almost tangible. Almost. Yet, buried within her elegant penmanship were the undercurrents of heartbreak. Her letters were haunted, echoing with screams of anguish that twisted like a fog around Alina's and Victor's hearts. Each revelation was a shot of espresso, jolting them awake, then lulling them back into despair as Leora's turbulent life raced before their eyes. A twisted version of a Netflix original series they didn't dare to binge watch. But then it happened suddenly. The ground shifted beneath Alina and Victor's feet, and with it, the letters took on a new gravity. Victor let out a yelp as a vision of Leora engulfed him, her eyes wide with terror, a storm whirling in her soul, the past clawing at her edges like determined vines. Meanwhile, Alina was seized by a different spectre. The echo of Leora's cries saturated her every thought. A painful melody that wouldn't stop playing on repeat. The severity of the curse revealed itself in those moments. The connection between them and Leora growing more intense, like a marathon relay race where the baton was now an anvil, a heavy burden indeed. With every passing letter, they slipped deeper into Leora's world, and soon it became hard to discern where Leora ended and they began. The shadows of her anguish were suffocating. The dank, musty air felt like an oppressive fog, as sticky and suffocating as leftover donuts on a hot summer day. Alina found herself on the precipice of a dizzying breakthrough 1 second, only to tumble into despair the next. As Victor, ever the optimist, offered his take on things with a bright side that resembled a faded neon sign. You know, this is just a series of unfortunate events waiting for a happy ending, he quipped, coaxing a reluctant smile from Alina, who felt like she was carrying the weight of 1,000 heartbreaks lurking in the corners of dusty attics. Yet as they reached the final few letters, they realized that the curse was not, as they had feared, a punishment, but a bridge, a conduit to understanding Leora's very essence. The final words shimmered on the yellowed paper, wrapping her story in a portrait of resilience that resonated through time. Alina and Victor exchanged a glance. Their eyes filled with an understanding made slick and raw by their shared journey. Perhaps they had not only unearthed Leora's past, but also unlocked a part of themselves, a testament that even the most tangled lives can inspire echoes of laughter, silver linings, and a narrative worth telling. They rose, shaking off the dust of the past, clasping hands as they stepped back into their own reality, wiser, heavier, but lighter at heart, ready to share the saga of Leora with the world. In the dim, cluttered corners of the dusty library, Alina's fingers brushed against the brittle pages of the letter, the kind that feels like cornflakes underfoot, fragile and crackling with secrets, each deciphered word wrapped around her heart like slow-burning ivy, feeding her connection with Victor, who sat across the table with eyes that glimmered like morning dew. But with every letter, an electric tension coiled between them, as if the air thickened in anticipation of a lightning strike. Alina could almost taste it, an acrid mix of hope and fear, like burnt toast haunting an otherwise sunny breakfast. Their laughter over a shared discovery became tempered by sharp jabs of frustration, their voices echoing into the ancient stone walls, guarded by forgotten smiles and ghostly whispers. Victor, once the epitome of laid-back charm, now prowled the library like a wolf on a scent. His obsession with Leora consuming him like a Netflix binge on a Saturday night. The soft rustle of parchment mirrored his frantic pacing, each letter pulling him deeper into Leora's haunting tale, which felt eerily interconnected to their own lives. It was as if history was an overcooked spaghetti twisted around their hearts, too hot to handle, but too enticing to resist. "It's just another letter, Victor," Alina insisted, her voice rising over the scratching of Victor's pen against paper, which sounded like a choir of crows in the otherwise hushed room. But her protests were met with a determined silence. He had crossed a threshold and was unwilling to turn back. As the days rolled on, their spirited debates turned into all-out brawls of words, tempers flaring like Roman candles in the night, each argument a burst of color, beautiful, yet dangerously volatile. "You can't just bury yourself in her life and expect me to follow you willingly into the abyss," Alina exclaimed one evening, her hands flailing like a conductor faced with a mishmash of instruments. The smell of old paper and unresolved tensions hung in the air like a bad cologne that clung to their clothing. Yet, within her frustration lurked a strange intimacy, a camaraderie forged in the fires of fierce debates, as if their love blossomed in the ruins of conflict. They were like a sitcom couple, endlessly bickering in the face of supernatural chills lurking just beyond their knowledge, drawing them closer to Leora like moths to a flame. Then came the haunting revelation. Leora's fate was not just a story from decades past, flitting innocently through the ages, but a dark undercurrent pulling on the strings of their own lives. It felt as if they had accidentally stepped into a horror film, where the protagonists never quite grasped the full extent of the plot until it was too late. The hairs on the back of Alina's neck danced as she read Leora's last letter, feeling the oppressive weight of a curse rise from the pages like steam from a haunted cauldron. Each word resonated with an ancient sorrow that seemed to seep into their skin, a reminder that some tales come with uninvited companions, shadows of despair that loomed closer with every discovery. Fear tangled with her curiosity, an electric mix as vivid as a scene from an epic fantasy flick, reminding her of both the thrill and the chills that came with delving into the past. In that fraught moment, Alina and Victor understood that they were not merely translators of Leora's words, but unwitting participants in a revelatory tale fraught with danger and destiny. The air crackled with an awareness that their translations had unleashed something, dark echoes from the past that clawed at the edges of their sanity. They were now intertwined in Leora's legacy, as inseparable as the ink on the page. If only we had just stuck to crossword puzzles, Alina joked weakly, trying to stave off the creeping dread with humor as the lights flickered ominously overhead. The library's shadows danced across their faces, a grim reminder that they had opened a door that may very well lead them straight into the abyss. And now there was no turning back. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows over the cluttered space they called home, Alina's heart raced like a caffeinated hamster trapped in a wheel. In her trembling hands, she clutched a final letter, its edges yellowed by time, the ink barely legible yet smudged with the weight of secrets. It was a warning, no less, an urgent whisper from the past that wove a shroud of dread around her warm, sun-soaked afternoons. The terms were simple yet dreadful. Sift through Leora's story, or suffer the wrath of a curse that lurked in the corners like a cat waiting to pounce. The irony was as thick as the dust particles dancing in the fading light. Here she was, lost in translation between a tragic past and a terrifying future, unsure which side she belonged to, a mere collector of words or a reluctant seeker of truth. With the letter still crackling in her grasp, Alina turned to her partner in this chaotic adventure, a quirky friend with a penchant for ghost movies and dubious advice. They shared knowing glances, each one a silent agreement. This was no ordinary game of keep the history, but rather a wholehearted transform of send in the clowns to bring on the angry spirits. Together, they could almost hear the disapproving glare of Leora from beyond, her unresolved issues clinging to them like cold rain on an October day. She had lived and breathed her tragedy so long that the thought of letting go was akin to asking a vampire to relinquish its thirst for blood, near impossible. And yet, the choice was stark. They faced the possibility of Leora's life, her pain, coming back to claim them. Gnashing teeth and fiery rage as her trademark style. Thus, armed with a shaky resolve and a hint of nostalgia, they set out on a wild journey to return the letters to their original resting place, a foreboding graveyard that seemed to leap from the pages of a teenage Gothic novel. The air tasted of electric anticipation, and the winds howled like a pack of wild wolves, drowning their hesitant whispers. Each breath was thick with the scent of damp earth, murky and suffocating, a reminder that they were wading into the depths of Leora's haunt, an invitation to a party they hadn't intended to crash. At that moment, it struck Alina that they were not merely returning artifacts. They were stepping into a tomb of memories, dark and laden, with the cries of souls caught between the here and the hereafter. If only they had packed a ghost-repellent spray, perhaps they wouldn't be fumbling about in this horror flick of their own making, half expecting a jump scare at any moment. Suddenly, as if summoned by their intentions, the skies cracked open, unleashing a deluge that echoed their own dread. The storm raged, and with it, the vengeful spirits emerged from the dark, swirling around them like a sinister cyclone of anguish. Chilling moans echoed through the air, each wail punctuated by sharp taps, like skeletal fingers drumming on invisible instruments, heralding the arrival of Leora herself, her figure sharp as a dagger against the tempest. She glared at them with eyes like twin black holes, demanding the closure that had eluded her in life, a grim irony, considering how badly they had wished for some closure of their own. In that moment, the air crackled not just with rain, but with the urgent despair of a soul crying out for justice. And Alina felt the weight pressing against her chest, a languorous reminder of the burdens they had unknowingly sewn together. Leora floated before them, her presence both beautiful and terrifying, an ethereal ballet that pirouetted between despair and rage. Alina, feeling the chill creep inexorably down her spine, realized that humor was the best tool in a horror show. She half chuckled under her breath, thinking, well, at least I'm not stuck watching a horror movie alone. Yet, there amidst the feral cries and the torrential rains, she found a compelling fear married to empathy, the very essence of a life wasted, a tale left untold. They were supposed to be the heroes of their story. Yet here they were, cast as hapless mourners, caught in the web of Leora's curse, driven by the desperate need to grant her peace. With resolve igniting like a bonfire, they stepped forward, determined to rewrite the past, to grant closure not just for Leora, but for themselves, a group effort, or perhaps less of a crash course in ghost hunting, and more of an unexpected therapy session in the shadowy folds of time, in the dim light of the abandoned chapel, shrouded in shadows as thick as the layers of dust on the pews. Alina and Victor found themselves huddled together, faces pale with trepidation. Stray beams of sunlight slashed through the cracked, stained glass, creating a kaleidoscope of colors that danced on the stone floor like spirits themselves. The air was thick with the musky scent of old wood and the lingering whispers of forgotten prayers. They whispered Leora's name, a feeble echo against the heavy silence, like one might call out into a lonely night, hoping a friendly ghost might answer. And just as they had feared, a chill skittered down their spines as a palpable presence filled the room, heavy and sorrowful, like a wet blanket tossed over their heads. Leora's spirit emerged, a flickering outline wreathed in the scent of aged perfume, reminding them that the past is never truly past, and always seems to carry its own baggage of heartbreak and tragedy. With tentative courage swelling within their chests, the duo extended their hands, so ordinary, yet now charged with purpose, as if reaching for the very roots of history itself. "We see you, Leora," Alina implored, her voice trembling, yet firm like the protagonist riding into battle in an epic fantasy movie. "We understand your pain," Victor chimed in, feeling like a superhero whose powers lay in this act of uncanny compassion rather than in capes or mutant abilities. The air crackled with energy, each word a bridge spanning the chasm of time. Echoing through the ages, their sentiment wrapped around Leora's spirit like a warm embrace, disarming the sorrow that had held her captive for so long. A heart-gripping scene, worthy of slow-motion replay in a Hollywood flick, and just like that, the weight of centuries began to lift, revealing a flicker of hope shimmering in Leora's translucent eyes as whispers of understanding passed between them. An astonishing transformation played out. Suddenly, Leora's image brightened, the shadows peeling away like an old film reel unraveling from its spool. She was no longer the tortured spirit haunting the ruins, but a radiant silhouette filled with gratitude, her expression reminiscent of a long-lost friend returned from the dead after a particularly awkward end of season cliffhanger. Music filled the air, a melody of laughter, sorrow, and reconciliation, entwined like a turbulent symphony, enveloping them in a fragrant blend of blooming lavender, mixed with the ancient aroma of unshed tears. With every moment spent in this exchange, the boundaries of their beings faded into the cobwebbed corners of history, creating a new layer of understanding. A moment solidified in time like a snapshot from an old family album. As Leora's spirit embraced the release, Alina and Victor felt an overwhelming rush of warmth fill the chapel, like a baker's oven blooming with fresh bread. The scent of new beginnings wafting through the air, they could sense the burdens lifting. They had unwittingly become the heroes of a tale steeped in tragedy and grace. The sense of empowerment surged through them, and suddenly life felt richer, colors more vibrant, as if after years under grayscale filters, they had finally unlocked the full palette of emotions. The duo stepped back, awash in the glow of their own humanity, each pulse of their hearts echoing with the realization that they, too, were players in this intricate web of empathy that transcended time. One that formed connections as strong as the ties that bind best friends through thick and thin. This was not just a resolution. It was a rebirth, an awakening that promised unimagined adventures beyond the pages of the past. Exiting the chapel, hair tousled by the cool breeze, Alina and Victor's laughter rang out, richer now, like a symphony breaking free from a centuries-old silence. They carried the essence of Leora with them as they stepped into the sunlight, imbued with the lessons of empathy and understanding. Priceless treasures more enduring than gold coins hidden in a pirate's chest. No longer mere specters haunted by tidbits of history. They strode forward like knights of the realm, prepared to take on the intricate tapestry of life. Looking at each other, they realized that each moment spent wrapped in another's sorrow or joy is worth its weight in history, and they chuckled at the irony. They had set out to lift the burdens of a restless spirit, but emerged with a deeper bond of friendship, ready to embrace the world's complexities, one heartfelt letter at a time. In the heart of a stormy evening, where wind howled like a pack of wolves and raindrops drummed on the cobblestone streets, Alara found herself standing before a figure cloaked in shadows, the descendant of Aiden, her grandmother's long-lost love. Tension crackled in the air, as if the past had become a live wire arcing between them. With every word exchanged, Alara wore the invisible crown of her family's legacy, adorned with the jewels of heartache and triumph alike. "You have no idea what love can cost," the descendant spat, his eyes ablaze with a wildness reminiscent of their shared bloodline. She was torn, a marionette tangled in the strings of grief, anger, and a longing for connection that felt as ancient as the stones beneath her feet. The truth hung heavy in the damp air, as Alara learned of Aiden's sacrifices that were as monumental as they were tragic. He risked everything, including his life, for love. This revelation settled like a stone in her stomach, heavy and impenetrable, kicking up the dust of generations past. And yet, within that weight, a spark ignited. What would she do with this knowledge? With a determined resolve that mirrored her grandmother's fierce spirit, Alara took a step back to gather her fragmented courage. Much like a phoenix, attempting to rise from a pile of soot and sorrow. If Aiden could face the storm for love, why can't I? She mused aloud, her heart thumping like a band of soldiers marching into battle. In the dusty embrace of her grandmother's attic, amidst the cobwebs and forgotten trinkets, Alina stumbled upon a postcard that seemed to glow with a life of its own. As she dusted it off, the faded colors of fishing boats bobbing on sparkling waves danced before her eyes like a scene straight from a long-lost movie. This wasn't just a postcard. It was a snapshot of a vibrant community that pulsed with energy as alive as a pop concert crowd, yet somehow long forgotten. Curiosity prickled at her fingertips, and with each glance at the postcard, the old fish smells of the port, the laughter of children, and the bustling chatter of market stalls filled her imagination. What had happened to the village that once thrived with the rhythm of the tides? And why did it feel like she had just discovered a slice of her very own buried treasure? In the midst of this rising storm, Clara's conviction began to solidify like concrete, despite the undercurrents of doubt swirling around her. With each heated discussion, The air thickened with the pungent aroma of fear, fear of the unknown, of stirring the pot that had simmered for centuries. She could almost hear the score of a suspenseful thriller playing in her head as she navigated through the intricate web of relationships within the village, unearthing stories laced with spite as old as the cobblestones themselves. The journal had not just unveiled the lover's plight, but had also exposed the villagers for what they truly were, protectors of a narrative that suited them, even if it meant silencing the past. Clara, with her journal in hand and unwavering resolve, was prepared to light the match that could ignite the emotional powder keg lying beneath the village's placid facade. As tensions wove tighter, Clara stood at the center of the storm, a modern-day David against the proverbial Goliath that was her community. Each rally and protest echoed in her ears like a jazz concert gone rogue. The villagers' chants oscillating between defense of their facades and clamoring for the truth. She felt both the anticipation tinged with horror, the sweet and sour mixture of courage and fear that comes from standing out in a crowd. The village of Eldridge, so deeply rooted in its myths, was facing a reckoning, one that promised to expose more than just the letters. It threatened to dissolve the veil that had long shrouded their history in sweet, comfortable ignorance. And yet, Clara smiled, her heart buoyed by the intoxicating thrill of revelation, as if she had just discovered that the villain in a movie was actually the hero all along, and the credits were just beginning to roll. Thus, they stepped into a thrilling unknown, hand in hand, hearts pounding in glorious synchrony, ready to tackle whatever life threw their way. There was something profoundly ironic in the chaos they embraced, a juxtaposition that made the very air sizzle with possibility. They'd traded the safety of their family's favor for the wild shores of love, each moment more vibrant than the last, filled with mischief, spontaneity, and a hint of rebellion. And while the open road whispered both adventure and danger, they carried the bittersweet taste of nostalgia for the life they left behind. In their hearts, they both knew they would have to return, but until then, they reveled in the exquisite thrill of being young and in love, truly the happiest border jumpers in all of Italy, in the kingdom of Dainsmore, where the scent of smoke and despair intermingled with the heady aroma of olive oil and roasted lamb. Conflict brewed like a tempest on the horizon. Two noble houses, the Valerians and the Esters, spun tales of glory and vengeance, each claiming the land that breathed under their feet. Their banners, once symbols of honor, fluttered like crows over a battlefield, heavy with the weight of ancestral grudges. For every stone lifted in defense of territory, an oath was broken in the shadows, reminding all that blood ran deeper than mere differences in color or coat of arms. And in the midst of this brewing storm, a daring secret began to unfurl, a plot straight from the pages of a forbidden romance novel, destined for heartbreak and perhaps unforeseen heroics.